What if the gentle Deku we know was hiding a terrifying secret? Imagine Izuku Midoriya, not just wielding one for all, but also an ancient, untamed power deep within his bloodline. This isn't just about a new quirk, it's about his very nature being rewritten. This is movie, and please give me feedback on this story so I can know where to improve. Also, if you enjoy the watching videos, please leave a like, share and comment, and check out my Patreon for early access. Jump right into the video. Izuku Midoriya's day had been perfectly ordinary right up until it tried to kill him. He'd taken the long way home from school because the long way had 3 things he liked: a corkboard full of hero agency flyers, new patrol schedules, a vending machine that never judged him for buying 2 energy drinks, and a narrow pedestrian underpass where the acoustics made it easy to pretend he was part of a dramatic hero documentary. He'd always imagined his first documentary moment would feature him scribbling brilliant notes and pointing at a skyline full of hope. Instead, it featured a villain made of industrial-grade slime bursting from a manhole and swallowing him whole. "Sorry, kid," the sludge thing gurgled as it surged around him, green eyes gleaming like poisoned glass. "Need a flesh suit. You'll do." Pressure. Cold, heavy pressure that shoved into his mouth and nose, filled his ears, oozed down his throat. Izuku's backpack tore, notebooks spinning away in a wet fan of ink and paper. His lungs clenched. His vision tunneled. Somewhere in the thudding beat of panic, a dozen observations tried to organize themselves. Viscosity inconsistent, likely particulate contamination, smell indicates petroleum base, don't inhale, don't. Something in him slipped, or clicked. It felt like both, a latch unfastening, a gear catching tooth to tooth with something older. The world narrowed and sharpened in the same breath. The stink wasn't just stink. It was layers and threads, metal shavings, sewer algae, the sharp mint of someone's gum on the walkway above. Sound broke into pieces. Water somewhere, a bicycle bell, a heart beating too fast, his. The light skittered off the slime's surface and the skittering carried meaning, flow speed, weak points where the sludge thinned to pass around his ribs. Izuku's pupils thinned to narrow slits. Move, a thought said. Not words so much as an arrow pointing through his bones. Teeth, fingers, edge. Turn. Don't push, slice. He curled his hands, felt nails he'd never bothered to notice scrape against something inside the suffocating cold. He didn't shove outward, he carved, hooked, twisted, let the pressure and the flow do the work. The sludge jolted with a sound like a clogged drain clearing. A bubble of air kissed his lips. Izuku bit down. MMPF, hey. The villain yelped. Did you just? Yes, the arrow thought said, the answer warm and certain. Again, he did. He felt the texture of it, gritty, elastic. Wrong, and he opened a seam, rolling his shoulder as if he were twisting out of a too tight shirt. His knee found concrete. Air slammed into him like a gift he wasn't sure he deserved. He fell onto the underpass floor. Coughing, sputtering, spitting out words and sludge in a mortifying mix. I am, KHH, so sorry, he apologized, because that was the reflex of a lifetime. That was, not hygienic. Do you have, HNG, shots? The villain gaped, literally, because his face was a shape made of oily liquid. Who bites a sludge villain? Izuku didn't have breath left to answer. He didn't have time to stand either. The manhole smashed upward in a spray of bolts and sun, and a voice like a movie trailer boomed down the tunnel. I am here. All Might filled the underpass like a poster had stepped off a wall. He moved with the confident inevitability of a train pulling into a station. The smile. The pose. Izuku's heart performed a gymnastic routine, flipped, stuck the landing, and dissolved into starry-eyed gasping. All Might, swept the villain up in a cyclone of bottled wind and laughter. A slippery scoundrel. Don't worry, young man. This will be over in a. He glanced at Izuku. His smile dipped a millimeter. His eyes flicked to Izuku's hands, then to Izuku's face, and something measuring and careful appeared just behind the heroic glow. In a jiffy, he corked the sludge into a plastic soda bottle with a twist and a wink. The villain howled. Izuku wheezed. The world tried to be ordinary again. All Might turned to him, and the tunnel felt smaller for a very different reason. Young man, All Might said in that voice that shook dust off the ceiling. Are you hurt? Izuku tried to say, fine. What came out was a breathless, you're All Might. Guilty. All Might's grin returned to full wattage. It put little warm lamps inside Izuku's chest. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said. He pushed himself up on elbows that had forgotten how elbows worked. The world brimmed with tiny details, the fray on All Might's cape, the citrus clean smell of his costume, the faint rust in the air where the manhole had scraped concrete. It was all so crisp it made his teeth ache. Anchor. Something in him said, approving and pleased. Pack sent. Safe. He didn't have a pack. He had notebooks. He had a mom who hugged too tight and said she was sorry she couldn't help him be what he wanted. He had a hero standing 3 feet away holding a plastic bottle full of a man who wanted to wear him like a suit. Izuku swallowed. His throat burned. Thank you. He glanced at his torn backpack. His favorite pen lay on the ground, half buried in slime. He reached for it. His fingers moved too fast, too smoothly, and snatched the pen with a precision he'd never felt before. All Might watched the motion like he could hear a song in it that Izuku couldn't. You handled yourself well, All Might said. You created space. You survived. I bit him, Izuku confessed, mortified. I'm so sorry. That's unsanitary. And rude. And probably not in any hero manual ever in. All Might laughed, not unkindly. I've headbutted a tornado, young Midoriya. Sometimes, survival isn't pretty. His eyes slid over Izuku's face again, lingering on the odd gleam in his pupils. Do you feel off? Izuku opened his mouth to say no. His nose filled with 1,000 impressions, dust, motor oil. Someone's laundry soap from the street above, his own sweat, sharp, scared, All Might's cologne blending with something older and iron-like just beneath it. His ears counted cars he couldn't see. The concrete hummed under his palm. Yes, he admitted, small and honest. All Might's smile softened. Adrenaline does that. Deep breaths. Izuku tried. The breaths went in too well. Like they belonged to someone who had been practicing breathing for a different kind of life. In. Hold. Mark 3. Out. The pattern wasn't his. It felt borrowed, or remembered. Can I? He swallowed again and pointed, hand shaking. At the bottle. Can I, have your autograph? On the bottle. Not the villain, the container of villain, sorry, words. All Might blinked, then threw his head back and laughed. Of course. He scrawled an impossibly bold signature across the plastic as if that were a totally normal thing for a hero to do and for a fan to request after being almost murdered. He capped the pen with a flourish and tapped the bottle. A souvenir and a lesson, he said. Even when the situation is fluid, he winked, keep your core steady. Izuku would have levitated if gravity hadn't been so stubborn. All Might tucked the bottle into a belt compartment with a practiced motion. Izuku's skin prickled. Something in him didn't like seeing the villain enclosed like that. Not pity, alertness. If it gets out. The thought came with angles and options, a lattice unfolding in his head with lines tracing routes and risks. Izuku made a noise and didn't know whether it was a whimper or a growl. All Might's eyes flicked to him again in that measuring way. Do you need a hospital? The hero asked gently. Izuku shook his head too fast. No, no, sir. He glanced at his shredded backpack. A page stuck to the concrete, his handwriting smeared, a sketch of All Might in the corner. It looked ridiculous now, an ideal on paper when the real thing had stood over him. All Might followed his gaze and crouched, somehow making himself smaller without losing any of his presence. You were brave, he said, not in the stage voice, but like a person. Bravery is messy. That's fine. Something wobbled in Izuku's chest. Do you think, he blurted, voice cracking on the words he'd carried like fragile glass for years, someone like me could be a hero? All Might finished. The world held its breath. The answer didn't come. Not yet. A car horn wailed above, a distant shout chased it. All Might's gaze darted toward the noise. Duty called. He stood, power settling around him like a cape. We'll talk, he promised instead, and it was both too much and not enough. Stay safe, young Midoriya. He leapt, concrete cracking under his launch. And the underpass swallowed the last warm echo of his grin. Silence snapped back, loud with Izuku's breathing. He sat there for a long moment, feeling like someone had rearranged the furniture inside his skin. The tunnel air tasted like pennies. His fingers shook, then steadied, then curled and uncurled with a curious satisfaction, testing tendons like new strings on an old instrument. Alive, Something in him noted. It sounded pleased. Good. Next time, faster. Next time, Izuku repeated, then startled at himself. Did he say that out loud? Talking to yourself was one thing. Answering your own non-words was another. He rubbed at his eyes. His nails scraped lightly over his lid and he flinched. Too sharp. Too something. He gathered his scattered notebooks, winced at the state of his bag, and stood. The world tilted under his feet, then caught him. He could hear the buzz of a fly. He could hear his own heartbeat settling from sprint to jog. On the way out of the underpass, he almost tripped over a stray dog nosing through a knocked-over trash can. It lifted its head, ears up, eyes bright with the specific hope that only dogs and Izuku shared, a hope that the universe sometimes handed out snacks unprovoked. Hey, buddy, Izuku said softly. The dog's tail made anxious punctuation marks. Rough day. The pun snuck out before he could stop it. His mouth added, sorry, reflexively. The dog leaned forward, sniffing. Izuku didn't remember ever being particularly good with animals. He'd never had the time, between studying, collecting hero stats, helping his mom, and being a target for explosions. But now he knew what the dog had eaten, something fishy and a little stale, how long since it had last slept, not enough, whether it trusted him, on the fence but bribable. He knew how to be very still without feeling like he'd forgotten to be alive. The dog sniffed his fingers and sighed. Izuku sighed back, which was ridiculous, and also exactly right. Me too, he said. He made it topside without further attempted kidnappings by gelatinous strangers. The city hit him like a song he'd had on too low all his life. Now someone had leaned over and turned the dial up. Voices braided through traffic. The sky was heavy with the smell of rain that hadn't made up its mind yet. A woman across the street laughed and he could have drawn the shape of it. He took 3 steps and realized his phone was vibrating. Unknown number. He hesitated. He looked around, as if, unknown number, might be lurking behind a convenience store sign wearing a trench coat. No trench coats. Just Tokyo. Vast and ordinary and suddenly too intimate. He answered. Hello. Static, then a voice. Male. Calm. Warm in the way of a heater in a dark room. Hello, Izuku, the voice said, as if they were old acquaintances. How's your breathing? Every hair along Izuku's arms made a decision to stand up and stretch. Fine, he said, making it a question because this was not a normal post-hero rescue phone call. Deep breath. The voice suggested, gentle as an uncle, amused as a doctor with a favorite patient. In. Hold. 3. Out. Izuku's body obeyed before he could decide whether to be creeped out. The pattern, in. Hold. Mark 3. Out, fit into the groove that had appeared in his chest back in the tunnel. Calm slid through him, not flat but focused. His hearing narrowed, city softening at the edges while the voice stayed crystal clear. Better, the man said, pleased. Confusion will pass. New instincts sing loudly at first. We can teach them to harmonize. Izuku heard himself ask. Call me sensei, the voice said. I saw your awakening. Izuku stopped walking. People moved around him in the steady river of sidewalk. He stepped close to a building to be a rock in that river instead of getting bumped into the street. I didn't, he swallowed. He didn't want to lie, but he also didn't want to sound like someone who chewed on criminals for fun. It wasn't, on purpose. Of course not, Sensei said, and the kindness in the of course not almost made Izuku's eyes sting. Emergencies pry doors open. You survived. That was on purpose. Izuku stared at his reflection in a shop window. He looked the same. A little wrecked. Hair a chaos nest. Green eyes brightened, were his pupils. They looked normal again. Round. Human. Who are you? He asked, softer. A teacher, Sensei said. Of rare things. And what you are is rare, Izuku. Old blood. Not a quirk alone, but a memory buried under generations of pretending to be tame. You felt it, yes. The world not as noise, but as a map with lines you can read. The way danger has a taste. Izuku didn't realize he was nodding until he made himself stop. How did you know? A low chuckle. Because I've watched this city for a long time. And because I know what the heroes will say if they see what I saw. Control it. Drown it. They're good people. But afraid. I am not afraid of what you are. His heart pulled in 2 directions at once. All Might's smile. This stranger's steady voice. All Might, Izuku began. Will be a wonderful symbol to admire, Sensei said smoothly. I will be a practical mentor. Let me help you breathe when the world is too loud. Let me show you how to turn the arrow in your bones so it points where you choose. Or wait, and see what happens the next time fear closes round your lungs and no poster jumps out of a manhole. Izuku flinched. The underpass pressed cold against his skin again like a memory with teeth. What do I have to do? He asked, hating the tremor in the words. For today, Sensei said lightly, as if they were talking about homework. Breathe. Eat something red and rare if you can. Protein helps. Tonight, before you sleep, try this pattern. 4 breaths, count on the exhale. I'll send the rhythm. Tomorrow, if you feel the pull, don't fight it alone. Text me. My mom, Izuku said automatically. Needs you safe, Sensei replied, not missing a beat. And you will be, if you learn quickly. Static hissed, a car horn blared through over the connection. Sensei's voice slid lower, almost fond. You did well today. You'll do better tomorrow. The line went dead. Izuku stood with his phone against his ear and his mouth a small, surprised "oh." He lowered the phone, looked at the screen. No number. No call history. Just himself in the black glass. A ghost of a boy on the edge of something pointed. He should tell someone. He should tell All Might. He should maybe take a shower for a week. His stomach growled at him in a tone of ice that could only be described as serious business. He laughed, because the alternative was shaking, and headed toward home. On the way, he tried the breathing. In, hold, 3, out. It fit. It felt like sand smoothing down something jagged inside. Twice he had to stop and lean against a wall because the city's smell rose up like a tide and his hands wanted to do something. Run, climb, hunt, protect. Both times the pattern pulled him back to himself. He picked up a bento from a corner shop he liked. The clerk stared at the state of his shirt and the wet streaks on his face. Rough day, she asked. You don't know the half of it. Izuku said, and then, because it was habit, he added, sorry. At home, his mother cried when she saw him and then cried again when he told her he was fine and then apologized for crying. Which made him want to cry, and that made her cry more, and then they laughed because that was a much better loop. He showered until his fingers pruned. He watched the run green for a second and told himself it was just his imagination. That night, he lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. The room had never had so many sounds, pipes clicking, a neighbor's TV, the soft wave of his mother's breathing in the next room, the wind trying to bully the window and losing. He tried the pattern Sensei had promised. The rhythm arrived unbidden, a count that slid into his lungs like it had a key. 1, 2, 3, 4. The arrow in his bones turned. It pointed at something that felt like a path through trees he hadn't known he'd been lost in. He fell asleep with the taste of rain in his mouth and a memory of a smile like a sunrise and a voice like midnight sharing his pillow from opposite sides of his heart. On his nightstand, his phone buzzed once. A new message with no sender. Tomorrow, 6 a.m. 3 blocks south. We'll make sure the next monster doesn't get to be the one that teaches you. Izuku's hand twitched toward the screen in his sleep. He didn't see the last line appear. Crisp and clean. Breathe, my boy. Breathe. The message said 6 a.m. Izuku's alarm said 5:57 a.m. His mother said, Izuku, sweetie, it's Saturday, in that worried tone that meant maybe don't do the thing that clearly looks like a thing. Izuku said, study group, because technically he was going to study something. He shoved a notebook, a water bottle, and a pack of wee tea wipes into his backpack. The underpass had taught him the value of wet wipes. On impulse, he added a vacuum-sealed beef stick from the back of the cupboard. It looked like a pencil that had decided to be meat. Outside, the city hadn't put its face on yet. The air still had last night's cool on it. Izuku's steps felt different, quieter without being sneaky, like his body had discovered a volume dial. 3 blocks south was a narrow, empty playground with a swing set that had exactly one working chain. He sat. The chain creaked. A cat on a wall gave him the look cats give to people who might be interesting but are not currently holding fish. His phone buzzed once. Breathe. He did. In, hold, 3, out. The world stacked itself neatly. A man sat down on the swing beside him without having, strictly speaking, walked there. One moment, empty air. The next, a presence like a well-tailored shadow. He wore an ordinary coat, ordinary shoes, an ordinary smile so perfectly calibrated that it became its own kind of mask. The first scent Izuku caught was tea, dark, complicated, expensive. Under it, antiseptic. Under that, old paper. It was a library smell. It made Izuku's shoulders loosen against his will. Sensei. Izuku guessed. If you like, the man said mildly. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't need to. Somehow, the lack of the gesture made Izuku want to trust him more. Sleep. Some, Izuku said. Because fine felt like lying. I could hear the building breathing. A new instrument takes tuning, Sensei said. You did well to listen instead of fight it. Izuku swallowed. What, am I? You said, old blood. Is that a quirk? A word, Sensei said, voice like a closed door with a peephole. Useful sometimes. Useless others. He gave the chain of his swing a patient look, as if he were humoring gravity. You are a boy whose ancestors hunted before heroes wore capes and rules wore numbers. Call it a quirk. Call it a memory. The name won't teach you to use it. How do I, Izuku began. First, Sensei said gently, we stop you from being drowned by it. Pattern work. Anchors. Anchors. Izuku echoed, thinking of All Might's cape scrap in the underpass, the way it had made his lungs remember their job. Sensei's smile tilted. Smells. Textures. Phrases. What tethered you yesterday? Izuku thought. All Might, he admitted, and then flushed, because that's Sue. Nded like a child naming his favorite baseball card. I mean, his cape. The smell. And, he hesitated, embarrassed. Jerky. Excellent. Sensei's eyes warmed, proud teacher. We will pair your anchors with breath. When the world grows loud, you will choose quiet, not fall into it by accident. Izuku nodded so hard the swing squeaked. Choose is good. Later, Sensei went on, lazy as a cat that could pounce whenever it wanted. We will teach the arrow in your bones how to turn without breaking the bow. A push here, a pull there. Scent mapping. Pack work. Pack. The word made something low in Izuku's chest sit up and wag its metaphorical tail. Allies, Sensei said. People worth more than victory. You will learn to move so they are safer just because you are near. But not today. He slid a sleek object from his coat, matte black, curved like a river stone split in half. A mask. No. A half mask. It would cover the bridge of the nose, the cheekbones, leave the mouth free. The inside was lined with something Izuku's fingers labeled nice without consulting his brain. For practice, Izuku took it, goosebumps prickling. The thing hummed softly, or maybe that was him. He lifted it toward his face. Sensei's voice came like a hand on his wrist. Not yet. Only with my instruction. Tools become traps when used without training. Right, Izuku said quickly, lowering it. Right. Tools. Training. Traps are bad. Sensei watched him for a long breath. You were polite when you were frightened, he said. Good habit. Keep it. Frightened. Izuku tried for a laugh and produced something that sounded like a door hinge. New instincts smell like thunder, Sensei said conversationally. On others. On you, they smell like rain finding a roof. We will make sure that roof is yours. He stood. The swing scarcely protesting. Dawn work tomorrow. I'll send the cadence. Should I? Izuku lifted the mask a centimeter, then tucked it away like contraband. Tell anyone. Sensei's smile smoothed to silk. Tell anyone you like, Izuku. And watch which part of you breathes easier when you imagine their faces. He inclined his head, a miniature bow. Eat before schoolwork. Red protein. Rare. Izuku glanced at his bag. I have a beef pencil. Sensei's laugh was soft and delighted, the kind that sneaks out despite a lifetime of discipline. Progress. He turned, and the morning had nowhere near enough places to hide a whole man in a suit, and somehow, when Izuku blinked, he was gone. By 7:20 a.m., Izuku had eaten the world's saddest carnivore snack at the kitchen sink while his mom blinked at him over her mug. Do I want to know? She asked gently. It's training, he said, which was technically accurate and also a phrase that made her press her lips together in a way that said I will support you with my entire heart and also have a small emergency kit prepared at all times. Okay, she said, and kissed his forehead like a blessing and a shield. He was halfway down the stairs when the stairwell shook. A gust of wind hit the landing like a small hurricane with excellent quads. Then, young Midoriya. The door banged open and All Might filled the hallway like someone had put a statue in a very small elevator. Izuku clapped a hand to his chest to keep his soul from sprinting out of his body to ask for an autograph. All Might, he wheezed. All Might's grin was full sun. You said you'd be free this morning. I am a very busy man, so I made time for our talk. Outside, he pointed in a way that implied the sky was also outside, which, fair. Izuku scrambled after him, thoughts sprinting in circles. Tell him hummed through his skull. Tell him about sensei. But the new pattern in his chest quietly clicked, and a counter-thought slid into place like a well-made drawer. Later. Not in a hallway. On the roof, All Might's smile got a little human. He set the plastic sludge bottle on the ledge as if it were a pet he trusted not to run away. I wanted to answer your question, he said, turning gravely. Yesterday, you asked if someone like you could become a hero. The world held its breath again. Izuku braced for mercy. He braced for the kind no. He braced for the yes and the thousand impossible steps. He braced for everything and nothing. All Might said, very simply, yes. Izuku's knees considered resigning their positions. He leaned and the railing so they wouldn't cause an international incident. But, All Might went on, and Izuku's heart politely placed its helmet back on, not because of what happened in that tunnel. Not because of power. He tipped his chin toward the bottle. Because you moved before anyone told you it was okay. Because you tried. Because even when your body screamed survive, you chose to think about not harming others. That is a hero. Power is a tool. You are the wielder. Izuku's throat did not care for words at the moment. He nodded, fervent, watery. There is more, All Might said, stepping closer. Lowering his voice until it felt like a gift being shared. A hero's job is to save people. One day, I will not be able to do this job. The smile braved a shadow. It needs someone next. Someone with a heart big enough to hold a city. Quote. He reached into his pocket and produced a hair. Izuku blinked. The hair glowed with the kind of holy light assigned to sacred relics in cartoon donuts. Is that my hair? All Might confirmed, as if this were the most reasonable sentence to say out loud. I want to give you my power. It is called one for all. A torch passed from one to another. But torches are heavy. Your body will need training before it can hold a flame without becoming a cautionary tale. Izuku said, and then said, again, because his brain had shrunk to a single blinking word, me. All Might laughed softly. Yes, you. He clapped a hand the size of an entire textbook onto Izuku's shoulder. The contact sent a ripple through Izuku's senses, heat, strength, the iron smell under the citrus again. The beast inside him rolled over and showed its throat. Pack. Safe. If you accept, All Might said, we start now. A beach needs cleaning. A beach. Izuku echoed, because his mouth worked better than his brain. A very messy beach. All Might's grin returned, slightly unhinged with enthusiasm. We will make it clean. You will become strong enough to carry one for all. And strong enough to put it down when it is not needed. That is also a strength. Izuku nodded so hard the rooftop considered filing a noise complaint. Yes. I'll do it. I'll clean every beach. I'll clean the ocean. Start with Dagoba, All Might said, easy. Bring gloves. And, his eyes narrowed, not unkindly, reading Izuku like a police report, if anything feels off. Odd. If your senses race, if your pupils change. If breathing patterns you did not learn occur, tell me. The words pressed a button under Izuku's sternum. The new pattern clicked again, a little nope sliding across his tongue like an eel. He swallowed. He wanted to tell All Might about Sensei. He also wanted to keep the man on the swing. The wants pulled him in opposite directions until he could feel the seam of himself ache. He tried. Yesterday, in the tunnel, I felt different. I still do. Things are louder. He rubbed a hand over the back of his neck, nails catching on hair he hadn't realized had grown so sensitive. I'm figuring it out. All Might's gaze softened, edges of concern sharpening like a craftsman whetting a blade. We'll figure it out together, he said. No power replaces the choice to be good. Young Midoriya. Whatever is stirring, you choose what it serves. Izuku's lungs unknotted. Yes, sir. All Might held up the hair again, waggled it like a magician about to make a rabbit deeply uncomfortable. We'll save this step, he said, until your body is ready. Beach first. Izuku saluted with a seriousness that would have embarrassed him if he'd been watching himself from the outside. Beach first. Splendid. All Might boomed, scooping up the sludge bottle and tucking it away. I'll text you a schedule. Prepare for sore muscles, maple syrup on protein pancakes. And the occasional educational pun. I love educational puns, Izuku said, too earnest to live. I knew you were the one, All Might declared, as if that settled it. He leapt into the sky, leaving Izuku on the roof with a head full of stars and a heart full of anchors, tea and ink, citrus and iron, the smell of wind about to change. Dagoba Beach looked like a landfill had lost a bet WITH an ocean, and then both had decided to spite the concept of aesthetics. Fridges, tires, a couch, 3 bicycles, one mystery object that might have been a coffee table or a submarine for cats. All Might, in casual clothes and sunglasses that did absolutely nothing to hide the fact that he was All Might, pointed like a foreman. From here to there, he said grandly. Make it shine. Izuku made a sound that was 80% awe and 20% despair. Then he rolled his shoulders and the despair part remembered it had a spine. He worked. At first, his body complained like a radio call-in show. This is heavy. This is gross. This is sticky in ways that transcend language. Then, as the sun shrugged up over the water, something shifted. The arrow in his bones pointed at the work and called it good. His senses arrhythmed to a new music: weight, leverage, breath. The glint of broken glass stopped being a hazard and became a pattern: avoid, scoop, dump. A gull scolded him for moving its favorite snack rock. He scolded it back. They reached an understanding. All Might supervised with the kind of encouragement that felt like a pep rally and a blessing. When Izuku flagged, a protein bar appeared. When Izuku misjudged a lift and teetered, All Might's hand steadied the fridge like it was a paper bag. When Izuku made a pun about current events while hauling out a coil of cable, All Might groaned theatrically and applauded. By noon, Izuku's arms had joined a union and were striking for better working conditions, but the beach had a hole patch that looked like an actual beach. All Might grinned as if they had personally defeated entropy. Progress, he declared. How do you feel? Like a hero, turtle, Izuku panted. Slow, determined, slightly in love with lettuce. Excellent. All Might tossed him a towel the size of a bedsheet. Go home, ice, eat, stretch. Tomorrow, more. In Midoriya, he waited until Izuku looked up, eyes bleary and bright. You did not lose yourself once. I watched. That matters. Izuku blinked sweat out of his eyelashes. I had anchors, he said, and then realized what he'd admitted and fumbled. I mean, water. And you. All Might's mouth twitched. Good anchors. They parted with a promise, tomorrow, and a fist bump that almost shattered Izuku's entire concept of knuckles. He made it 2 blocks before his phone buzzed. How's the rhythm? Izuku stopped under the shade of a palm that did not belong on this beach and texted back before he could overthink it. Good. Beach training. With someone. The dots of a reply pulsed and paused. When the message arrived, it had no judgment in it. Only amusement, and a warmth that curled like steam from a cup. Symbols have their place. So do systems. I approve of the beach. It will teach your body to listen to your intent. Tonight at 9. Rooftop of the old clinic. Bring the mask. We'll practice turning the arrow. His thumbs hovered. He thought about All Might's hand on his shoulder. He thought about Sensei's tea and the way the morning had calmed his lungs like a lullaby. The wants pulled and he could feel the seam again, but it didn't hurt this time. It was just there. Like a scar that remembered before he did. Okay, he sent. Also, hypothetically, is it normal if I can tell what kind of soap strangers use from, like, across the street? A beat. Then, yes. And no. We will teach your senses to respect your choice. Not every song requires dancing. Izuku smiled, weary and a little wild. On his way home, a stray dog trotted at his heel for half a block, made a low boof to wish him luck, and peeled off toward a promising trash can. Izuku waved like an idiot. He decided that idiot who waves at dogs was exactly the kind of person he wanted to keep being, ancient blood memory or not. At 9, the clinic rooftop smelled like rain again. The city breathed below. Izuku slid the half mask on at Sensei's nod. It settled over his cheekbones like a second idea. The world shifted. Not louder. Not quieter. Aligned. Better, Sensei murmured. Now. The arrow. Turn it left. Izuku didn't know how to turn a metaphor. He tried anyway. Breath. Anchor. Left. The arrow. In his chest obeyed with a liquid little click. The rooftop lights brightened and the street noise dimmed and he realized their positions had not changed at all. He had. He laughed, delighted. Again, Sensei said, approving. Right. Click. Down. Click. The city hushed. The arrow became a compass that pointed at focus, at rescue, at restraint. Up. Click. The beast inside him stretched, awake and eager. And he held it with breath like a leash he was making as he walked. Good, Sensei said softly, pride concealed under clinical satisfaction. You learn quickly. The heroes will call this control. We will call it choice. Izuku's heart tripped and caught. Choice, he repeated, and the word fit his mouth. Tomorrow, Sensei said, stepping back into the shadow's fold. Breath. Beach. Then we add movement. He vanished like a page turned calmly in a quiet room. Izuku stood with the mask warming against his skin, the arrow gently humming to the rhythm of his own name. On his way home, he passed a shop window and, for a heartbeat, didn't see his reflection. He saw two. One boy with soft eyes and a smile he kept forgetting belonged to him. Another with pupils that could cut. Both wore the same face. Both lifted a hand in the same awkward wave. He waved back. Then he tucked the mask away, breathed the pattern, and walked toward morning with two mentors in his pocket and the uneasy electric knowledge that you could only carry two torches in the dark if you learned very fast which one to put down. Time did what time does when a boy has two mentors and a beach that refuses to stop being a disaster. It folded into a montage. Mornings, Dagoba Beach. Fridges turned into squats. Tires turned into deadlifts. Rust turned into tetanus shots. Kidding. Careful gloves, responsible harrowing. All Might's training schedule was a cheerful war crime against laziness. Izuku slept like he was being paid by the hour to do it and woke up with shoulders that felt like they'd been borrowed from a slightly larger version of himself. Nights, the clinic rooftop. Sensei's cadence. Breath like a metronome. The half-mask, only when instructed, sliding his senses into lanes EAD of letting them spill across the freeway of his brain. Arrow left, right, down, up. Anchor to Cape Scent. Anchor to tea. Anchor to laughter, because it turned out joy also had a smell if you paid attention, warm sugar with a spark in it. In between, life, school, notes, hero videos. A stray dog that occasionally escorted him 3 blocks in exchange for belly rubs and profound compliments. Izuku learned to wave at dogs and respect gulls. By the time UA's entrance exam loomed, Dagoba had a spine of clean sand visible from the road. People took photos of the mysterious hero who cleans beaches. All Might's sunglasses did not help. 2 nights before the exam, a message arrived from Sensei with the simplicity of a hand placed on a racing heart. The practical is not a fight. It is an assessment of priorities. Your instincts will want to hunt. Choose to protect. You will still dominate. And, if you smell citrus and iron, breathe. Izuku stared at the screen until the words unblurred. Citrus and iron. All Might. In the observation booth. Watching. The idea that both of his worlds would be in the same building made his hands flutter. He breathed. In, hold, 3, out. The night before the exam. All Might texted a map emoji, a bicep emoji, and a weirdly elegant sentence that still managed to sound like him. Your vessel is ready. Morning came dressed as a legend. Eat this. All Might said on a park bench just off campus, offering a paper cup full of what looked like a protein smoothie and what tasted like a dares you to say no to destiny. Izuku stared. Is that hair? Fiber, All Might said. Absolutely straight-faced. And fate. And yes. Izuku closed his eyes. He thought of the beach, the clinic roof, his mother's hands, the stray dog's booth, a cape that smelled like citrus and iron and hope. A voice that smelled like tea and old paper and a map with lines he could read. He drank. It tasted like shampoo and legacy. He gagged. All Might clapped him on the paw. CK hard enough to restart at least 3 extinct species. Welcome to the relay, All Might said softly when Izuku dared to breathe again. Don't force it today. If you feel a spark, let it pass. You don't need it yet. You've already learned the most important part. What's that? Izuku croaked. To choose. Yue's gates were bigger than his future, until his future decided to stand beside him and trip over nothing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A girl yelped. Izuku, already in constant low-level danger of tripping over his own excitement, pivoted fast. His hand shot out and caught a wrist as she pitched forward. Her momentum told him where to move, his feet obliged without conferring with the part of him that got nervous making eye contact with vending machines. She floated for a heartbeat, wait suddenly a suggestion. He blinked. She blinked back. Round face. Warm eyes. Hair that looked like a meteor shower trying to remember it was hair. Thank you, she said, cheerful and slightly breathless. She set herself back on the ground with a tap of her finger. Tripped on air. Again. It's, classic air, Izuku said, because his mouth was competing for a scholarship in saying things. Very trippable. She grinned. I'm Ochako. Good luck. Midoriya. Also Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. You too. He waved in a way that probably looked like he was trying to flag down a helicopter. She jogged inside. Izuku's nose catalogued her scent without asking permission. Soap like fresh apples, a dash of laundry clean, nerves fizzing like soda. He smiled despite himself. Anchor to kindness, Sensei had said. It is as strong as fear if you learn how to tie the knot. Inside the auditorium, Present Mike delivered an orientation that could have powered a small city. The test was simple. Smash robots, get points. Don't get smashed back. There was no mention of rescue points. There never was. Izuku felt someone glaring at the side of his head with the morally affronted intensity of a traffic sign. He turned. Glasses. Perfect posture. Serious eyebrows. The boy he would later catalog as Iida raised a hand like he was citing legal precedent. Excuse me, Iida called. There is an error in the villain count. Also, the green-haired boy is whispering to himself in a way that is distracting. Izuku realized he was, in fact, muttering. He also realized he could hear the whisper of pens, the twitch of a dozen knees. The subtle machinery breaths of the exam bots in their pens beyond the walls. The arrow in his chest tried to point everywhere at once. He breathed. Down. The world's volume obediently dropped. Apologies, he said automatically, raising a hand just enough to count as contrition. I'm compiling a strategy in an overenthusiastic whisper. Present Mike laughed. Overenthusiastic whispers are my second favorite kind. First, someone yelled. Loud encouragement. A few chuckles sparked. Izuku took the flicker of humor, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket like a charm. Test Site B smelled like machine oil and old rain. Examinees bounced in place, stretched, tried to look casual and failed spectacularly. Izuku rolled his shoulders, feeling the SK-shaped absence across his cheekbones like a reminder and a promise. No mask today. Choose anyway. He touched his wristband. Inside, a scrap of fabric, All Might's cape, cut from a legally acquired poster, thank you very much. Anchor 1. He thought of tea and old paper. Anchor 2. The gate creaked. Present Mike's voice came like a starter pistol. Go. There is no countdown in real life. Kids startled, then stampeded. Izuku did not. He moved. There's a difference. His arrow clicked forward. The world aligned. A one-pointer lurched from a side street. A boy in front of Izuku yelped and froze. The bot's arm came down like a smug table. Izuku slid. Not fancy, efficient. He hooked his fingers under the bot's elbow joint and turned with it, using the machine's momentum against itself. Metal squealed. The arm tore free in a shower of bolts. He had the feeling you get when you open a jar on the first try and everyone in the room thinks you're Thor. He didn't smash the bot's head in. He shoved it into a wall hard enough to make it count as a nap and kept going. Thanks. The kid blurted. Pack rules, Izuku said before his brain got a chance to be embarrassed. Don't leave anyone behind. He cut left, right. Not chasing points so much as erasing dangers. A three-pointer with a wheel wobble. Two one-pointers trying to flank a girl too focused on the big one to see them. Izuku's senses mapped flows like water. His feet writing routes the way fish write rivers. He grabbed a street sign, loose at the base, leverage begging to happen, wedged it under a toppled vending machine pinning a boy's leg, and pried. The hiss of pressure leaving lungs. The shivering breath of pain receding. Sense of oil and sweat and the sweet metallic tang of adrenaline. Can you walk? He asked. eyes scanning the structures above without needing to look. His ears told him which bolts were complaining. His nose told him which electrical fires were still just theoretical. Why yeah, the boy said, wild-eyed. Who are you? Midoriya, Izuku said. Point that way. Avoid the alley. The concrete's unhappy. It would have been cool if he'd run off into the smoke with a cape and a quip. Instead, he jogged away with a wheeze and a determination to hydrate. Heroes. Sometimes glamorous, mostly cardio. Robots smelled like burnt toast and bored batteries, he decided as he took out another T. Woe pointer by slamming it ankle first into a crater. He was collecting points whether he liked it or not. But he wasn't hunting. He was shepherding, nudging strangers down safer streets, scaring metal wolves away from the edges of his growing temporary pack. Halfway through, he smelled apple soap and panic. The zero-pointer announced itself the way thunderstorms announce themselves, by being everywhere at once. Screams rippled. The ground vibrated. A skyscraper on legs turned a corner like a building that had decided subtlety was for other nouns. Examinees scattered. Ochako was pinned under a slab of concrete near the edge of a collapsed facade, air full of dust glitter. She had one palm pressed to the slab, keeping it barely light enough not to crush her. Sweat rivered down her temple. The zero-pointer's shadow swept over her like a moon. Everything wanted to go up inside Izuku, the arrow, his heart, the beast. He breathed. Up, but only the leash. The arrow obeyed. The beast unfurled within bounds he'd set. Choice. He ran. The world obliged by getting out of the way. 2 steps, 3, and he was on a half-fallen beam. Jump. Fingers found purchase where logic said there wasn't any. He landed, rolled, came up under the slab. Weight sang down his bones. He set his feet. The edges of the world wanted to fuzz, he squeezed them sharp with breath. Hi, he said, because sometimes people needed normal words more than hero lines. You're doing great. I'm going to be rude to the ground now. Ochako's laugh came out as a shaky haw. Okay. He slid his hands under the concrete. Nails scraped stone. Ken's felt like they had teeth. He didn't push straight up. He turned the weight along the path its cracks wanted to go, levering it the way he'd levered bots. Predator physics. The slab grudgingly shifted. Ochako sucked in a breath. He lifted enough for her to wiggle free, then the edge slipped. Her foot caught. The zero-pointer screamed in hydraulics and bad decisions. On 3, Izuku said. And meant move with me. 1. He yanked. She twisted. The slab shifted. Her foot came loose with a pop that would have made him woozy 3 months ago and now just registered as data. He shoved the slab sideways and did not let the sudden spike of triumph turn into a monster. He tied it to his anchors, cape sent, and let the knot hold. Can you stand? He asked. Yeah, she gasped, cheeks flushed. Thank you. Oh no. They looked up together. The zero-pointer's arm swung down like a man who very much wanted to see a manager. Izuku could have run. Nobody expected examinees to fight the zero-pointer. The smart play was points. But Ochako was here and running would be leaving, and leaving would make the arrow in his chest point at the wrong version of himself forever. Go, he said to her without taking his eyes off the arm. I'll distract. What? No, she began, but he was already moving. He sprinted toward the arm, slid on a patch of dust, and came up with a length of rebar like a spear. He did not think kill. He thought cut the tendon. Machines didn't have tendons, but they had equivalences. He jammed the rebar into a seam at the joint and turned his entire body around it. Adding twist to force, the rebar bent, then bit. Sparks spooked the air. The arm's motion hitched, just enough to make it hit concrete instead of human. Pain zipped his forearms. His palms burned. His nails, sharp enough to catch, bit his own skin. He was going to have interesting hand photos later. Hey! Someone shouted behind him. Are you insane? Frequently. Izuku yelled back, and then, because this was also true, strategically, he let go before the machine could reclaim the rebar and ran for a jutting support column, classic city ruin. He monkeyed up it, stomach slamming into a balcony lip, and flung himself onto a second-story ledge. Height turned the map in his head into a clean sketch. Examinees clustered there. Safer routes coiled like ropes. He pointed, shouted directions. Made eye contact so the words would be received by brains currently pretending to be static-filled radios. Left alley, dead end, go around. You in red, turn back, gas leak smell, trust me. You two, carry him, shoulder over, good. He watched two boys shoulder a third and direct their panic away from bad air. He watched three examinees who would have tried to outrun the zero-pointer under it pivot and sprint between buildings that would not fall for at least 2 more minutes. He did the math, it made him proud and terrified. The zero-pointer's head rotated with all the grace of a vending machine trying to flirt. The eye assembly, a wide sensor, swept past him. Izuku's instincts offered 4 ways to blind it, 2 ways to bait it into collapsing itself into a pit, and 3 ways to get himself very thoroughly crushed doing either. He chose option 11, help more people leave. Hey! A voice blasted from below, like a trumpet had learned to scold. Iida, legs already doing something that looked both illegal and aerodynamic, skidded to a stop near Ochako. He bowed, quick and precise. I will assist this young lady to safety. What is your plan? Live, Izuku shouted down. Already moving. New plan every 5 seconds. Keep her moving. Watch the ground, if it smells hot, it is. Iida stared like he'd been handed a brand new category of traffic rule. Understood. Ochako looked up, met Izuku's eyes, and threw him a thumbs up aggressive enough to count as a minor attack. The zero-pointer plowed forward, hungry for exquisitely engineered mayhem. Izuku took a breath too deep and his chest lit. Not all the way. Not like a held lightning strike. A flicker. Like someone had softly snapped a glowstick behind his ribs. The line of pow. Ran up his arm to his fist and skittered away like a guilty thought. He exhaled fast and did not grab it. All Might's voice, the one he trusted, the one that held instead of pulled, reminded him, you don't need it yet. You already learned the choice. Later, Izuku whispered to the spark, and felt ridiculous and very real at the same time. He dropped from the ledge, rolled, came up near a 2p. Showing off to the wrong audience. He swept its knee, jammed a foot under its center of gravity, and turned. Robotic judo, he muttered, and would have been embarrassed if a girl sprinting past him hadn't laughed, niece. 3 more minutes. He herded. He hunted threats but not prey. He knocked a bot aside not for its points but because it had a line on a boy who'd tripped. He chose. Again and again until choosing felt not like a decision but like muscle memory. The horn blew. Examinees froze in the strange silence that follows adrenaline like the hush after a dropped plate. Izuku stood in dust and sweat and the faint sensation of a leash in his hands where no leash was. He realized he was grinning. He realized his hands were bleeding. He realized his legs intended to sit WN immediately and have a meeting with the floor. Midoriya, right. Ochako appeared at his elbow, flushed and beaming. Thank you. That was, whoa. He tried to say you're welcome and said to you. Like protein bars because his mouth had its own agenda and that agenda was carbs. She blinked, then laughed. Yes. He handed her one with a bloody smile. She took it like a medal. Iida jogged up, somehow not even out of breath, and bowed from the waist, which Izuku's instincts labeled respect display, acceptable pack ritual. Your leadership in a chaotic environment was exemplary, Iida declared. Also, please bandage your hands immediately. That is not an ask. Yes sir, Izuku said meekly, then, because he couldn't help it, added, sorry. Do not apologize for bleeding, Iida said, scandalized. Apologize for not carrying sterile gauze. I have wet wipes, Izuku offered. A start, Iida allowed. Recovery girl materialized like a helpful grandma ninja, smacked Izuku with a kiss on the cheek that felt like a sticker but healed like a science fiction plot device, and clucked, you children and your dramatic choices. Good job. Don't do it again. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said, because all other responses were errors. As the examinees filtered out, the zero-pointer hunched like a sulking building. A breeze picked up. It carried the faintest citrus and iron. Izuku lifted his head. Up in the observation booth. A silhouette shifted. He couldn't see faces. He could feel attention. One warm, bright presence. One cool, clinical one. Perhaps more, arrayed like chess pieces behind glass. He made himself stand up straight. He made himself breathe. He made himself not sniff conspicuously at the sky like a bloodhound with social anxiety. His phone buzzed in his pocket. One text. No sender. You chose to protect. Good. You chose to leave points. Better. We will teach you to do both without choosing. Tonight. Same rooftop. The arrow was steady. I am proud. Izuku swallowed. His chest wanted to burst and hide at the same time. He typed back with thumbs still bandaged from heroics and hubris. I didn't grab the spark. Dots. Then. Wise. Torches burn. Not every hallway needs light. Eat. Sleep. Breathe. A second buzz. Another message. This one labeled All Might, because All Might did not do the mysterious lurking in your contacts thing. Proud of you. We'll ice those NDS and your sense of proportion in the same session. Good work, young Midoriya. Izuku laughed out loud, then clapped a hand over his mouth because laughing by yourself in a destroyed cityscape reads as suspicious. On the way home, kids he didn't know nodded at him with that look, half gratitude, half did you just wrestle a building. He nodded back with the same look people give a past math test. By evening, his muscles filed a formal complaint, his mother made him sit, and he gave the stray dog half a sausage as payment for emotional support services rendered. He stood on the rooftop at 9 with the map of the day still warm in his palms. The city's heartbeat felt slower now that he knew he could match it without drowning. Sensei stepped from shadow to share the view. How was the hunt? He asked. A smile tucked into the corner of his voice. Busy, Izuku said. Loud. We left with everyone we came with. Sensei said, pleased. And the spark. I let it pass. Good boy. The words landed in two places, one that preened despite himself, and one that bristled. Izuku breathed. He put both reactions in his pocket. He needed both hands free for the path ahead. Tonight, Sensei said. The tea and paper smell curling around the cool air, we teach you how to take an arm off a giant without using your teeth. Izuku's grin came back, feral and fond. Strategic biting only, he agreed. Strategic everything, Sensei corrected, and the rooftop became a classroom where the lesson was the same one All Might had given him that morning in a different language, choose, again and again. Until even your instincts salute. Down below, Ua locked up its robots for the night. Up above, a boy with old blood and new chances balanced a leash and a torch, and learned where to place each without dropping either. The acceptance envelope was thick enough to be a doorstop and dramatic enough to be a thunderclap. Izuku opened it at the kitchen table with his mom gripping his sleeve like if she let go the letter would sprint away and join a circus. A tiny projector popped out, wobbled like a lazy firefly, and beamed All Might into their living room at 150% charisma. Congratulations, young Midoriya, boomed the miniature symbol of peace, making the fridge magnet with the smiling eggplant wobble. For your conduct in the practical, specifically, your prioritization of rescue in the face of overwhelming odds, you have earned rescue points and a place at UA. Hi. Izuku's mom burst into tears. Izuku burst into noises not usually made by humans. The projector ned off with a wink and a reminder to hydrate responsibly. His phone buzzed twice almost at the same time. All Might, proud of you. Prepare for orientation, and for stretching. Sensei. Well done. Remember, attention is a tide. Let it roll past. Breathe. He held both messages in his palm like two very different seashells that, when you put them to your ear, gave you two very different kinds of ocean. UA. Day 1 smelled like fresh paint, chalk, disinfectant, and 100 different kinds of teenage deodorant bravely attempting diplomacy. The gates were larger than memory. The hallways echoed with nerves. Izuku found Class 1A by following the sound of ambition. He reached for the door. Wait. Izuku blinked. Iida slid into his peripheral like a PowerPoint with legs. The hallway is not the place for running, Iida announced, then seemed startled by the fact that Izuku had already not run. He cleared his throat, recalibrated to friendly mode, and bowed. Good morning. I wanted to commend your leadership during the exam. I am Tenya Iida. Midoriya, Izuku said, bowing back, managing not to apologize for existing. I like your elbows. His brain threw a shoe at his mouth. Your form. It's very good. Iida blinked, then beamed like he'd been complimented on his favorite engine. Thank you. The door slid open. Morning. Ochako chirped, waving with the kind of energy that could power a small windmill. We made it. And I am still surrounded by extras, Bakugo growled from his desk, which would have sounded scarier if he didn't also look like he'd slept in his uniform and fought a raccoon in a laundry basket. He pointed a thumb at Izuku, glaring with fond hostility. Don't make me regret not punching you today, Deku. You're not going to punch me? Izuku asked, genuinely moved. Today, Bakugo repeated pointedly, then looked away fast, ears a little pink. A boy with red hair like a sunrise Kirishima waved from a side row. Yo, you're the strategic biting guy, right? Respect. Only when necessary, Izuku said on reflex. Man, same, Kirishima said, as if that were a normal thing people said before homeroom. A girl with a black baba. ND eyes that had seen your soul. Jiro slid an earphone jack a little closer to hear better. Momo Yaoyorozu adjusted her bow with the calm of someone who had already scheduled success. Mina Ishido Gri. NNED like trouble in friendly handwriting. A boy with a bird head sat like a poem about midnight. Siro, Sato, Kaminari, Suyu, names attached themselves to sense, postures, micro-expressions. Pack, something in him sighed, hopeful and wary. A yellow caterpillar lay on the floor near the teacher's podium. Izuku's nose said laundry detergent and sleep deprivation. The caterpillar unzipped. A man with messy hair, dry eyes, and a patience that had been forced through a blender. Aizawa Shota stood up in a capture weapon cocoon and regarded them all like a man who had accidentally adopted 24 puppies and refused to admit he loved them. It took 8 seconds, he said, in a tone so flat it deserved its own geology lecture, for someone to put their foot in the door and another to deliver a motivational speech in a hallway. Problematic. Iida turned the color of a stop sign. Izuku discreetly retracted his foot. I am your homeroom teacher, Aizawa went on. I dislike small talk. Change into these. He tossed a bundle of UA gym uniforms with the grace of a disgruntled crane machine. Orientation. Orientation is a test. Out. The class exploded into mild chaos. Ah, so we're doing the thing now, Mina said. Delighted. Let's go. Kirishima fist pumped the air like it had personally encouraged him once. Izuku's phone buzzed once in his pocket. Sensei. The one in the scarf erases. Do not rely on names. Rely on breath. He texted back with a thumb that didn't shake. Got it. The field was a clean slice of sky with a track. Aizawa laid out the tests with all the excitement of an accountant reading a tax code aloud. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. Ball throw, 50-meter dash, grip strength, broad jump, shuttle run, sit-ups, and a long-distance run. You're here to be heroes. Show me you belong. He turned to Bakugo. You placed first on the entrance exam. Bakugo smirked, exploding sweat already a glittery halo. Obviously. Throw, Aizawa said, handing him a ball. Bakugo launched it with a rocket boom that rattled the nearest crow. The digital board flashed 705.2 meters. Dude, Kaminari whispered, impressed. He yeeted the moon. Aizawa's eyes slid to Izuku, heavy-lidded but sharp. Midoriya. Izuku's stomach attempted a somersault. He stepped into the ring, ball in hand, senses singing. He could hear the leather creak. He could smell last night's rain steaming off the track. He could see the precise angle his wrist wanted to take to send the ball exactly to the far fence. Up, the arrow breathed. Up is fun. Down, Izuku answered, and chose. He didn't need the spark. He didn't need the mask. He had the mechanics. He turned his hips, used the ground, and threw a clean, powerful arc that made the digital board blink 78.4 meters, solid, not explosive. Murmurs. A few disappointed oohs. Aizawa's mouth twitched infinitesimally. Again, Aizawa said blandly. With your other factor. Izuku's heart drummed. He reached for the arrow's leash, not the spark's wire. Breath. Anchor. He let the primeval whisper through his muscles. Tighter coil, sharper release, sight the airflow, turn the weight of the ball the way he turned robots and stones. He didn't let his pupils narrow. He didn't let his shoulders hunch. He kept his mouth smiling like a kid throwing a ball to a dog in a park. He threw. The ball sliced air like it owed him money. The board flashed 143.1 meters. Kirishima whistled. Feral form, but make it sports. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, dry and thoughtful. Izuku felt a brush across his senses, like someone had run a dull knife along a violin string to see if it would still sing. The world dimmed, just a little. Not his ears, not his nose. His skin. Erasure, he realized. Aizawa's look pushed down quirk energy like a lid on a pot. But his bloodline memory wasn't a flame to snuff. It was a map. The dimness made him blink, it didn't blind him. Aizawa's mouth tightened a fraction. He looked away first. Next, the teacher said. Dash. Iida set the curve. Legs a blur, wind screaming that it had been outpaced. Izuku leaned forward at the hip, not the shoulders, let the arrow point smooth instead of fast, and clocked decent instead of headline. He could have done more. He did not. He didn't want to set off alarms on day one. Grip strength. Sato crushed numbers like an affectionate bear. Izuku watched his own meter climb to a respectable 108 kilograms, then stop. He smiled and stepped back before the needle could tell on him. Standing broad jump. Kaminari tried to sell style points and almost sold his bones to the ground. Izuku jumped far enough and landed quiet, which somehow earned a nod from Tokiyami that felt like being recognized by midnight. Between tests, Class 1A began to, Class 1A. Mina. Rule 1 of the Feral Safety Handbook, no bacon in class. Zero. Rule 2, no squeaky toys. Kirishima producing a stress ball shaped like a dumbbell, exception for chew toys. He tossed it to Izuku with a grin. Quote, for when you want to gnaw the scoreboard. Izuku caught it, startled, then laughed. All, put this to responsible use. Ochako scribbled, Feral Safety Handbook V0.1 at the top of a page and underlined it twice with joy. Momo peered over her shoulder, added, Rule 3, do not startle Midoriya with laser pointers, and began outlining a proper pamphlet. Bakugo snorted, you're all idiots. He looked at Izuku. Don't actually eat the ball next time. I would never, Izuku said solemnly, then, because honesty was a reflex, added, on purpose. Aizawa drifted near, scarf whispering, eyes half lidded and awake. Midoriya. Izuku straightened. Yes, sensei. Aizawa's gaze slid over him like a scanner that had been used too much and still worked perfectly. When I erased you just now, something persisted. You felt it. It wasn't a question. Izuku held his breath for a heartbeat, then set it down gently. My instincts, he said carefully. I'm learning to keep them quiet. I don't want to hurt anyone. Aizawa's mouth didn't move. Something about him softened anyway. Intent matters, he said, which from Aizawa sounded like a hug wrapped in sandpaper. Control matters more. If you feel yourself slipping, you will inform me. Not later. Now. Understood. Yes, Izuku said, the yes landing in his bones like a rule they appreciated. If I feel like I'm slipping, I tell you. Good, Aizawa said, already walking away. Last test. Long run. Try not to make me call recovery girl for a stupid reason. Define stupid, Kaminari stage whispered. Existing, Aizawa intoned without turning. The final run shook out the remaining bravado and left basic pack behind. Izuku paced near the front, setting a tempo that let people draft in his wake. He called hazards before they arrived. Puddle, slippery. Left cone is cracked. Side stitch. Exhale on the left foot. People listened. People breathed. People finished. Aizawa clicked his pen. Not terrible, he summarized, which sent a ripple of relief through 20 teenagers like a warm breeze in a room full of paper. He turned to the class with all the ceremony of a weather report. Some of you have potential. Some of you have bad habits. All of you have a lot of work to do. Go shower. Then orientation paperwork. If you see me, it's because something went wrong. He slithered back into his sleeping bag like a man returning to a sacred temple. They staggered toward the locker rooms in a loose herd. Kirishima bumped Izuku's shoulder. Dude, you were like a shepherd with a cardio problem. Respect. Feral shepherd, Mina mused. Adding that to the handbook. Please don't, Izuku begged, smiling. Already done, Ochako chirped, then softer, hey. You okay? You looked quiet for a second when Mr. Aizawa stared. Izuku considered lying. He considered the way lying sat in his chest like a stone in a shoe. I'm learning how to be me. Without freaking anyone out. She bumped him lightly with her arm. You didn't freak me out. You were safe. Like you meant it. That landed like a bell struck once and still ringing. Thanks, he said, and meant it. His phone buzzed in the pocket of his gym shorts. He glanced. 2 messages again. The duet of his days. All Might, how was the first day? Proud of you already. Don't overextend, save fireworks for when they save people. Sensei, The eraser teacher sniffed your edges. Good. Let him. A leash is only dangerous if you don't know who's holding it. Izuku typed back to All Might first. Good day. Controlled. Class is, really good. Thank you. Then to Sensei. He felt, what I am. It didn't erase. I told him I'd warn if I slipped. The reply came quick, like a smile you weren't supposed to see. Truth is a shield when chosen. Well done. Tonight, light work. Breath. Mask for 5 minutes only. Anchors. Cape, tea, laughter. As the class filtered back in homeroom clothes, wet hair, bright eyes, a palpable buzz, the door opened and a new presence filled the threshold like a sunrise trying to fit in a doorway. All Might, in a yellow tie that had seen terrible things and survived, grinned with several thousand lumens. I am, he paused, pointed at himself with a thumb, and confided. Also a teacher here. The room erupted. Mina squealed. Kaminari shorted half a thought. Iida simultaneously saluted and tried not to combust. Bakugo scowled art enough to break pencils at a distance. Izuku's chest filled, then steadied. Citrus and iron. Anchor. Tea and paper. Anchor. Laughter. Anchor. He looked around at his pack, the loud, the quiet, the brave, the ridiculous, and felt the arrow in his chest settle on a point beyond the horizon. He could follow both lights if he learned where to put his feet. Ochako raised a hand. Mr. All Might, is there a rule against bringing snacks to homeroom? All snacks must be shared. All Might declared. Mina scribbled Rule 4 into the Feral Safety Handbook V0.2, share snacks. Especially bacon. Then crossed out bacon and wrote granola with a dramatic sigh as Iida cleared his throat. Izuku laughed, tucked the chew toy stress ball into his bag, and breathed. The day smelled like new beginnings and floor cleaner. The leash in his hand was light. The torch on his shoulder was warm. And somewhere in the quiet between those two, a boy with old blood practiced choosing, over and over, until and the part of him that loved to run learned to stay when it mattered. UA had a very specific way of making your heart rate a learning objective. Battle trial. All Might announced, blasting the word across the gym like a national holiday. He swept an arm toward the far wall. With costumes. The panel slid open. Boxes rolled out, each stamped with a student's name and a disturbing amount of confidence. Class 1A swarmed them with the enthusiasm of puppies meeting a staircase. Izuku found his. The lid popped with a little hiss like a soda sighing. Inside, green, a hood with stubby ears. Because he had sent in a design at 2 in the morning that had seemed like a good idea then, plus reinforced gloves and knee guards, lightweight plates that didn't scream armor but whispered don't shatter. The mask was a simple mouth guard, not a full face, not the half mask sensei had given him. Airflow open, no electronics, teacher approved. Not bad, he breathed, fingers mapping seams like his. Palms were developing an opinion about tailoring. The fabric smelled new, dye, thread, the faint sterile tang of a factory afternoon. It would collect anchors soon. It would learn his story. He smiled, surprised at the thought. Lockers banged. Laughter rang. Class 1A reassembled on the gym floor in full color. Kirishima in crimson and shoulder plates like optimism had discovered metalwork, Iida W. ITH engines for calves and justice for posture, Ochako in pink and practical pads, helmet tucked under her arm like a bubble of courage. Bakugo stomped out in bracers built like arguments, grenadier gauntlets grinning with explosive intent. All Might beamed so hard the lights dimmed out of respect. Splendid. You look like heroes. And also, statistically speaking, interns on their first day. Now, rules. The holoscreen flickered on with a map of a multi-floor office building, hallways like arteries, stairwells like choices, windows tagged do not jump from these as a polite suggestion. Lanes have hidden a nuclear device on an upper floor, All Might declaimed with mock solemnity, pointing at a cartoon warhead that frowned judgmentally. Heroes win by capturing the villains or touching the weapon in time. Villains win by capturing the heroes or running out the clock. Capture tape, not actual handcuffs. Do not destroy the building. That includes throwing the building at the other team. His eyes twinkled. Yes, I am looking at you even if you don't think I am. Teams of 2, the hollow added, spinning a randomized draw. Names flickered, settled. Team A, heroes Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Team D, villains Bakugo Katsuki and Iida Tenya. Bakugo's smile went feral in a way that made Izuku's instincts spring to a sit. Iida adjusted his glasses as if the weight of villainy had smudged them. Oh no. Kaminari Stage whispered, our boy just pulled a boss fight with a sub-boss tutorial. Let's go, Deku, Bakugo growled, savoring syllables like they were gunpowder. Don't choke. All teams. Proceed to staging. All Might clapped. Team D, to the building with the weapon. Team A, wait outside. You'll have 5 minutes to plan. And remember, this is a lesson. If you break yourself, you will be graded for it. Graded how? Zero asked, suddenly nervous. On a curve. All Might radiated happiness. Zero looked less reassured than the word intended. The villains, 5 minutes started. Iida and Bakugo jogged into the building. The door thunked behind them. The camera feeds lit up on the observation deck, angles from corners, rooftops, stairwells. Izuku and Dio Chaco huddled just beyond the starting line. Her helmet was tucked under her arm, he could smell apple soap and adrenaline. He held his wrist lightly, cape scrap under the band. Anchor. Okay, strategy, Ochako said. Bouncing once to keep her nerves from staging a coup. I can make stuff float and unfloat. You are good at everything. She said it like she was reading a fact printed on the box he had just stepped out of. Not everything, he said quickly, fighting a blush under the green hood. But I can, map flows. If you make me light I can move fast without breaking the floor. I can send out people. And traps. He lowered his voice on the last word. Instinct told him Bakugo set traps only in the sense that he was one. Right. She pointed at the schematic like a military planner wearing a smiley face sticker. They'll put the bomb in the largest room near the top, space to defend, sightlines, blah blah. Iida will guard like he's auditioning for villain Hamlet. Bakugo will come for me, Izuku finished. Embarrassment and something older stirring in his chest. He wants the fight. He'll use the building's blind corners. His senses flicked over the structure, grasping it like a familiar game board. Stairwell on the west has a crumbling second landing, no good. East stairwell is narrow, good for him, bad for us. Central elevator shaft, I could. His mouth did a tactical assessment. His brain closed one eye in polite horror. No, not safe. Could we split? Ochako asked. He almost said no, pack instincts bucked at separation. He breathed. Down. We should move together until Bakugo commits. Then you slip past while I make noise. Bait, she said. Distraction, he corrected gently. Bait is for luring. Distraction is for choice. Her grin flashed. You talk like a hero documentary. I practice in underpasses, he confessed. A chime. All Might's voice from the PA, begin. The building swallowed them with a cool exhale. The air smelled of dust, metal studs, paint primer. And somewhere far above, the chemical lemon of freshly mopped floors, Iida. That man would mop in a burning room. They moved low and quiet. Izuku's green boots kissed tile and forgot to echo. Ochako patted like a cat that had decided being a hero was a side hustle. After 2 turns, they reached the east stairwell. He put a palm to the wall. It told his bones a story, footsteps up, heavy and confident Bakugo. And a metronomic pat 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 that had to be Iida practicing villainous pacing and failing to be anything but precise. Izuku lifted 2 fingers. Ochako nodded. They climbed. 2nd floor landing. The world went boom. Heat grazed his cheek like an angry kiss. The smoke was damp with nitrite and pride. A blast mark bloomed across the wall where his face had almost been. Found you, nerd. Bakugo purred from the smoke. Izuku didn't think. He listened. The roar of the grenade gauntlets masked breath and feet, but it couldn't mask how the plume rolled. Left. He cut right. Fingers hooking Ochako's elbow. An explosion turned the corner into a persuasion campaign for stop, drop, and rethink your life choices. Run, Izuku said, and then made himself not run. Instead, he moved forward, 1 step. 2, baiting line of sight. The smoke thinned for a heartbeat. Bakugo's grin thundered through. Izuku put his palm on the ground and turned the push of the next blast. Riding the pressure like a wave instead of letting it bite. They vaulted up 1 more flight in the gust. I'll put up cover, Ochako panted, smacking her palm to a chunk of broken wall. It floated like a lazy UFO. She said it skimming behind them at shoulder height, mobile shield. He nodded, heart thudding but steady. Bakugo's voice chased them up the stairs, gutters full of glass. Come on, Deku. Thought you wanted to be a hero. Stop running. Izuku wanted to. Oh, he wanted. The arrow in his chest flicked up, the beast wrapped its fists on his ribs. Fight. Bite. End this. He breathed. Down. He touched his wrist. Cape. Citrus and iron. He touched the memory of tea and old paper. Choose. Keep going, he told Ochako, and took the hallway left instead of right, toward the sound that wanted him. The corridor narrowed. Bakugo exploded through a door like guilt through an excuse, sparks spitting in thin, bright arcs. His first punch was a meteor. Izuku didn't block it. He wasn't an anime training dummy. He slid, stole a wrist, and used Bakugo's shoulder line like a lever, dumping him past and into a load-bearing sulk of plywood. Bakugo caught himself with a caw crack. On the wall. Blasted backward on purpose to clear distance, rolled, and came up already mid-curse. Stop with your fancy elbow judo, boom, and fight me. Respectfully, Izuku said, ducking another flash, no. He punched the floor near Bakugo's lead foot instead, a sharp turn on tile to slide his opponent's center of gravity a hair offline. The blast hit late. Bakugo snarled, half in anger, half in enjoy. Meant like a dragon discovering a laser pointer. A crackle from Izuku's earpiece, All Might commentary piped to the class. Oh ho, Midoriya is diverting force. Look at those pivots. He's thinking like a hero, no wasted aggression. Aizawa's voice, dry as chalk. He's thinking like someone who has to share a classroom with his opponent after this. Meanwhile, Iida was guarding. The camera feed showed. A large conference room turned into an altar for regulations, bomb on a table, chairs placed with precision, windows taped at measured intervals because safety, Iida gliding between them like a Roomba that had found purpose in life. Villain Iida is quite committed, Momo observed politely. He's role-playing a CEO who gave himself a performance review, Jiro murmured. Let him, Aizawa said. He's terrifying when happy. Back in the hall, Bakugo tried a different angle. What's with the dodging, Deku? You got power now, right? Show me. Or are you scared you'll lose it like always? The words hit like nails flicked at skin, small, sharp, designed to irritate and infect. The arrow in Izuku's chest twitched. He tasted sparks and childhood. He saw teachers pulling two boys apart and hear a mother's tired apology in the same breath as a friend's laugh on a rooftop. His pupils wanted to thin. He smiled instead. It wasn't defiance. It wasn't terror. It was free. I'm not here to prove something to you, he said. I'm here to get her to the bomb. Bakugo snarled a word that might have been coward, and might have been friend, turned inside out. He launched. Izuku let him. He stepped in, short, stole space. And turned, shoulder to elbow to wrist, just enough to send Bakugo's blast past him and into a ceiling panel that clanged down like a cymbal. Stop using physics on me. Bakugo yelled. Never. Izuku yelled back, breathless laughter in it because choosing felt like strong bones. Ochako. He said into his wristband mic, voice dropping. Go. On it, her whisper came. Somewhere above and left like a kite string. I found an airshaft cover. I am not crawling through it because that's gross, but I can float it and myself into that window gap. Watch the, he started, already moving. As a thin wire snapped under his foot with the eager twang of a trap saying disaster time. The floor tile popped. A foam snare spat up like a happy squid. Izuku twisted out of it, catching only a smear on his boot. Bakugo laughed, delighted despite himself. Knew you'd take the left. I teach probability when I'm not cleaning beaches, Izuku said, backing into ATJU. And action and flicking his attention hard right. Where would I be if I wanted to be dramatic and helpful? A light blinked down the hall, synced suspiciously to Iida's heartbeat. No. A ventilation fan. He sniffed. Lemon. He smiled. Bakugo took the bait like it had called his mother a coward. He fired high. Izuku ducked and shoved the blast with an open palm, turning its pressure into a slap to a door. Whose lock said we are not built for this conversation? The door surrendered. The corridor howled. Have fun. Izuku called and sprinted the other way. Up 2 flights. Down a back stair. Through a room where training mannequins watched in polite horror. He found the conference room by feel more than sight. He could hear Iida's engines purr idle. He could smell the adhesive satisfaction of tape perfectly aligned. He paused at the threshold. Ochako, he whispered. Window, she whispered back, somewhere above, breath steady. 2 meters left of you. He flattened against the wall and peered around the frame. The bomb sat on a table like an ugly lamp. Iida had staged stanchions. Where did he get stanchions? And was mid-patrol with a posture that said no. Izuku stepped out, hands raised. Ed like he was a polite raccoon caught near a picnic basket. Hello. I would like the bomb. Iida's eyes behind the glasses flashed. The look of a man who had been raised to say please and thank you and halt, villain with equal sincerity. You shall not pass, he declared, doing a little engine flare that left a very neat burnish on the polished floor. Respectfully, Tenya Iida, Izuku said, Beck. Oz names could be used like sutures when you wanted someone to stay whole. You are very good at rules. Iida froze half a step. Compliments were his kryptonite. And I know you will guard that vice like it's the last seat at a seminar on proper hallway etiquette, Izuku continued. But rules say, if I touch it, we win. Iida adjusted his glasses at the speed of light. Yes, he admitted. But you won't. Probably. Izuku agreed. Unless. He raised his right hand into the doorway, fingers spread like a non-threatening starfish. He let Iida focus on it, open, obvious, lure. Iida lowered his stance, ready to lunge. Izuku's left hand slid to his belt, found the capture tape, and flicked it under the table at ankle level, a lazy slide along the floor that looked like nothing and was actually a line drawn on the world. Above them, a window latch clicked. Now, Izuku said. Ochako dropped in like a guppy parachutist, boots whispering across the table, palm tapping the bomb as lightly as a wish. Hero team wins. All Might's voice detonated in everybody's ears with confetti audio. Streamers popped from somewhere because of course they did. Iida skidded to a dramatic halt mid-lunge. Hands framing his own shocked face. My weakness. A well-timed rule and a window. Ochako grinned, a little breathless, and then immediately apologized to the bomb for stepping on the table without a coaster. The celebration lasted exactly half a second before Bakugo arrived like a concept car plowing through a wall. He blew the door clean off its hinges and sent it cartwheeling past Izuku with enough shrapnel to make the word woe feel underdressed. For a heartbeat, there was only Bakugo, smoke, grin, fury, and the clean adrenaline smell of someone who loved the moment more than he hated the person in it. His eyes locked on Izuku's. Izuku's arrow jerked up so hard his breath hitched. Then he saw it, trajectory. The exploding door had caromed off a chair leg, skittered toward the stanchion. Clipped the edge of the table. The bomb wobbled just enough to flirt with the idea of falling. Falling would mean broken casing, would mean referee intervention, would mean All Might diving in and someone getting hurt because Pride was a poor spotter. He had half a second to pick which thing he was. Izuku moved before the thought finished. He cut across Bakugo's line not to attack but to rescue, 2 steps. One hand on the bomb, weight turned into the table leg to stabilize instead of topple. He caught the stanchion with his toe. It spun, thunked, and braced the wobbling corner like it had trained for this its entire life. Bakugo's blast skittered wide, scorching a perfect circle on the floor because even chaos had aesthetics. He stared, mouth open for a word that wasn't on the menu. All Might's laugh came over the speakers, involuntary and proud. A classic hero choice. Aizawa's voice, softer than he probably realized. Good. Bakugo's jaw locked. He looked like he was chewing glass on principle. You, he said, and the word filled with too many years. He yanked his chin away. Fight me for real next time. When it will save someone, Izuku said, gentle. It wasn't a victory. It was a line he had drawn in his own sand. A beat. Bakugo huffed, not quite a laugh, not quite a snarl, and stomped out, swearing at chairs formally for pretending to be trip hazards. Iida slumped, then straightened as if his bones had remembered their brand guidelines. Excellent villain comportment by me, he declared to the ceiling, then bowed to Ochako. Indecisive heroics by you, Uraraka. Teamwork, she said. Cheeks pink. We like windows. The PA pinged again. Switch sides. All Might sang. Heroes become villains and villains become heroes. Different pairs next matches. Let's give our classmates notes. Quote. Back in the observation deck, classmates swarmed Izuku and Ochako with a flurry of compliments and how did you do that? Kaminari offered a high five, then NCED when Izuku's bandaged palms reminded him of the entrance exam. Oh right. Ow. Wait, are your hands always bleeding? Only when I forget gloves, Izuku said meekly. Rule 5, Mina announced. Pen poised over Feral Safety Handbook VO.3. Midoriya wears gloves unless eating snacks or applauding emotionally. Good rule, Kirishima approved. Also, bro, that pivot you did. Manly. But, like, gentlemanly. Gentlemanly. Gentlemanly, Zero repeated, satisfied with the pun. Hero named Gentlewolf confirmed. Please no, Izuku begged, smiling helplessly. Ochako bumped his shoulder. You okay? His lungs had that post-adrenaline tremble, but his leash was still in his hand and the torch hadn't singed him. Yeah, he said. Then, honest. Better than okay. Bakugo was a black thund. Or Cloud in the far corner nursing a bruised ego and probably planning to bench press the concept of humility later. He glared at Izuku until eye contact almost set something on fire, then looked away, lips thinning. The angle of his shoulders said not finished but also, huh. All Might swept in with a stack of clipboards because even legends sometimes needed paperwork. Feedback. He boomed. Midoriya, splendid redirection. Uraraka, excellent timing. Iida, stirring villainy. Bakugo, impressive power and spirited determination. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Young Bakugo, remember, your teammate is part of your victory. Iida raised his hand. I would like to request a syllabus for villain comportment. No, Aizawa said from the doorway, eyes red with erasure but voice edged with fondness. Absolutely not. Midoriya. His gaze cut over. Your other thing. How's the leash? Izuku met his eyes. He let the arrow hum visible for a second, a ripple under skin, control without growl, then set it down. On, he said. Aizawa nodded once, the motion a small stamp on a large form. Good. Keep it that way. If it slips, you come to me. I mean during the slip if you can, not 12 hours later with a PowerPoint. I could make a PowerPoint, Izuku offered because honesty kept his mouth employed. Don't, Aizawa said, already turning. Or do. But still tell me first. All Might clapped, derailing further teacher-student mutual attempts at stoicism. Next bout. Rotate. Teams churned. Notes scribbled. The building threw its best tantrums and Class 1A learned to count to 10 while dodging metaphorical furniture. Between bouts, Izuku's phone buzzed once where he'd left it in his box. He palmed it under the bench, screen turned low. No sender. Your choice to save the device. Instead of striking your rival cost you nothing and gained you much. Remember this feeling. Use it later to justify a different choice. Izuku stared. Words tasted like tea and kind. The sentence fell. Tea like a hand sliding an extra card into a deck when you weren't looking. He typed, fingers steady. We won because we didn't treat the fight like the only thing in the room. The reply came after a long pause, thoughtful. True. Tonight. Same time. Short work. We will add movement to your breath. The leash should be a ribbon, not a chain. He looked up at the window where All Might stood talking. Save roots with Smintos between matches, laughing in bursts that made the glass want to hum. Between teacher and shadow, he stood with a leash in one hand and a torch in the other, both lighter B. 'Cause he had something else now, a pack, to help him carry them. Hey, Ochako said, leaning into his vision with a grin. Good chapter title for today, Predator vs. Pride, but the Predator remembered he's a shepherd. Please stop naming my life in a way that makes sense, Izuku begged, ears warm. Never, she chirped. He breathed. In, hold, 3, out. The arrow settled. The beast yawned, then curled up, content for now. The handbook gained 3 new rules during the next match. Rule 6. When Midoriya says, left is left unless he says, you're left, in which case all bets are off. Rule 7. Don't taunt Bakugo with puns unless you can bench press a small car. Rule 8. Share snacks. This one was circled 3 times and underlined by All Might when he signed it for fun. Before the bell dismissed them, Aizawa collected the capture tape, counting, always counting, and said without looking up, Midoriya. Izuku stepped forward. The yes ready. Whatever that thing is in your bones, Aizawa said, voice soft enough that only the bench could hear it, it isn't the problem. Hiding it would be. Keep making choices I can grade. Izuku swallowed past the lump that wanted to be a howl if he wasn't careful. Yes, sensei. As they filed out, Bakugo shoulder-checked him with surgical precision, enough to say I'm here. Not enough to bruise. Feral nerd, he muttered. Explodo bro, Izuku returned, equally soft. A pause. Bakugo's mouth twitched. He stalked off, swearing at the concept of doors just to stay on brand. Outside, the sky had the varnished look of late afternoon. The air smelled like rubber, chalk, and a future that refused to sneak up. Izuku's phone buzzed again. All Might this time. You kept your head in your heart. Proud. Ice those hands anyway. He texted back. Yes, sir. And, thank you for the class. The reply used fewer words and said more. Always. On the walk to the lockers. The stray dog from his route trotted up to the fence as if it had gotten an invite. It boofed once, approving. Kirishima cracked up. Ochako waved. Iida tried to offer the dog a pamp. H let on crosswalk safety because of course he did. Jiro played a 3-note riff on her jacks that sounded like good job. Aizawa pretended not to smile. All Might definitely smiled. Izuku breathed, shoulders loosening, arrow settling. Leash light. The chapter closed not on a fight, but on a choice and the quiet knowledge that the person he wanted to be had just gotten a little easier to see. That night, he would meet Sensei on the roof and learn to make his breath and feet agree even when the ground disagreed. He would turn the ribbon in his hands until it obeyed like another limb. He would learn something useful and tuck it beside something true. For now, he let his pack carry the moment with him. Rule 9. Mina sang as they disappeared into the hallway hum. When the day smells like victory and floor cleaner. We celebrate with shared snacks. Shared snacks, Iida echoed, solemn as a vow. Granola, Momo amended. Bacon, Bakugo tried, from down the hall. No. Half the class yelled, laughing. Izuku's chuckle trailed them like a tail. He hadn't needed the spark. He hadn't worn the mask. He had picked the bomb up before it fell and put a friend down gently without pushing him away. Predator versus Pride could wait. Today, the shepherd had won. The beach had stopped looking like a bad decision and started looking like a before photo that believed in itself. Izuku and All Might stood at the waterline. The sky a pale coin flipping between morning and day. All that and you still had gas in the tank for class, All Might said, arms folded, proud in a way that made the gulls preen. You redirected force, protected an objective, and chose. That last one is the lesson most people fail. Izuku flexed his taped fingers. I also almost got into a pun fight with Bakugo. All Might's grin twitched. We all walk close to the edge. Stretch. Ice. In Midoriya, he tilted his head, reading Izuku the way surgeons read charts. If the world feels too loud today, tell Aizawa. He is good at turning down volumes. Right, Izuku said, tucking the cape scrap deeper under his wristband. Anchor. Citrus and iron. Safe. His phone vibrated once as he packed up. Tonight, small work. Practice turning the arrow mid-step. If the school prods your edges today, it will breathe. Izuku smiled despite the whisper of nerves. He typed a quick OK, then jogged toward UATH. E-City's morning humming under his feet like he'd stepped onto a moving walkway. Homeroom had become a ritual of organized chaos. Mina's feral safety handbook had migrated from a joke page to a staple. Ed pamphlet with a cover doodle of a wolf in a UA gym uniform giving a thumbs up. Momo had added a table of contents because of course she had. Rule 4 got amended, she told Izuku as he slid into his chair. He read the neat script. Rule 4. Share snacks, granola preferred, bacon prohibited, jerky allowed with written consent. Who? He started. Iida insisted on the consent form, she said serenely. Iida nodded. Producing a single page, jerky protocol, that included checkboxes for brand, spice level, and emergency distribution plan. Kirishima tossed Izuku the tiny dumbbell-shaped stress ball. For science, he said. In your jaw. Chew toy, Jiro deadpanned, plugging one jack into her ear and the other into her patient's. Bakugo thunked into his seat, scowling like someone had told him the letter K was cancelled. If anyone says muzzle, I'm throwing them out the window. No one said muzzle, Mina said sweetly, writing Rule 10, don't say muzzle in pink. The door shinked open. Aizawa drifted in like a thundercloud that had learned minimalism. He took one look at the pamphlet in Izuku's hands. Handbook. he said, voice flat. Safety guide, Momo corrected, undeterred. Fine, Aizawa sighed. Rubbing at an eye like the word fine was a migraine. You'll need it. Today is boundary day. I want to see where you break before the world does. Kaminari raised a hand. What if we just didn't? Then the world breaks you as a surprise, Aizawa said. Training Field C. Move. Field C had been converted into a gymnasium maze by someone with a grudge and a budget. P. Overloader's industrial signature was everywhere. Adjustable walls, retractable nets, tracks in the floor for modular hazards. Present mic bounced by a console, finger guns blazing. Welcome to Sensory SUFFLE. He trilled. We crank the dials. You don't puke. I already regret this, Tokiyami said, watching a lighting rig unfold like a carnivorous spider. Aizawa held up a clicker. We'll do it in pairs. One inside, one outside is spotter. Safe word is yellow. If you say it, I stop the run. If you don't say it and I think you should have, you're doing push-ups until your soul files a complaint. Midoriya. Izuku stepped forward, stomach doing a neat flip that his arrow politely filed under noted. You first, Aizawa said. Uraraka, you're his spotter. Ochako threw him a double thumbs up. Then scribbled Rule 11, respect safe words in the handbook's margin. Aizawa raised the clicker. We're testing for quasi-feral responses, he said, clinical. Noise, light, scent, controlled, supervised, with medical on standby. He nodded to Recovery Girl, who waved a lollipop like a wand. You feel a slip, you say it. We'll calibrate. Izuku breathed. In, hold, 3, out. Ready. The maze swallowed him. At first, dim. Then light snapped to noon in a warehouse, hot, hard, unkind. Speakers whispered crowd noise, then present mic twitched the dial and the whisper became a cheer, then a siren, then a baby crying. Then silence. Scents rolled in layers like weather. Rubbing alcohol, mop lemon, pepper, something fake sweet and floral. Fans stirred the air, gusts, then stillness. Floor panels vibrated under a fake stampede. Up, the arrow purred. Up would be so fast. He'd expected the want. He hadn't expected the particulars, how each stimulus tried to hook a different instinct. Sirens tugged at move faster. Crying pulled find, pepper jabbed get out, lemon said all might. And his hands trembled even as he smiled at himself for learning the scent wrong on purpose. He touched his wrist. Cape, citrus and iron, anchor, breath, down. The world's edges softened from razor to ruler. Heart rate. Aizawa's voice crackled from a ceiling speaker. Up then steady, Izuku said, surprised to hear how calm he sounded. Pupil response. Normal, he said. His eyes wanted to narrow. He did not let them. Teeth. Intact, he answered dryly. The maze tightened, walls narrowing to phone booth width. Then opening into a false lobby with two mannequins slumped like bad dreams. A child's laugh played from somewhere above and to the left, a hiss of steam to the right. His brain drew lines. The arrow pointed two ways. He picked left, find the kid, and the laugh cut to static as a light strobed. Yellow. Aizawa's voice invited. Not yellow, Izuku said, and meant it. He bent, palms to knees, waited 2 breaths. Let his inner dog smell the air without chasing it. The hiss was pipes, the laugh was a loop, neither had a pulse. He moved on. The strobe died. Lights fell to gray. In the new quiet, the scent diffuser kicked a tiny bullet into the room, tea and old paper. He stopped dead. Midoriya. Ochako's voice, tight now. You good. He was. He wasn't. The smell took his heart in 2 hands, home. But not, and he didn't like that the maze knew it. He breathed through his teeth, let the want to relax pass like a wave under a board. Anchor, yes. Leash, yes. Choice. He laced the scent where it belonged, helpful, not wholly. His lungs unwound. Good, he said aloud, more for himself than the mic. Good to remember I don't bow to tea. Present Mike snort laughed behind the glass. The last stretch of the run threw everything at him at once. Sirens, pepper, lemon, laughter, heat, cold, fan, stillness. The arrow pawed at the door of his ribs. Let me, he said no nicely. He pressed the cape scrap. He pictured All Might's laugh. He pictured Class 1A crowding a hallway, the mutter of shoes, the jingle of Mina's bracelets, Ida's micro-engine whine, Bakugo's swears arranged in a periodic table. He pictured Pac. His body settled because it recognized belonging. He walked out blinking and sweating and not shaking. Aizawa's mouth almost smiled. Time. Good. Responses. Recorded. Pupils. Boring. Good work. Ochako shoved the handbook at him so he could sign Rule 11. Her smile trembled with relief. You didn't even growl. I considered it, he admitted. But then I imagined Present Mike narrating my growl and decided against it. Rude, Present Mike said, wiping an actual proud tear. Next pair. Aizawa called, already issuing calibrations. Siro with Iida. Tokiyami with Ishido. Dark Shadow, if you throw a tantrum at the strobe, I'm giving you detention. Dark Shadow rumbled something poetic and resentful. Izuku sat, back against a padded wall, pulse sliding into a human rhythm. A low, unobtrusive scent drifted from his left. He turned. Momo stood there with a small velvet pouch and a look like a volunteer medic. I made something, she said, offering the pouch. For you. Optional. Inside lay a metal collar tag on a braided cord. The engraving was neat, unshowy. If found, return to Class 1A. We are your pack. On the back, a tiny lavender dot, barely a scent. Just enough to be calm if he breathed close. It's not a muzzle, Momo added, over-careful. It's a reminder. In case the world goes sideways and you need a breadcrumb. Izuku's throat did something emotional and inconvenient. He swallowed. This is really good. He looped it around his wrist, under the cape scrap, next to his pulse. Thank you. You're welcome, she said. Then quietly to herself, Rule 12, bring tissues to training. Kirishima flopped down next to him, grinning. Dude, that was manly. And calm manly. Calmly. Please retire the pun, Jiro said from behind her hair. Iida jogged over, mask askew from the maze, clipboard in hand. Midoriya, I observed that you verbally labeled sensory inputs at least twice. That is an excellent de-escalation tactic. I've added it to the handbook as Rule 13, name the noise. Bakugo arrived last, not from the maze but from somewhere he could pretend he'd been the whole time, scowl set to default. He eyed the collar tag, the handbook, the way Izuku's hands lay open and relaxed. If anyone tries putting a fish tag on me, I'm punching a wall, he said. It's a dog tag, Mina corrected. Worse, he growled. Then, softer, it's fine on him. Which, translated from Bakugo, meant, I accept this tool if it keeps you. Aizawa's voice cut through. Midoriya, once more. Higher setting. Copy. Izuku said, standing. He caught Aizawa's eye, the teacher nodded once, you can, and Izuku believed him. Second run. Brighter. Louder. The diffuser cheated again, this time the smell was smoke and ozone. Something like Bakugo in a thunderstorm. His mouth watered for a fight. He licked his lips and tasted salt and self-control. He moved the arrow down so gently it agreed with him. Halfway through, while the sirens rose and fell like a city breathing wrong, a small panel in the wall slid open. A drawer popped forward with a doctor's office hiss. Inside lay a sleek, matte object like a split river stone, the half-mask sensei had given him. Izuku froze. The world was still screaming. The drawer smelled like antiseptic and permission. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice, calm even under the chaos he'd ordered. Problem. Izuku stared at the mask. It was absolutely not supposed to be here. It hummed in his palm without him touching it. He could feel the call under his skin. The easy way the arrow inside him would click if he put it on. He reached out, and instead of picking it up, he closed the drawer. Not a problem, he said, through a throat that had decided. Auditioning for emotions was its new hobby. Aizawa did not say anything. The lights went down a fraction. The sirens softened a click. Izuku finished the course with one more breath and the steady YTHM of someone choosing not to grab the easy switch. When he came out, Aizawa stood with arms crossed, something very close to approval tucked inside his blankness. Where did you get that thing? He asked, like a man asking why a student had brought a firework to math. Mentor, Izuku said, carefully true. He didn't say sensei. He didn't say all might. He looked at the floor, then back up. It helps, but I don't want to need it. Quote. Aizawa held out a hand. Confiscated. For now. Izuku hesitated only a second before he reached into his bag and produced the half mask. It looked harmless as a spoon. It wasn't. He laid it in Aizawa's palm like you lay a sleeping animal down where it won't wake up scared. Aizawa studied it. Biofeedback nodes. His eyes flicked to Izuku, red irises catching light. If you feel drawn to it, tell me before you let it draw you. Understood. Understood, Izuku said, meaning it and hating how much he meant it. Present Mike leaned over Aizawa's shoulder. Cool fashion. Suspicious function. Can I bedazzle it? No, Aizawa and Izuku said together. Class, Aizawa called, tucking the mask into a lockbox like it might try to bite him. Debrief. Then signatures on Rule 13. Then showers. You smell like mistakes. Kaminari sniffed his armpit and died dramatically. Recovery girl whacked him with a lollipop just hard enough to resurrect. Izuku showered and changed. The maze's noise stayed in his bones like a song you couldn't shake, but the aftertaste wasn't panic. It was proof. He had walked through the worst of loud and walked out quiet without losing the part of him that wanted to howl. In the hall, Momo pressed a small sealed sachet into his hand. Lavender. For your desk. Only if you want. He wanted. Thanks. Rule 14. Mina announced. Updating the pamphlet with theatrical flourish. If Midoriya sits up too fast when surprised, no one yells, down, boy. Jiro raised a hand. We were doing that. Preventative rule, Mina said solemnly. Iida walked alongside Izuku toward the front gates, lecturing him about hydration with the zeal of a hydration cultist. Ochako linked an elbow through his, matching his paw. CE in a way that made the hallway feel less like a funnel and more like a path. At the shoe lockers, Bakugo hovered like he was there by accident and the digitized universe should be grateful. He didn't look at Izuku. Izuku didn't look at him. As they traded their indoor shoes for outdoor, Bakugo muttered, almost too quiet to qualify as sound, good. On the maze. Izuku kept his voice equally small. You too. On the blowing up of things. A pause. A snort that wasn't unkind. Shut up. Rule 15, Mina sang from 3 lockers away. Bakugo says, shut up, when he means, okay. Delete that rule, Bakugo roared, which, unfortunately for him, confirmed it. Night folded over the city like a blanket with holes. Izuku climbed the clinic stairs 2 at a time, breath warm, heart settled. Sensei stepped from the shadow as if he owned night the way some men own cufflinks. You closed the drawer, Sensei said, amused and, not quite proud. Something more clinical. Noted, usable. I wand. Which boy would walk out of that maze? Me, Izuku said, a little sharper than he'd meant. Sensei's smile didn't move. You. Good. He flicked his eyes to Izuku's wrist. The tag glinted under the wristband. And what is this? Pack, Izuku said simply, and the word tasted like granola and laughter and Rule 14. Sensei said, as if he'd found a forgotten bookmark. Anchors are tools. Today, movement. He tapped the rooftop gravel. Turn the arrow mid-step. Walk, breathe, turn, walk, breathe, turn. When your foot hits, your choice hits first. They worked. Steps became beats, beats became decisions. Decisions became the leash becoming a ribbon that flowed instead of yanked. Sensei corrected and praised, never too much, always exactly enough to keep the rhythm. Halfway through, Sensei said. Like a man checking the time, Aizawa has your mask. Izuku stumbled, then refound step. He does. Good, Sensei said lightly. If it sings to you, you will learn to ignore the music. The day you can refuse your rope is the day you can use it. Whose rope is it? Izuku asked, surprising himself. Sensei's smile clicked like a camera. Yours, if you keep choosing. They finished. The city lay below. Cufflinks of light on a dark sleeve. Sensei gave him a nod and vanished. On the way home, his phone buzzed. All Might. Aizawa briefed me, you handled yourself. Sleep, young Midoriya. You don't have to win the night to win the week. Izuku sent back a photo of the handbook's new rules, circled Rule 13, and a little wolf doodle Ochako had added. All Might replied WITH an emoji that looked suspiciously like himself. He crawled into bed, head full of sirens and laughter, heart full of pack and a rooftop teacher who was a little too good at appearing where you didn't expect him. He fell asleep with the collar tag cool against his wrist. Somewhere in the building, somewhere behind 2 locked doors and a very unimpressed school cat, Aizawa's lockbox sat under a cabinet light. Inside, the half-mask hummed softly, Nothing that a human ear could hear, nothing that would wake a cat, only a frequency that remembered who had worn it. Izuku dreamed of walking through a forest at night with a ribbon in his hand. It tugged sometimes, like it had opinions, but it moved when he moved, and when he stopped, it lay calm across his palm. When he woke, the morning smell led like floor cleaner and second chances. He breathed in, hold, 3, out. The ribbon hummed along, and in the margin of the handbook, next to Rule 15, someone had scrawled Rule 16 in impeccable, heroic handwriting. Rule 16, choosing is a muscle. Train it daily. The bus ride to unforeseen simulation joint was a field trip in everything but name and mercy. Rescue training, Aizawa said. Burritoed in his capture weapon at the front. Don't embarrass me. Wow, high bar, Kaminari whispered. Do not lick any exhibits, Iida added, because of course he did. Who was going to lick? Mina started. Then saw Shiro look at a steel rail thoughtfully. Okay, fair. Izuku sat with Ochako and Tsuyu, trying to look like a normal boy on a normal bus and not a boy whose senses were apping the highway by tire tread patterns. The world was bright but manageable, a crisp outline he could shade as needed. He thumbed the collar tag on his wrist under the band, felt the tiny lavender anchor, breathed. Your pupils are normal, Ochako said, checking him like a nurse with a crush on everyone's continued survival. Thanks, Izuku said. I moisturize. Tsuyu blinked, unfazed. Kiro, you smell like laundry soap and nerves. Accurate, he admitted. When the bus doors hissed open, the USJ swallowed them, glass ribs, steel catwalks, staged disasters in obedient murals, flood zone, landslide, fire, wind. 13 waddled out, accident-proof and star-eyed. Welcome, children, they chirped, voice kind enough to pet a hurricane. Today we learn that quirks are dangerous and rescue is sacred and Izuku's ears pricked. A note slid under 13's words, a hiss like dry ice singing, and the air tasted like cold metal and wet shadow. He lifted a hand. Sensei. On the plaza below, the air wrinkled. A man-shaped fog blossomed like a polite thunderhead wearing a tie. Behind him, villains spilled. Leather, knives, laughter trying too hard. And in the middle distance, Summit. Hing that smelled like meat and lab and promise twisted. Aizawa did not swear. He exhaled like a man who'd had a nap stolen. They're real, he said, and his scarf snapped into place. 13, protect the kids. He jumped. Kurogiri. The fog said with all the manners of a maitre d', at the world's worst restaurant, bowing. We're here for all might. Oh, 13 said, tone flipping from kindergarten teacher to airlock. No, you're not. Kurogiri bloomed. Warps opened under feet and behind ankles and at the edges of panic. The floor gave way into holes that smelled like edges. Izuku grabbed for Ochako, hand finding sleeve. Gravity slipping. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cracked across the space, furious and protective. Don't. The world fell. Water punched his lungs like a rude friend. Cold. Salt. Oil. Izuku hit the surface wrong, coughed right, scanned fast. Midoriya. Kiro. Tsuyu's voice, a green ribbon in the water. She bobbed, calm, hauling Mineta, who was not calm. I'm too round to drown, Mineta sobbed. Which was factually beautiful and not helpful. Boats circled, villain silhouettes like hungry punctuation marks. A dozen smells, diesel, rope, mildew, gun oil. The human stink of we got the drop on kids. Izuku's arrow nudged up. The water made everything heavier, his instincts made everything sharper. Plan, he said, treading in place with the easy econom. Why of a boy who could see current like lines on a map? Tsuyu, you're led. Get Mineta and me to that wreck, he pointed, then that truss. We'll make a corral. Mineta, if you say throw my balls, I'm suing destiny, Mineta bleated. I need your great projectiles along that rope when I say, Izuku finished smoothly. We're going to make the boats stick to each other. Tsuyu nodded, eyes wide and clear. Copy. Kiro. She grabbed both boys and launched, tongue finding purchase where physics said maybe don't. They skimmed like bright frogs across a gray pond, villains shouting, a harpoon slicing the water where they'd been. A boat surged to intercept. Izuku let go mid-arc and dove, vanishing under the keel. He came up on the far side, hands finding anchor rope, and turned. Not brute force. He twisted the rope around the boat's weight, used the current like a friend with broad shoulders. The boat slewed sideways, presenting its flank to Tsuyu, who bounded past with Mineta like a courier of terrible packages. Hey! A villain barked, leaning over the gunwale. He had a nail bat and the moral aura of a tax audit. No. Izuku flicked his palm, sending an up to the arrow, not enough to spark. Just enough to explode out of the water in a spray, catch the bat on the turn, and flip the man into the drink. The boat tilted, another villain yelped and clutched at a cleat. Izuku swam, fast, back to the rendezvous. At the rusted truss, Tsuyu planted them like flags. Mineta, Izuku said, breathing steady. Now. Mineta, to his credit, threw. The purple orbs arced, hit the rope, stuck. Started to climb up adjacent lines like cheerful barnacles. Grab that rope, Izuku called to the villains, and you'll be married to that boat for the next 2 hours. Hope you like commitment. What? A goon said. Right before he grabbed it reflexively and glued his hand to a knot. Oh no. 2 boats tried to avoid them, overcorrected, kissed hulls, and became a catamaran of despair. The rest swerved and found. To their dismay, that water obeyed physics and Izuku's fingers, not bravado. In under a minute, the flood zone was a floating clump of angry men, hissing ropes, and one gnaw. Bat drifting like a proposal someone had rejected hard. Tsuyu blinked. That was cool, Kiro. Rule 17, Mineta panted from Tsuyu's grip. No swimming during villain attacks. Adding it, Izuku gasped, and meant it. A shadow crossed his face, a cold breeze in his ear, a whisper through the calm beat under his hood. Don't waste your teeth on minnows, my boy. The voice smelled like tea and old paper and a room with no corners. Izuku's lungs tried to do 2 things at once, relax and seize. He breathed. The ribbon in his chest obeyed the hand that now knew how to hold it. Sensei. He asked the air, keeping his eyes on the boats, his voice a low static. Rescue suits you, the voice said, indulgent. But don't forget what's hunting you in return. The fog is a gate. The handsy boy is a symptom. The hound is the lesson. You'll smell him soon. Can you not be here right now? Izuku said through his teeth, polite even as he lit a small no sign behind his eyes. I'm busy. I am always here when you're busy. The voice said, chuckling. Breathe. Up. Hold. I can help you cut. I don't need. He shut his mouth, because more villains were climbing a ladder on the far side of the truss. And Aizawa was fighting alone on the main floor, and 13 was behind them corralling kids with polite, immovable gravity. He didn't have room in his head for 2 teachers. Tsuyu, he said. Get Mineta to 13. I'll clear your path. She nodded, no questions, because pack. The ribbon hummed. He moved. Boat, truss, rail. He slid across cold metal, turned weight, tripped a man into a friend. Bounced off a crate into a rollout that would have made Gran Torino grunt. He kept hands open, fingers gentle on joints, redirecting, never pursuing. Hunt was there if he wanted it. He didn't. They made the ramp. Tsuyu hustled Mineta to 13, who opened a palm and created a polite black hole for a villain trying to sneak through. Izuku made eye contact with 13 just long E. Not a see approval and worry play tag. Go to the plaza, 13 said. Regroup. Don't be heroes, yet. I can be a little hero, Mineta muttered, then yelped when Tsuyu hauled him faster. The USJ was a mess of sounds and smells, smoke from the fire zone, hot wind from wind, the scrape of Aizawa dismantling cheap bravado with bandages and precision. Izuku took the stairs 3 at a time, angled toward the plaza. Every hair on his arms sending postcards back to his brain. Left, bad air. Right, footsteps. Ahead, failure if you guess wrong. He didn't guess. He cut into the main arena and the world slammed. The creature at the center of it was not a creature. It was a project. Tall as a truck. Muscles like stacked rope. Brain exposed behind glass like a dare. It smelled like protein shack. And formaldehyde and something that turned his stomach over and said home. In a voice that did not know the word. Izuku's arrow flung itself up so hard he staggered. The ribbon tightened in his hand. That, sensei purred in his ear. Fond and clinical, is a nomu. It was made to break all might. Smell it, Izuku. Smell yourself in it. He did. He hated that he did. Beneath chemicals and maki. Ned Leather lay a note his instincts recognized, a cord built from pieces of him he had just learned to name. Pack bonder. Pain changer. Angle reader. None of these belonged in a thing that looked at Aizawa and saw a problem to swat. Aizawa. Izuku shouted, feet already finding the plan that would keep him alive long enough to yell again. Aizawa moved like a secret he'd had since he was 12, erase, fling, trip. Pin, but it was a math problem with too many zeros. Shigaraki drifted near, fingers twitching with the impatience of a gamer waiting for a load screen to finish. Kurogiri poured like night around his ankles. The Nomu cocked its head toward Izuku, nostrils flaring. Kaminari's voice crackled from a far speaker. Is it weird that the big brain guy is sniffing Midoriya? Everything is weird, Jiro snapped. Stay low. Shigaraki's head snapped toward Izuku. His eyes were the color of screen glare after midnight. You, he grated, voice like a file. You smell like our dog. Izuku swallowed a growl that wanted to be born and refused to midwife it. I smell like granola and good choices, he said briskly. Class 1A. Scatter. Pair up. Rescue first. He ran. The Nomu blinked, confused. Because prey and predator had moved wrong on purpose. Shigaraki's hand came up, 5 fingers splayed, toward a frozen Ochako hugging a pillar. Izuku's legs chose for him. He cut between, turned Shigaraki's wrist at the ulna, and pinched his pinky with 2 fingers just enough that the contact broke a millimeter shy of decay. Consent is important, Izuku said through his teeth. Shigaraki hissed, eyes static. Don't touch me. Get behind me. Izuku barked over his shoulder, and Ochako did, because pack. Villain analysis, Iida narrated from far right, moving like a missy. On. Main hostile, hand contact disintegrates. Second hostile, fog gate teleports. Third hostile, Nomu. Please run. Kurogiri flowed, elegant. We have no quarrel with. Shut up, Shigaraki said absently. I want All Might to see me ruin his maybe. All Might was not here. Yet. But his scent was, citrus and iron, low in the vents, a rumor of safety coming fast. Unleash it, Sensei whispered. Use the dog. He's yours. He'll heal. I taught him to. No, Izuku said aloud, to everyone who was listening. He would like to say he moved because it was right. Truth. He moved because a classmate screamed. On the far side of the plaza, Mina or Hagakuri, a sound like a dropped glass that predates morality. Iida. Izuku shouted. Get to the gate. Call All Might. Iida revved and launched, legs blurring. Kurogiri spread a warp like a net. Nope, Izuku said, and threw a captured villain's belt into the fog. The warp closed on the object, not the boy, wrong-footed by pettiness. Iida shot through, voice already rising into a call. Shigaraki twitched. Bad dog, he told the Nomu, pointing at Izuku. Fetch. The Nomu moved, and the air learned a new definition of fast. Izuku didn't try to outrun it. He stepped wrong on purpose and made its mass his weapon. Palms on the Nomu's forearm, he turned the inertia, pivoted a series of joints that shouldn't have been able to listen, and slid the strike into concrete. The floor broke. Izuku's wrist screamed. The Nomu stared down at the broken tile and learned a new fact: you can miss. Kirishima howled from the balcony. That was so manly, but also please come back alive. A blur in Izuku's periphery, Aizawa, bleeding, binding a lesser villain and then stumbling because the Nomu had backhanded him into a column a minute earlier. Izuku's bow. Dai moved before his brain filed a request. He slid under a follow-up, caught Aizawa's weight with a grunt, and pivoted them both out of a path that smelled like ruin. Sorry, Izuku said into Aizawa's shoulder. Which was like apologizing to a fire hydrant. Don't be, Aizawa rasped, barely a voice and still a command. His eyes found Izuku's, red and seeing. Leash. On, Izuku said, and felt something like trust stick. Shigaraki's hand reached again, petulant and fatal. Ochako slapped a panel on the ground and floated it into his shins. He tripped. Jiro's jacks duded a stun. Siro taped a line. Todoroki iced a wall that made the Nomu blink as if snow were a word file it couldn't open. Class 1A moved like a pack that had, somehow, 2 weeks to practice being one. Rule 18. Mina yelled, skidding by with her shoes sizzling. If Midoriya says left, left means the direction he's facing. Already written. Iida's voice echoed faintly from the hall, followed by All Might's voice answering the call like a bell hitting bone. And then, wind. I am here. The plaza bowed to force and joy wrapped in a suit. All Might landed, the citrus and iron of him cutting through the stink like a surgeon's clean hands. Izuku's leash sang. The Nomu's head snapped toward All Might, then back to Izuku, pupils dilating like a feral camera. See, Sensei murmured in his ear, velvet sliding over knives. It knows you. As kin. As command. Call it, and it will come. All Might's eyes took in everything. He saw Aizawa hanging on, Class 1A blocking and binding and believing, Kurogiri setting traps. Shigaraki vibrating with the desire to touch something into dust, and Izuku standing between dog and master with his hands open and his mouth set. Young Midoriya, All Might said, voice through him like warmth. Are you hurt? Izuku shook his head, not trusting his mouth, because hurt was a word for bodies and he couldn't explain what it felt like when a made thing smelled like family. The Nomu stomped once, eager. Waiting for the clap to begin the game. Come, Sensei whispered. Heal, Nomu. Heal. Izuku felt the command like a leash in his own fist, a hot temptation dressed as an answer. He closed his hand on air instead and said, aloud, to the wrong thing on purpose. Stay. The Nomu did not obey him. But Izuku did. All Might moved, and the plaza learned a second new definition of fast. Nomu met symbol in an impact that shook the rafters and sent glass chimes singing. Shigaraki shrieked, no no no. Like a child denied a toy. Kurogiri flowed to intercept Iida's return and got pinned by tape and ice and the kind of teamwork that makes teachers write A+ with underlines. Izuku crouched by Aizawa, bracing the teacher's back with a knee, and shouted directions into the storm. Left team, right team. Ice here, tape there, don't stand in that puddle unless you wanted a lightning perm. He read the rush of air like a book, called openings he had no right to see. Watched All Might take them in the next breath, felt the pack listen. Midoriya, Aizawa croaked, not looking away from the fight he couldn't rejoin. Don't be a hero. Be a metronome. Yes, Sensei, Izuku said. And beat time loud enough for everyone to move to it. All Might's fist met the Nomu's sternum with a sound like a thesis being accepted. The Nomu absorbed, regioned, took, and came ba. CK for seconds like a science fair project with a grudge. The smell of kin skittered over Izuku's teeth. No, and he tied it to a different anchor. Lavender, granola, classroom floor cleaner, the cease and desist on bacon in homeroom. You're not my leash, he told the air where Sensei stood. You're not my rope. No, the voice agreed sweetly. I'm your teacher. Then grade this, Izuku said, and chose. Class 1A. He yelled, louder than he'd ever let himself be. Rescue line. They formed a chain without asking why, hands to shoulders, bodies between civilians in training and carnage. Ochako lightened rubble. Kirishima carried. Momo fabricated braces. Iida returned with UA staff and the kind of salute that could stop traffic. Sato scooped and ran. Tokiyami glared darkness into a shape T. Hat scared lesser villains into sitting politely. All Might laughed, not because anything was funny, but because joy is also a weapon, and punched the Nomu into a new conversation with gravity. Young Midoriya, call the openings, he boomed. Trusting a boy like a man trusts a bridge. Izuku called them. His voice was steady. His leash was a ribbon that moved when he moved, not when someone else tugged. He watched the Nomu look at him like a puzzle and then look away because another problem had demanded its attention harder. Heal, Sensei whispered one last time. No, Izuku whispered back, gentle as a dismissal. The fight tilted. The pack won inches and kept them. 13 herded kids. Aizawa breathed through pain and let someone else grade for once. Shigaraki raked fingers along a railing until the metal flaked like ash. Kurogiri flitted, frustrated by tape and ice and common sense deployed in force. Sirens grew at the edges of the world, the good kind, the cavalry kind. The Nomu hit the wall hard enough to forget what day it was. All Might drew himself up like someone about to drop a line that would end a story. Plus ultra. The punch wrote a new sentence on the USJ, and th. Nomu traveled to the end of it and stopped, punctuation completed. Silence fell. Then noise returned in pieces, 13 counting kids, present Mike cheering, kids, Mina scribbling Rule 19W. Ith trembling hands, no bacon during combat, just to have something to write, All Might turning to check on the smallest of them first. Izuku kept breathing until breath became automatic again. The ribbon lay quiet in his fist. The collar tag pressed cool against his pulse. Aizawa touched his elbow, the barest nod. Good metronome. Thanks, Izuku said, and tried not to cry because the adrenaline tax office had come to collect. Shigaraki hissed and retreated, Kurogiri folding him into smoke. This isn't over, he spat, looking at Izuku with the keen dislike of a man who had discovered a splinter that refused to fester. Good, Izuku said, surprising himself again. We'll be ready. Up above, glass trembled like a bell finding a note. All Might caught Izuku's eye and did not see a weapon or a problem or a project. He saw a student. That was the only grade that mattered. Izuku felt a text buzz against his hip, as rude and intimate as always. You smelled him. You understand now. Come tonight. We'll refine your leash until you can lead a hound like that with 2 fingers. He didn't answer. He put the phone away. He helped Kirishima carry a kid who'd sprained an ankle and told MI. Neta he was brave and let Tsuyu breathe into his shoulder for 3 quiet seconds because frogs can also shake. When the dust settled and paramedics threaded through with soft hands and necessary questions. The Feral Safety Handbook acquired Rule 20 in neat, careful letters. Rule 20. When the world howls, we hold. Izuku signed it with hands that stopped shaking when they were holding someone else up. Later, when Aizawa dozed in a hospital chair with his scarf like a blanket and All Might sat on a curb looking smaller and more human than his legend allowed, Izuku stood in the doorway between them and felt the ribbon lay smooth across his palm. Stay, he told himself one last time, and he did. Outside, a city exhaled. Inside, a boy let the hunt be about finding again, finding who needed standing. And then doing the simple, impossible thing of standing with them. Hospitals smell like floor cleaner and stubborn hope. Recovery girl kept saying, good prognosis, in the voice of A.G. Ranma who has out-wrestled grief so often it sighs when it sees her. Aizawa dozed upright in a reclining chair the way only people who hate comfort can, swaddled in his own scarf like he'd fallen ASL. Eep halfway through a cocooning tutorial. Class 1A sat around him in a loose comet, bright kids as tail, tired teacher as core. The room hummed with whispered, you okay? Check-ins, candy wrappers, the soft clink of Momo distributing precisely measured paper cups of water. Izuku kept catching himself counting heartbeats, like making sure the universe had not missed any. All Might stood at the door. Smaller than the statue and more human than the legend, trading low words with the principal and a detective with friendly eyes. When they finished, he came to the kids first. Heroes, he said quietly. And the word landed different in a hospital. You did well. You did not go looking for glory, you built a rescue line. He touched Aizawa's shoulder with careful gratitude. You listened when it mattered. Still got some blasts left next time, Bakugo muttered, which translated to I was scared, and I had feelings about it. No one called him on it. Mina did draw a tiny heart on his cast marker when he wasn't looking. Izuku found the ribbon in his chest and turned it down, not off. Calm, not numb. He kept catching, in the corner of his perception, the whiff that wasn't a smell so much as a familiarity, formaldehyde. Iron, the Nomu's empty kin note like a dog tag you never asked for. He placed it under the anchor called classroom floor wax and homemade granola. It stayed. The Principal, Nezu, patted in with a clipboard and the kind of smile that made microphones behave. Good morning, my students. Now that the dust has settled and the paperwork has risen, 2 items. 1, you are safe. 2, the media are interested. Quote. A chorus of groans. Kaminari tried to climb under his chair and failed because chairs are mean. We'll run a short statement, Nezu continued. You'll keep it simple. Your students, UA, is implementing enhanced security, and please buy the cafeteria melon pan responsibly. Mr. Aizawa will supervise media training. Aizawa, eyes still closed, no, I won't. Nezu, cheerful, he will supervise by glaring. All Might's mouth twitched. Izuku's did too. They didn't leave through the main lobby. They left through a staff door and still met a sea, cameras, mics, hot lights. A murmuration of questions. Reporters smelled like hairspray and deadlines. Izuku's arrow tried to label them as threats by decibel. He breathed. Down. Journalists, not villains. Probably. UA. Over here. The boy who. The first, Ua's beast saves classmates. Headline hit phones before they reached the curb. Oh good, Jiro deadpanned. A cool nickname built like a lawsuit. Kirishima cuffed Izuku's shoulder gently. I like, Beast of mercy, better, he said. Puts the mercy in the front. Ochako wedged herself to Izuku's right and slipped her hand around his wrist where the tiny lavender dot lived. Breathe, she said, light as a joke. He did. The ribbon hummed along. A mic poked toward his face. He did not bite it. Progress. Midoriya. A reporter called, voice crisp. What do you say to people who think you endangered your classmates by going after the villains? Izuku blinked, surprised at the shape of the question. He had an answer that LVED packed math and metronomes and angles. He also had an audience of 1,000,000 screens that had opinions about kids. I say we rescued each other, he said instead, choosing the sentence that would travel better. We followed our teacher's training. We relied on each other's strengths. We're students. We're learning to be calm on purpose. That landed well enough to make 3 cameras nod. Nezu wrote a tiny A in the air with his pen and smiled without baring any teeth. Mr. Midoriya. Another voice. Do you identify with the nickname, Ua's Beast? Izuku's mouth opened. Ochako squeezed his wrist. No snarling at reporters, she whispered, half teasing. He smiled. I identify as Izuku Midoriya, he said. And as a student in Class 1A. That's plenty. Behind the reporters, a stray G sat down and tilted its head like it had been hired as an emotional support punctuation mark. Izuku tried not to wave. That afternoon the Feral Safety Handbook got a new edition, V0.4, with 3 fresh entries. Rule 21. No snarling at reporters. Smiling counts. Rule 22. In interviews, use we more than I, unless you're apologizing. Rule 23. If someone shouts, beast, correct them with Midoriya and a granola bar. Momo laminated it. Iida wept with administrative joy. Home wasn't quieter so much as gentler. His mom had cried in every room and then baked in all of them too, as if calories could wall off fear. She held his face in her hands and said, my brave boy, like a prayer and an apology. I'm okay, Izuku said, which was true. He described what he could. He didn't say Nomu smelled like me. He did say my class is becoming a pack, which made her smile despite the word that normally belongs to wolves. They watched the evening news. Present Mike did a spot called, Don't Panic, Do Prep, with bullet points and good hair. Midnight hosted a panel on, Rescue Triage 101. Someone ran slow. Mo of Izuku deflecting the Nomu's arm with neon circles and a voiceover like the world's proudest sports dad. His phone buzzed during the sign-off. Symbols attract tides. You surfed, my boy. Proud of your balance. Tonight, rooftop. A new cadence. We'll make sure next time you don't shake when the hound howls. Sensei's messages always smelled like tea in Izuku's head now. He didn't like that. He also didn't like that he liked the feeling of being seen by someone who seemed to catalog him with the same care he used on heroes. Short session only, he typed back. School security's tight. The dots pulsed. Then, of course, I would never ask you to disobey good rules. He didn't say which rules were good. Izuku felt the leash in his hand and decided to keep it taut tonight. Beach at dawn. Training without speeches. All Might ran him through footwork and breath on impact drills until his calves sang hymns to lactic acid. When they finished, they sat on a refrigerator that had seen things and watched gulls judge the world. The world will talk, All Might said. Let it. Your job is to prepare, to choose, to save. He nudged Izuku with an elbow. And to let yourself be saved by other people's choosing, sometimes. Izuku nodded. Did you? He swallowed the impulse to ask, did you smell it too? He found a truer question. Did you ever want to be 2 people at once? All Might look. Ed like the ocean for a second, surface sparkle over depth. Every day, he said. Then I pick the one who helps someone. The ribbon settled. Izuku carried that line all through classes. He carried IT past the morning's security assembly, new gates, new protocols, old speeches dressed in fresh words. He carried it into lunch, where the table smelled like curry and laughter. He almost made it through the day without a tug. It came at sunset, on the clinic rooftop, with the city doing evening chores. Sensei materialized from shadow-like politeness wearing a suit. You did not leash the Nomu, he said, not reproachful. Simply taking inventory. It wasn't my dog, Izuku said. Sensei's smile warmed, teacher pleased. Good sentence. Walk. They walked. Sensei set a slow spiral around the rooftop. Cadence in his voice like a metronome someone had tucked into a story. Left. Click. Down. Click. Hold here. Click. Release. Izuku flowed with it, unsettled by how comfortable his bow die was in instructions that felt custom fit. He tuned himself the way Sensei wanted and hated that he enjoyed the precision. Now, Sensei said, listen to the quiet. I will add a layer, you will ignore it. A thread slipped under Sensei's words. It lived where breath becomes decision. Izuku had felt it before, the calming mantra, but tonight it carried more weight, like a phone vibration that also pushes your hand. He felt his pupils want to narrow. He said no. The ribbon obeyed, mostly. The thread tugged again, a soft heel woven inside the syllables. Again, Sensei murmured, sweet as sugar. In, hold, heel, out. The ribbon jumped. Izuku staggered and then stood very still because moving would mean he might move toward. His hands had lifted a centimeter without his permission. He pressed the collar tag until the lavender-kissed bone. Stop, he said evenly. The rooftop didn't change. The city breathed. Sensei watched him with the curiosity of a scientist watching a bridge in high wind. Izuku opened his mouth to say this mantra hides a command. What came out instead was, nice night. He tried again. There's something, you're putting, His tongue stumbled. His breath pattern glitched. The ribbon tightened like someone else's fingers had shifted on it. Sensei's smile didn't change. His eyes did. For a sliver, the warmth cooled away. Behind it, Izuku saw a shape. Not a face, not exactly. A mask like a god wore when it wanted to terrify politely. Something titanic pressed its finger to its lips through Sensei's outline. The thread released. The leash was his hand again. Izuku's breath slammed back into his lungs like a door learning to be open. He stepped back. What was that? He said, voice calm through force. A test, Sensei said, sounding genuinely pleased. You passed. You felt the push and named it. That is a high skill. Very few do it without breaking the tool. It's not your tool, Izuku said. Not yet, Sensei agreed mildly. Good night, Izuku. He vanished. The rooftop kept being itself. Izuku stood very still and counted to 30 for no reason except he needed to mark the ground as his again. He texted no one for a full minute. Then he texted the group chat where Kirishima had named them Snack Squad and Iida had tried to rename them Study Unit and been outvoted, 20-1. Anyone up for a rooftop snack? Granola. No bacon. Rule 20 compliance. Replies bloomed. Kirishima. Bro always. Ochako. Yes, I'm 2 floors down. Mina. Bring the handbook, I added stickers. Iida. I will supervise the snack distribution process. Bakugo. If you wake me up I will destroy the moon. Izuku laughed out loud for the first time since the USJ. They ate on a dorm rooftop with their knees touching and the breeze making Mina's new sticker sheet flap. It said pack ethics with glitter. Momo handed out napkins folded like doves because she was incapable of doing anything halfway. Jiro played 3 notes that felt like a spine unknotting. Rule 21.1. Iida announced, clipboard in lap. No snarling at reporters or classmates. Rule 24, Mina added, tongue out as she wrote. If Midoriya gets called, beast. The correct reply is, I'm Midoriya and here is a snack. Rule 25, Ochako said softly. If the day feels too loud, we sit closer. Everyone read that one and didn't say anything for a beat. Izuku breathed in the smell of people, soap and shampoo and cheap laundry powder and sugar and a little bit of gym, and felt his cells decide to unclench. Later, alone in his room, he tried to write the sentence my secret mentor is using a hidden command inside a breathing exercise. His fingers hovered. The words arrived backward, like they were pushing through sticky syrup. He stared at the page until the letters stopped being letters. Then he wrote a different sentence. Aizawa said to tell him if I was slipping. He underlined tell him twice. His phone chimed, a polite tap. All might, night check. Breathe easy. Izuku's throat burned, which was ridiculous because he was not crying, he was just leaking a little because humidity exists. Yeah, he typed. Better with people. Also, if I ever look like I'm not choosing, please remind me I can. Then, every time he slept, he dreamed of an auditorium filled with waves. In the front row, a man in a suit sat exactly still, smiling like a teacher. In the exit aisle, All Might held the door open with his shoulder and said, "This way." Izuku walked between them on a ribbon he'd braided himself, one strand pack, one strand breath, one strand stubborn. Morning came. The headlines had already spawned merch. Team Feral in block letters, Beast of Mercy in cursive with a paw print. Present Mike wore a shirt that said "No bacon in H." Meruman winked at him in the hallway. Aizawa pretended not to know any of them. Before homeroom, Aizawa called, "Midoriya." Izuku stepped up, heart steady. "Yes, sensei. Met any more masks?" Aizawa asked without looking at him. Flipping through attendance like it owed him money. Izuku opened his mouth and felt the ribbon tighten, just a twitch. He pushed the twitch down with the weight of Rule 16, choosing as a muscle. He bent the truth toward usefulness. "Had a rough breath drill last night," he said. Felt a push inside the pattern. Named it. Stopped it. Aizawa looked at him then. And the tired pride in the eye bags was a medal. "Good. If the push pushes back, you come to me." "Yes. And if you want to write a PowerPoint about it, give me the short version first." Izuku smiled. "Deal." He took his seat. The class smelled like pencil shavings and beginnings. The day would involve algebra, and drills, and a reporter who would inevitably shout "Beast" from behind the gate, and Izuku handing over a granola bar with a smile because Mina had made him practice the move until it was muscle memory. He was not relaxed. He was ready. The difference was a leash he held hymns. Elf and a torch he didn't need to burn anything with today. Somewhere in the city, a man in a suit sat very still and smiled and planned a curriculum made of corners. Somewhere nearer, a teacher in a scarf drank terrible coffee and prepared to tell a boy good job by telling him keep showing up. Somewhere nearest, a pack of kids argued about whether Rule 26 should be no biting microphones or always share snacks. It was both. Izuku pressed the collar tag with his thumb. Lavender. Pulse. He breathed. The ribbon hummed along. "Morning, Beast of Mercy," Kaminari whispered as Aizawa started roll call. "Midoriya," Izuku corrected, smiling. Then, because habit, snack. UA didn't do, the day after, the way normal schools did. It did the day after like a track coach blowing a whistle on your nap. Aizawa took roll with the air of a man who had not slept and dared the universe to bring it up. After Hagakure, he didn't say, "Good morning." He said, "Sports festival in 2 weeks." Groans. Cheers. Kaminari tried to fist pump and hit his forehead. Bakugo grinned like a wolf surveying an all-you-can-eat buffet. Ochako blinked, did some mental budgeting, and whispered, "Scholarship, like a prayer you could take to the bank." Aizawa's scarf coiled, unimpressed. "Security will be tighter than present Mike's jeans. You are not here to peacock, you are here to demonstrate control under pressure. If your answer to pressure is, explode, we will have a different conversation." Present Mike leaned through the doorway with a peace sign. "I only wear comfy denim, eraser." "I wasn't talking about you," Aizawa said. Which somehow made it worse. All Might stuck his head in, "Tie heroic, smile human." And, "It's a chance to show Japan what Class 1A learned at USJ, rescue first, then razzle dazzle. I'll be coaching breath and footwork stations. Pack a lunch, pack humility." Mina, already scribbling, whispered, "Feral Safety Handbook version 0.5 is basically writing itself. Rule 26, Iida intoned, ready, no peacocking in crisis." Quote. Rule 27, Jiro added dryly, "If Bakugo yells, 'Die,' at the camera, we fine him 1 granola bar per, die." Bakugo slammed his desk. "I don't say it that much." 2 bars, Siro said. Solemn as a judge. They did media training 101 in the afternoon because UA had learned things about headlines. Midnight hosted like a benevolent chaos queen, present Mike. Provided sound effects that should be illegal, and Smintos glowered at microphones as if they were structural risks. "Be short," Midnight purred. "Be kind. Be we instead of I." Rule 22. Mina yelled from the bleachers. Already highlighting it. They ran mock interviews. Iida gave a 6-minute answer about traffic laws and broke 3 cameras with sheer intensity. Jiro delivered deadpan 1L. Inners that made the sound tech cry laughing. Kirishima told a heartwarming story about why he wants to be sturdy for people. Kaminari tried to flirt with the concept of a question and got electrocuted by his own confidence. Then Izuku stood in front of a practice scrum of mics. The lights were warm. The room smelled like hairspray and nerves. He could feel the city, outside and waiting, like a tide in the walls. Ochako stood just off to the side, fingers on her helmet, eyes on him, anchor disguised as a classmate. A student reporter, Mina in a very unconvincing fake mustache, thrust a mic. Midoriya, do you accept your new brand, you? A's beast. People snorted. Izuku smiled. I accept being Midoriya, he said. And part of Class 1A. That's plenty. Midnight clapped. Perfect. Sweet, short, no teeth. Bakugo from the back, he didn't even growl once. Boring. Rule 21, Iida called. No snarling at reporters. Rule 28, Mina added with glee. No biting microphones. Who was going to bite? Jiro started. Then looked at Izuku. Right. Fair. Izuku patted his wristband, cape scrap, collar tag, and breathed. The ribbon hummed. They were packing up when the press found the gate anyway. Reporters pointed rectangles of glass like spells, words hit the fence like rain. Izuku kept to the back. He watched Tenya become a human traffic cone and Ochako become a wall of polite, no calm. Meant, S and Mina become a cheerful menace of boundaries. Rule 29, we respect the fence. Someone yelled, beast. Over here. Izuku glanced, only a glance, but his name on a stranger's terms edged a knife under his ribs. Before the ribbon could twitch, a hand smacked the reporter's mic aside. Bakugo glared. Pure nitroglycerin. His name is Midoriya, extras. Learn to read or I'll teach your cameras to fly. The reporter blanched. The camera learned manners. Izuku's breath remembered its job. Thanks, he said, catching up, low. Bakugo scowled forward. Heard your leash tighten from across the quad. It was annoying. Rule 30. Mina sang, writing as she walked. When Bakugo means I've got you, he says annoying. Delete that rule. Bakugo roared, verifying it. The sensei text came as twilight laid its palm on the city. New cadence. Rooftop at 9. We'll teach your ribbon to sing even when the crowd is loud. Izuku stared. His pulse stepped wrong once, then corrected. Not tonight, he sent. School has protocols. And I'm not meeting alone again. Dots. Then. Good. Boundaries are wise. Bring a chaperone. Aizawa, perhaps. Izuku blinked. He had typed Aizawa's name. Sensei had offered it back like a gift and a dare. Rooftop outside training hall C, Izuku sent. 9 sharp. If my teacher's not welcome, I'm not. Of course, Sensei replied. I am not a villain, my boy. Bring your protector. Izuku showed the thread to Aizawa before he could talk himself out of it. He knocked on the staff room door, collar tag cold under his thumb, and said, I need to tell you something. 2 minutes. Then you can decide if it becomes more minutes. Aizawa listened. No judgment, only inventory. Izuku told him about the call after the sludge attack, the breathing that fit new ribs, the half mask with biofeedback nodes. The drawer in the maze that wasn't supposed to exist, the word tucked inside a cadence that pushed like a heel. He didn't say, I think the man in the suit is a monster with a city for a spine. He said, it feels like, a class 1 didn't sign up for. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose like it had teased him personally. We will meet your mentor, he said. On my ground. You will not speak to him alone again. Yes, sensei, Izuku said, the yes landing like water and soil. Aizawa slid a sealed envelope over. These are school-approved biofeedback earbuds. They don't push. You use them with me or All Might, no one else. Code phrase if you feel any external pull is yellow apple. If you say it, I take over. Understood. Understood. Aizawa looked at him, like a man checking knots before a storm. And Midoriya, thanks for telling me now. Izuku swallowed. I promised. Rooftop. 9. City breathing. Aizawa in his scarf, eyes tired and sharp. Sensei arrived with the night. All polite edges and expensive tea, the shape of a man that slid neatly into absence. Good evening, Eraserhead, Sensei said, bowing the bow you give equals you plan to erase later. I am a friend to your student's breath. We practice cadences. Aizawa's eyelids did not move. His scarf twitched like a tail. You brought a mask into my maze. Sensei's smile flicked rueful. A test. He passed. By closing your drawer, Aizawa said. You don't get credit for kids refusing your candy. Fair, sensei allowed. He turned to Izuku, softer. May we work, with supervision. Only choice, no push. Izuku nodded once. If you try the push, I say yellow apple and we stop. Sensei's eyes smiled even when his mouth did. Good phrase. He stepped back, empty hands visible, and began a cadence. In, hold, 4, out. It was clean. No tucked heel, no slick tilt hidden in the syllables. Izuku's ribbon moved because he moved it. Aizawa watched the whole time like a dog watching an unfamiliar magician. When sensei asked for a turn, Aizawa lifted a finger. Izuku turned only on his teacher's nod. They did 5 minutes. Izuku's breath ended steady. Aizawa's eyes didn't glow, but approval edged his blankness. Enough, Aizawa said. Thank you for demonstrating. Sensei inclined his head. He has rare instincts. They will serve your hero work, if he learns them without shame. Aizawa's mouth didn't change. Something in his shoulders did. We agree on the outcome. We disagree on the syllabus. Sensei's gaze softened for Izuku alone. Pack is a fine anchor, he said. So is purpose. You'll need both at the festival. He faded like a final page turning. The rooftop breathed. Aizawa exhaled through his nose. I dislike him. Me too, Izuku said. Then, small. I also learn things. Aizawa nodded like it was a weather report. We'll steal the parts that work and burn the rest. Next time he asks, you loop me in again. If he tries the push, you don't be polite, you yell. Yellow apple, Izuku said. Loud, Aizawa confirmed. Good night, Midoriya. Izuku stood after Aizawa left, palms on the parapet, city smell in his mouth. His phone pinged. Thank you for the trust, my boy. I am glad your protector approves. 2 torches carried are heavier than 1. I am proud of your balance. He typed, then deleted, then sent. I'm carrying 1 torch. The oath. One stays on the wall unless we need it. Dots. Then, wise. I will bring matches when asked. He turned the phone off because he could. Festival prep made the campus hum. Smintos grew walls for them to run into on purpose. Power Loader built a platform that transformed like a polite transformer to keep drills unpredictable. All Might took them through impact breath. Aizawa took them through boundary breath. Hound Dog stopped by after psych class to growl gentle grounding tips in a way that smelled like good therapy and flea shampoo. Izuku and Bakugo sparred under a timer while a dozen sensors tried to learn how to predict them. Bakugo moved like anger with manners, Izuku moved like water that had learned elbows. They talked the whole time because they didn't know how not to. Stop. Dodging in ways I can't explain to the cameras, Bakugo snapped, launching a mid-air feint that lit Izuku's sleeves. Stop announcing your murder, Izuku countered, turning a blast into A shoulder B. And then into a throw that set Bakugo exactly where he could land without wrecking his ankles. Bakugo landed, boots squealing, eyes hot, not angry, alive. Again, Bakugo said. They did it until. Both of them bent double and laughed like idiots at nothing, which made Aizawa mark something on a clipboard in a way that looked like a grudging kindness. Between drills, snack squat, eat and never suck. Cessfully rebranded it, checked on each other with granola, water, and bad jokes. Rule 31, Ochako wrote, neat and careful, if the day is loud, sit closer. Rule 32, Kirishima added, we spot for EAC. Each other even when it's just emotions on the bar. Momo laminated that one twice. At lunch 2 days later, Nezu took the stage with a mic and an aura of don't worry, I've taught hardware to be kind. We have increased measures for the festival. Also, a curated press pool. Also, Melon Pan will be available at 2 stalls to prevent line-related villainy. Present Mike whispered behind his hand, he's not kidding. The day before the festival, Izuku went home for exactly 1 hour because his mom needed to see him not on a TV. She cried and made him take more food than physics could carry. He D into a curry he pretended was too spicy. On the train back, someone at the far end of the car watched him too long. Not hostile, curious. The scent was generic, soap, starch, something metallic, but under it, a thread of old. Izuku didn't look long. He sat near a mom with a baby, because pack math makes it harder for shadows to do what they want. His phone buzzed once. Remember, tomorrow is not a fight. It is a stage where you choose what to teach. Teach them the right lesson. He didn't know if it was All Might or Sensei until he looked. He answered All Might first. Lesson equals rescue is a sport too. Then he answered Sensei. Lesson equals I can be loud without losing myself. Good, came back. I will be watching. Izuku pictured a man in a suit sitting exactly still in a crowded arena and looked away from that thought on purpose. He imagined, instead, a scarfed teacher leaning on a rail, eyes half shut and fully awake. He imagined a pack with signs Mina, Team Feral, Iida, Rule 22, Kirishima, Gentle Manly. A girl squeezing his wrist on Lavender, a boy who refused to say he was proud until he was shouting about it. The ribbon in his chest lay flat and ready. The torch on his should. R was warm and not burning anything it shouldn't. He went to sleep with both within reach and the handbook opened to a new page. At the top, in careful, heroic handwriting, someone had written Rule 33. When the crowd howls, we teach them how to listen. The stadium smelled like popcorn, sunscreen, and expectations. Banners flapped. Cameras blinked. The air had that live wire feel of a city deciding who it wanted to cheer for. Remember, Aizawa said over the class's murmur, burritoed in scarf, eyes at half-mast and full alert. Control under pressure. If your answer to pressure is, explode, I will grade you accordingly. Bakugo cracked his neck. Grade me, louder. Granola tax for every, die, Iida warned, holding a zip bag of bars like a treasury. Mina waggled a new pamphlet, Feral Safety Handbook version 0.5. The cover sticker sparkled, Pack Ethics. Izuku tried not to laugh as she read off the fresh line items. Rule 34, if a camera yells beast, reply, Midoriya. Offer a snack. Rule 35, no biting microphones or mascots. Rule 36, rescue is also razzle-dazzle. Present mic cannoned onto the stage. Like sound had been waiting for permission. Welcome to UA's Sports Festival. The crowd became weather. Midnight purred through rules. Smintas pointed at safety signage like it owed him money. Nezu waved benignly. The smile of a small mammal who had pre-negotiated with fate. All Might took the mic for exactly 9 words. Show them how heroes choose when it's loud, and somehow the stadium hushed like it had been told a secret. Izuku thumbed his wrist where the cape scrap and collar tag sat, citrus iron and lavender, anchor and anchor. The ribbon in his chest hummed, not tugged. He breathed with it. In, hold, 3, out. The obstacle race. First event, Midnight sang. Obstacle race. 4 kilometers of fun. First 50 advance. Gate up. Wind in their faces. The course unfurled as a string of problems. Robot graveyard. Tightwall canyons, minefield that popped like party favors with bad intentions. The press box buzzed. Beast. Beast. The word slipped along the fence like a stray cat looking for scraps. Pack rules. Izuku murmured to Ochako and Iida at the line. No solo heroics, no broken ankles. I'll call the route, you call the danger. Copy, Iida said, engines purring like polite thunder. Copy. Ochako chirped, bouncing once. Apple soap and adrenaline, anchor. Present Mike bellowed, go. There's no countdown in real life. The herd stampeded. Izuku did not. He moved, 2 steps right before the crush. Left under Ciro's tape, low behind a 3-pointer husk. He didn't fight traffic, he erased it, flowing into lanes nobody else saw until they were standing in them. Robot Field. Todoroki iced an entire avenue, Bakugo rocketed past on a string of swear words, Kirishima shoulder-checked a chassis and apologized to it. Izuku took under and through, turning join. TS that used to terrify him into handles he could borrow weight from, guiding Ochako and Iida in his wake. Left gap, 3 meters, he called. Bad footing, step long. 2 down on your 9, Ochako warned, voice bright and calm. Thank you, Iida blurted, which would have been adorable if it weren't also effective. Tightwalls. The crowd noise funneled. Someone slipped, Izuku's hand found an elbow, turned a fall into a skate. Returned momentum like a borrowed book. Shinso's voice drifted from somewhere behind, conversational in a way that wasn't. You think you're a hero? He called, casual fishhook. Or you just like being the center? The arrow in Izuku's chest twitched at the jab. Answer, but training had a shape now. Name the noise. He lifted 2 fingers without looking back, the sign they'd practiced. Ochako squeezed his sleeve once. Iida intoned, Rule 13, name the noise, as if recitation could guard your brain, it could. Izuku did not answer. He smiled at a wall and kept moving. Minefield. Dust. Heat. Little thwumps that wanted to be jokes but could break bones. The mines aren't random, Izuku said, eyes scanning the scatter like text. They're clustered on the obvious lines. Non-obvious line, Ochako prompted. Right, wrong, and ours, Izuku said, grin quick. He dropped to a crouch. Down, to the ribbon, the world's brightness softened to usable. Step where I step. Big strides. If you misstep, float. They long strided the no man's land like they were playing floor is lava with the ground's permission. A blast puffed to their left, dust kissed their shoulders. Izuku adjusted them a hair and kept their tempo steady. Todoroki skated an ice causeway and looked over, Bakugo bounced along with grenade gauntlet hops and looked over harder. The crowd looked wherever the loudest thing happened. Izuku was not the loudest thing. He was the safest path. They crossed. 50 berths. Izuku eased at the tape, one palm out, ushering a staggering sup. Port course kid ahead of him because heroes do line math. He still slid in 12th, Ochako 13th, Iida 14th. The scoreboard bleeped its opinion. You could have placed top 10, Bakugo said an inch from his ear. Like a criticism wrapped around a compliment smuggled in a threat. I placed where we placed, Izuku said, cheerful because honesty made him brave. Top 50. Bakugo's nose flared. Annoying, he said, and stalked off grinning. Feral Safety Handbook version 0.6 got a scribble as they drank water at the rail. Rule 37. Don't answer Shinso with your mouth, answer with your feet. Rule 38. We before me, unless it's snacks, then it's, we first and me later. Cavalry Battle. Second event. Midnight flourished. Cavalry Battle. 4 per team. Point values assigned by finishing order. First place headband is 10 million points. Murmurs. Strategies. Calculators sprouting in heads. Okay, Izuku said, brain sprinting. We need speed, control. And a brain that can fabricate solutions. I can think and build, Momo said, already drawing a harness in her head. She slid over like she'd heard her name on a grant. I can engine, Iida said. Engines humming to a higher key. And enforce jerky protocols. I can float us light and the enemy empty, Ochako said, eyes sparkling. Izuku nodded. We need one more, but let's risk 3. Less mass, more nimble. Momo produced a shock damp harness and soft braces in under 30 seconds, polite sweat at her temple, focus a warm sphere. Padding for impacts, and spring at the knee. Ochako touched the rig, weight bled away like a relieved exhale. Iida slotted in at the rear, a cavalry engine with excellent manners. Izuku took point, hands open, eyes quiet. 10 million points with a bull's eye. Every heavy hitter aimed their day at him. Pack rules, he said, smiling at the ridiculousness of it. We don't keep the headband, we move it. What? Iida blinked. That is not how. Trust him, Ochako said, laughing, and that was a kind of armor nothing could fabricate. Start. They didn't sprint. They diagonal sidled, letting the swarm fold toward the juicies. T-lines, Bakugo toward Todoroki, and vice versa, a tornado of ego, Anima and Shiro fishing on the edge, Kaminari forgetting how batteries work under pressure. Shinso ghosted a glance past Izuku, not looking at him, smart. You know, you'd be a lot happier if you didn't pretend to be gentle, he said to no one, to everyone. Izuku tapped the collar tag. Lavender. Anchor. He made an OK sign with his hand without looking back. Ochako squeezed his elbow. Iida recited, no responding to provocation, like an oath. 2 teams converged, one for glory, one for points. Izuku watched their shoulder lines, not their hands. The left team telegraphed reach, the right team telegraphed feint. Up, Izuku said, and Ochako feathered light. The grab sailed under. Izuku brushed the right team's wrist aside, open-palmed. Turned the angle of their effort into a step they did not intend, and plucked a 700 band as if taking lint from a friend's jacket. He passed it backward without keeping his eyes on it. Momo clipped it to their stack like a librarian speed filing. Midoriya, Momo said calmly amid chaos, Todoroki is angling on a 30-degree intercept. He will attempt to corner you against the wall and ice the exit. Izuku exhaled through his teeth. He could smell ice in the air already, cold pride. I know. Counter. Iida asked. Let him make the wall, Izuku said. Then go through where he thinks it's strongest. Through. Iida repeated, delighted because rules are great until they are wrong and then physics is better. Todoroki slid a sheet of cold at waist height, crisp and smooth as a lecture. Izuku let it almost pen them in, felt the crowd lean, and then touched the ice with 2 fingers and turned the weight of it the way he turned arms and doors. Not against, but along. The brittle edge spidered. A ribbon with seam inviting somebody polite enough to spot it and impolite enough to use it. Iida punched their little team through like a courier who had read the rules and then the loopholes. Todoroki blinked. Izuku tipped him a 2-finger salute, acknowledgement without mockery. Todoroki's mouth went, in a way that meant he will think about this later and be mad at the air. Bakugo arrived, bristling like a hedgehog who'd found caffeine. Give me your points or I take your teeth. Mina, from somewhere, Rule 39, no dentistry threats. Pay your granola tax, Iida hissed without lowering his voice. No, Bakugo said instinctively, paying 2 granolas. He lunged. Izuku didn't try to meet him. He redirected him into Todoroki's orbit by turning the pressure of the grab just 3 degrees and letting those 2 magnets do what magnets do. Deku, Bakugo swore as he accidentally prioritized the wrong rivalry and then chose to prioritize it on purpose because that's who he was. Momo leaned closer behind Izuku's shoulder. We have 6 mid-value bands. We do not need 10 million to advance. Exactly, Izuku said. We need to be there when the last minute starts. They harried the edges. A thief team and a shepherd all in one. Izuku called roots. Ochako made threats empty by touching claws that reached too far. Iida's sprint bursted in clean lines. Mom. O clipped bands and reinforced straps with a seamstress's murder focus. The clock bled down. Last 30 seconds. Everything got sticky. Teams desperate. Hands grabby. Band stacks tall enough for bad decisions. The 10 million headband flashed. Monoma had swiped it off a titan in a moment of beautiful pettiness and now ran like gossip. Do we? Iida began. No, Izuku said, smiling. Everyone else will go for it. We go for everyone else. He plucked 2 1000 from a clash where neither side would notice, nudged a 300 into Ochako's palm like magic, let a 2000 drop, deliberately, so a strong Gear team would lunge and overextend and get taped by Zero for their trouble. Buzzer. Breath. The board wrote its opinion. They qualified comfortably, not first, not flashy, but in with a stack that said we stole from chaos, not each other. Bakugo glared. Todoroki glared cooler. Monoma glared like a career choice. Kirishima jogged over, red grin huge. Bro. That was gentlemanly. Please don't make it a thing, Izuku begged. Grinning. Too late, Mina sang into her sticker sheet. Rule 40. Gentlemanly equals strong plus soft. Present Mike howled his recap. Midoriya's team floats like a feather. Turns like a door hinge. WHO taught this kid polite judo. Aizawa into his mic, perfectly bored, his feet. The seat in the shade. Half time. Water. Towels. Izuku leaned on the rail, eyes on the course, breath even. He felt it before he saw it, that thread in the crowd noise, the almost push that lived where breath becomes decision. His eyes found the shade on the opposite side of the stadium. A man in an ordinary suit sat exactly still. People in front of him clapped and leaned and checked phones. He existed like a lighthouse exists, motionless and in charge of motion. The air near Izuku tasted faintly like tea and old paper, not a smell so much as a remembered room. You taught them to listen, Sensei texted. Good boy. Now teach them to follow. Izuku typed with dry fingers. I'm teaching them to choose. Same lesson. Different vowel, came back, amused. He breathed. He pressed lavender. The ribbon lay still because his hand did. He did not answer, which was also an answer. All Might's shadow slid across the walkway. Young Midoriya, he said in his teacher voice, pitched for one set of ears. Satisfied with how you saved your choices for when they mattered? Yes, sir, Izuku said. And with how my class carried me when I didn't have enough hands. All Might's grin flickered soft. Carry and be carried, he said. That's the trick. He tipped his head toward the brackets panel booting up. One-on-one's next. Light where it helps. Shade where it keeps you cool. Aizawa ambled by, eyes on the bracket too, and didn't look at Izuku when he said, if the push returns, don't be polite. Yellow apple. Yellow apple, Izuku echoed. The bracket. Names flipped and settled. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. The crowd read that like a curiosity. Class 1A read it like a pop quiz labeled boundaries. Ochako squeezed his wrist once. Do not answer him with your mouth, she whispered, smiling like a friend on a roller coaster. Answer with your feet. Rule 37, Iida nodded, solemn and absurd. Kirishima held up a cardboard sign scrawled with gentle manly. Then, smaller underneath, don't talk. Thank you, Izuku said, because gratitude made the ribbon steadier than fear. Shinso stood at his gate like a rumor that never tried to be a headline. Up close he smelled like soap and sleeplessness and a chip on a shoulder that had learned to do push-ups. You won a lot by not answering, Shinso said conversationally as they took their marks. Must be nice, to be special in ways people cheer. Izuku inclined his head. Must be hard, he said softly, and N shut his mouth because honesty is not a reason to be unwise. Present Mike's hand chopped the air. Begin. Shinso smiled without joy. You think you're kind, he said. You're just a wolf that learned to wear a smile. The arrow in Izuku's chest twitched. What an easy line to yank, and the ribbon tightened a millimeter. He made his answer with his body. He stepped in instead of away, hand open, elbow low. A classic non-threat approach from grappling 101. He let Shinso grab his sleeve, permission granted, turned the line of that grip along a safe axis, and guided Shinso 3 steps toe. Ard the ring edge like leading someone out of a crowded train, not like forcing him. Shinso's eyes widened. Hey! Izuku kept his mouth shut, his breath regular, his feet kind and inevitable. Su tried again. Wonder if your class would like you if you didn't play shepherd. The crowd oohed. Bakugo yelled something that cost him 3 granolas. Ochako yelled, we like him because he brings snacks. Which was both true and not the point and also exactly the point. Izuku didn't bite the hook. He named the noise in his head, hurt talking, and answered with motion, palm on Shinso's tricep, angle set, turn through the hip. Follow the step. It looked like a dance move if the dance had been invented by EMTs. The boundary line slid into Shinso's peripheral vision like a suggestion. You really won't talk? Shinso asked. Almost amused, almost desperate. Izuku risked one sentence, choosing every syllable like it might explode. I'll talk after we're out of the ring. The ribbon hummed. Shinso didn't catch the hook because Izuku didn't throw one. He threw weight instead, not a shove, a guide, and Shinso's heel kissed chalk. Out of bounds. Present Mike sang, part proud, part D. Sap pointed there wasn't a lightning bolt. The crowd cheered because a bell had been rung. Class 1A cheered like they'd passed a group test. Shinso stood there a second, blinking. Izuku bowed before he could think better of it. You're good, he said, the sentence he'd saved. If you want a practice partner who won't answer, I'm available. Shinso stared. Then, very, very slightly, smiled. You're annoying, he said. Frequently. Izuku agreed, and they both left the ring with their feet instead of their teeth. Feral Safety Handbook version 0.7 sprouted another line in Momo's neat hand while the crowd noise rinsed Izuku's bones clean. Rule 41. When words are weapons, fight with footwork. On his way past the rail, a vendor yelled, Beast. Over here. Izuku turned, smiled, and held out a granola bar through the fence. Midoriya, he corrected gently. And shared snacks. The vendor blinked, then laughed, then took the bar and yelled, Midoriya. Instead, NT. He section echoed because crowds can learn too. Across the bowl of noise and flags, in that patch of shade that did not belong to the sun, the man in the suit remained very still and very pleased. A text buzzed like a gnat. Good. Teach them. I'll take the pop quiz later. Izuku didn't reply. He had brackets to climb, a pack to spot for, and a torch to carry without burning his own hands. The ribbon lay where he'd placed it. His breath wasn't loud. It was steady, the sound of a metronome in a stadium that had learned, a little, how to listen. The bracket spun like a coin and settled on names that made the stadium lean forward. Between matches, the Feral Safety Handbook version 0.7 accumulated stickers and peanut butter fingerprints. Izuku's ribbon lay quiet and ready. The man in the shade acros. The bowl of the arena sat exactly still, a lighthouse for waves that didn't need one. 2 steps to the semis. Izuku's second match came and went like a well-executed drill. His opponent, a support C. Horse transfer with piston boots, lunged straight, honest as a ruler. Izuku won by turning force, guiding, and thanking the kid out loud for not trying to suplex him into orbit. Present Mike dubbed it, polite kata, which sounded like a boutique workout taught by a golden retriever. Rule 42, Mina wrote as the crowd laughed, win nice if you can, win safe always. The quarterfinal drew a brawler WITH arms like apartment leases and a quirk named Cinderblock that did what it said on the label. Izuku didn't outpunch him, he outplaced him, walking the fight 3 degrees at a time until his opponent realized he'd been shepherded to the chalk. It looked almost boring until you saw the choices piling up like neat stacks of bricks. Bakugo hollered, "Stop playing checkers in a boxing match," and paid the granola tax without breaking eye contact. Aizawa didn't smile. His scarf twitched like a tail that wanted to. The gate with a mirror. Semifinals. Midoriya Izuku vs. Todoroki Shoto. The stadium inhaled. Cameras leaned. Somewhere down in the tunnels, a father tried to look like a plan instead of a person. Todoroki approached the ring like a problem set he intended to bully into admitting it had an answer. Up close he smelled like ice and soap and polite exhaustion. "Win with your own power," Izuku said quietly as they bowed, the words like a lifeline he handed and a promise he kept. "Not your father's. Not your stubbornness about your father. Yours." Todoroki's jaw flexed. "I don't use fire," he said, a sentence armed and loaded. "Then don't," Izuku said, a sentence disarmed. "Or do because you want to. Not because he does. Choose." Present Mike's hand chopped the air. "Begin." The floor flash froze. Not all at once, by decision. Todoroki painted the ring with cold logic, setting angles. Creating ramps for himself and problems for Izuku. Cracks spidered like stern warnings. The air went crisp. People in the cheap seats rubbed their arms and said, "Ooh," between teeth. Izuku's ribbon flicked up, edges. Edges, teeth, and he set it down. He moved small inside big danger, he placed hands on ice, not to throw but to turn. Ice wants to slide, he made it agree with him without stepping where it wanted him. He mapped Todoroki's habits in 10 heartbeats. First, pin. Second, escalate. Third, endure until the other boy ran out of warm. At the edge of hearing, under pressing. T-Mike and the crowd and Mina shrieking. Rule 43, no falling on purpose. Izuku caught the thread in the noise. Not sound, suggestion. The man in the shade was very pleased and very patient. Make the dog move. Sensei purred through a text that Izuku didn't read and felt anyway. Let him smell the leash. Push. Heel. Yellow apple. Izuku breathed, casual as a cough, into the tiny mic Aizawa had tested himself. On the coach's line. Aizawa didn't flinch. He touched the control on his belt, closed a filter around Izuku's comms, turned down the stadium by one unnoticeable click, then said nothing, because trust is also a tool. Izuku's earbuds hummed neutral. The ribbon obeyed him. Todoroki swept a wall across the ring. It hit where Izuku had been. Izuku was elsewhere by the time the crowd finished saying, "Whoa." He touched the ice with 2 fingers and nudged a stress line where it needed to be for later. Not an attack, a bookmark. "Why won't you fight me?" Todoroki snapped, voice fogging in the cold. "I am," Izuku said. "Because truth is not always noise. Use your power." Todoroki shoved, the shove not for Izuku. "I am," Izuku said again, and then louder, the words aimed like a rope, not a spear. "It's your power." Todoroki. He didn't birth it. You did. Let him own your past, you own today. The crowd leaned toward the sentence the way plants lean to sun. On the coach's line, Endeavor's flame hissed meaningfully. All Might's smile did not move, his eyes did. The match had become less about ice and more about the door behind it. Izuku made himself simple, breath obvious, footwork clean. Openings visible, and let the mirror form in Todoroki's own head. Crack. Not the ice, the posture. Todoroki's right side trembled, the half that says no to a man who says yes to himself. Then his mouth flattened. He glanced toward the box where his father burned a hole in noon. Not for him, Izuku said, soft as lavender. For you. A beat. A breath. Heat. It didn't roar, it arrived. The front row went, oh, like a taut note in a throat. Ice fog fled. Todoroki's right half blazed decision. Present Mike lost his mind in a professionally clear way. Fire and ice. He chose. Endeavor stood. Fists clenched into applause he wanted credit for. The stadium yelled. Mina wrote Rule 44. We clap when classmates choose themselves and 3 people hugged her for it without looking up. Izuku's ribbon lunged with joy and a bite. Hunt that smells like permission. He said no, not to joy, but to teeth. He let other instincts take the front seat. Shepherd in storms, engineer in a collapse. EMT on a skating rink. The ring was about to become unsafe. He could smell it in the ice's pitch and the heat's bite. Smintos. He yelled without turning his head. Be ready to raise after impact. Midnight, watch the wind. Recovery girl, no bacon at ringside. She cackled approvingly at the last. Aizawa exhaled like he would laugh later, maybe, by accident. Todoroki Thray. The sky at him, fire punching through the cold he'd laid like a prayer. The 2 halves of decision met and screamed. Izuku aimed what was his, one for all flickered in his bones like someone had tap. Pet a glowstick, and he let the spark ride, not lead. He planted 1 foot, breath timed, ribbon obedient, and turned the blast cone, not away from Todoroki, not toward the crowd, but up and high, carve in. GA chimney out of a second's geometry with hand, heel, and the bookmark he'd laid in the ice 10 exchanges ago. The air shoved upward, the explosion had somewhere to go. The ring cracked where he'd asked it to. Smintos rose a collar of safety like a magician that hated blood. The shock still hurled them. Todoroki skidded, heat streaming, eyes wide with a thing that wasn't victory and wasn't defeat, it was permission. Izuku hit the boundary hands first, saved his wrists by being polite to the floor, and felt chalk touch tape. Out of bounds. Present Mike sang it like a compliment. He'd lost. He'd won. The stadium stood. There are cheers and there are thanks, this was both. All Might didn't pump a fist, he pressed one over his heart because he's a professional at choosing visible gestures. Todoroki staggered toward him. His cheeks were color for the first time all day. He started, then seemed to remember audiences exist. He bowed, abrupt, not practiced. Thank you. Izuku nodded, ribs soaring, palms stinging. You did that, he said. I just held the door. Todoroki huffed a breath that might later grow into a laugh. He stepped away, looked at Endeavor like a line drawn on a map, then looked past him. On the coach's line, Aizawa wrote exactly 1 note and then put the clipboard down. Trust paid. He let himself blink slow. Kirishima vaulted the rail with a triumph. Yell before security could remind him that rules exist. He grabbed Izuku in a red bear hug. Bro. Gentle manly doesn't even cover it. Rule 45, Mina sobbed while filming, when you lose like that, you didn't. Iida handed Izuku a granola bar and a bill for Bakugo's accumulated fines. Ochako squeezed his wrist hard enough to put her name on his pulse. You okay? She breathed, eyes bright enough to light tunnels. Izuku smiled, and the smile wasn't a mask or a man-boy trying to be brave. I'm good. Across the arena, in the shade that did not belong to the sky, the man in the suit texted without looking at his hands. You gave away the win to teach a lesson. I adore your priorities. We will sharpen them later, my boy. You can keep the crowd and still keep the point. Izuku didn't look down. He didn't need to. He said to no one his mouth could name, not your syllabus. All Might found him in the tunnel. Tall in the narrow space, he seemed smaller than the roar outside and somehow larger than it too. Young Midoriya, he said, quiet, like a glass of water. Proud of your choice. Izuku bowed so quickly he almost head-butted a wall. Thank you for the chimney tip, he said, a joke and not a joke. All Might's eyes warmed. You built it, he said. I just like good architecture. Aizawa glided up, scarf a silent opinion. He didn't pat Izuku on the shoulder, he is not that man, but he stood in a way that, for him, counted. Framework held, he said. Good metronome. Thank you, Izuku said, and heard the layers, accepted all of them. The finals without teeth. He final bracket marched toward itself, Bakugo versus Todoroki like thunder answering cold. Izuku spotted for both from the rail with water and, left is left, and, don't be stupid because feelings. Mina waved a Team Feral sign at Izuku because branding takes time to die. He waved back and handed her a Midoriya granola instead. Todoroki chose again, fire and ice both, And Bakugo took it as an insult that required excellence. The match was violent and honest. It ended with Bakugo howling in a way that paid taxes, and Todoroki bowing to his own decision, and the crowd watching two boys learn different parts of the same lesson. Bakugo won the trophy. He glared at it like it had called him a coward and then grinned at it like it had apologized correctly. "Don't make me thank you for pushing him," he muttered at Izuku during the medal ceremony without turning his head. "I won't," Izuku whispered back, and they both looked forward because some acknowledgements are side by side. After the roar, reporters waited. The fence held. "Midoriya, beast," someone called, reflex not malice. Izuku smiled, walked over, and handed a granola bar through the mesh without letting the word take a tooth in him. "Midoriya," he said, friendly. And the section amended itself like a corrected lyric. Feral Safety Handbook version 0.8 got 2 clean lines in Momo's hand at the dorms that night, under the stick. That said pack ethics in glitter that had started to migrate to everyone's foreheads. Rule 46, losing on purpose to save someone else's win is still a win if you can name the reason. Rule 47, if a crowd howls, we teach them to clap. Izuku's phone buzzed once in his pocket as laughter climbed the stairwell. "Sensei." The dog learned to ignore the whistle. "Next lesson, call it from across the river." He typed, felt the ribbon settle under the weight of each letter, and sent. Not interested in owning hounds. Interested in helping people go home. The dots pulsed long enough to be the length of a thought. "Then we will make home the place that follows you." He turned the phone off and set it face down. Across the room, Aizawa scowled at his own paperwork as if it owed him sleep and said, without looking up, "If he tries the push again, I'll be there." "I know," Izuku said. He lay in bed later, the collar tag cool under his wrist. The stadium's echo replaced by the soft chorus of a dorm at peace. He'd stepped out to give someone else in. He'd kept the crowd from learning the wrong lesson. He had lost, and it felt right in a way that made his instincts purr instead of pace. In the shade of a city that loves noise, a boy with old blood and a new pack kept choosing in quiet ways that made the loud parts better. The ribbon hummed along. The torch stayed warm and did not burn anything it shouldn't. Morning would bring internships and villains with opinions and a mentor with a curriculum made of corners. It would also be ing Rule 48 written by Iida in bullet points about hydration at festivals, and a sign Kirishima was already sketching. Gentle manly for life. Regrettably, he had a marker. For now, Izuku Midoriya SLE. PT under a ceiling that finally smelled like home, and dreamt not of leashes but of open doors. UA handed out internship offers like a weather report, some sunshine, scattered thunder, a chance of character development. "Pick wisely," Aizawa said, eyes dry and red and somehow gentle without moving an inch toward gentle. "You are not choosing a brand. You are choosing a teacher." The board of offers blinked with names. Izuku had a respectable list: rescue agencies, a couple of mid-tier combat pros who liked that polite judo thing, and, tucked at the bottom like a whisper in a library, Gran Torino, recommended, All Might. Izuku's thumb hovered. The ribbon in his chest hummed. All Might had said the name with a fond pain that meant this will help and possibly also hurt. He selected Gran Torino. Across the room, Iida's posture read Hosu like a billboard. His brother's hospital bracelet hung on his wrist, neat as a vow. Manual agency, Iida said, trying to sound like logistics instead of heart. Izuku smelled grief under laundry soap and resolve. He touched Iida's elbow. Pack, not push. If the day gets loud, Izuku said softly, text Snack Squad. We sit closer. Iida's UTH tried to be a brave smile and landed on thank you. I won't do anything imprudent, he said, which is how smart boys lie to themselves. Mina scribbled it in the Feral Safety Handbook version 0.8 with a sticker that sparkled too loudly. Rule 48, no solo revenge quests. If tempted, text the group chat a granola emoji. Bakugo jabbed a finger toward Izuku's board. Old man Torino. Don't come back talking like a microwave. I'll try, Izuku said earnestly. Granola tax, Kirishima announced. For making me imagine Deku beeping. Gran Torino lived in a tiny NT that smelled like old tatami and test answers. He was shorter than legend, faster than regret, and cooked sausages in a way that shamed physics. Midoriya, huh? he said, squinting like he was grading a paper. He flipped a sausage with a flick of the skillet. Tashi's kid. He tasted the name like a joke and a bruise. Show me your feet. Izuku did, breath timing, Leisha's ribbon, turn without bite, and Gran Torino harumphed until it became a laugh. Your body's smart, he said. Make it meaner or kinder on purpose. Not because the wind told you. Eat. They ate. They sparred. Gran Torino smacked Izuku with a cushion in ways that taught more than sermons. Don't let your nice get you killed, the old hero said. Make your nice deadly to the right things. Izuku texted All Might a photo of the skillet. He's terrifying in a useful way, sir. Also, sausages. He will teach your feet honesty. Young Midoriya came back. Listen harder than you apologize. The sensei texts arrived in a different key. Your new tutor uses the same metronome I do. Good. When the hound howls next, call it from across the river. I want to see if your leash reaches. Izuku's thumb hovered. He typed not a dog trainer and deleted it. Then typed will prioritize rescue and hit send. Of course, came the reply. We rescue. Sometimes from ourselves. The first 2 days were drills, patrols, and Gran Torino. Appearing behind Izuku's ear like a kindly apparition that had a grudge with his balance. On the third, a Nomu attack ripped the sky a district over. Sirens redrew the map. Smoke bit. The wind carry. A howl that wasn't sound so much as direction. Gran Torino was already moving. Train, he barked, and punted Izuku toward a car with his voice. We're not fast enough on foot. They made Hosu in jolts. The air tasted like hot iron and rubber, and the color fear would be if it had a taste. Debris made bad opinions in the road. A winged Nomu shrieked something that wasn't language and wanted the sky back. Izuku's phone buzzed against his thigh, rude and intimate. Follow the howl. The knife is near. Save the right life. He didn't need the text to know. The knife smelled like ethanol wipes and ideology and blood iron. Stain. Gran Torino. Izuku said. The old hero was already signal splitting, scanning angles, triaging speed, and radioing pros like he had extra lungs. You smell it? He asked without condescension. Yes. Quote. Go, he said, and Izuku understood the magnitude of that permission. Izuku ran, down the ribbon instead of up it, quiet, fast. He sent one message to Snack Squad. Round pushpin drop of blood. Ochako's reply arrived in a heartbeat, en route with backup. Ida's dot on the shared map had already stopped in an alley. The alley was every bad idea a city had ever made. The air was ticky with blood and singleness of purpose. Ida lay against a wall trying to sit up like a white-knuckled metronome. Native lay nearby, breathing but gray. Over them stood a man who smelled like resolve sharpened into a knife. Stain's eyes were clear and too old. His bandana smiled, his mouth didn't. You're not heroes yet, Stain said conversationally, blade wet. You're noisy. Maybe you, he flicked the knife toward Izuku, could be carved into something useful. The rest, trash. Izuku's ribbon lunged in a direction called end this. He nodded to it like you nod to a bad idea fro. A friend you love and then set it down. You a student Midoriya Izuku, he said calmly, stepping wide of the blood because the ground remembers our feet. Here for rescue. Stain's grin ate light. Rescue is expensive, he said. He moved. Izuku did not meet speed with speed. He opened Stain's grabs and turned his cuts where air was, not flesh, using elbow to wrist geometry like a language. Stain wasn't angry, he was pleased. At least you read, he said, changing levels. Let me see your book. Iida coughed, tried to stand, hissed something about ingenium through pain. Izuku spared a sing, a glance, and Stain punished it with a flick. Slice. The back of Izuku's calf stung and bled, a neat message. Stain's tongue flicked through his bandana to his blade with a surgeon's precision. Paralysis. Izuku knew the quirk from reports, it felt like rope around rhythm. His knee threatened to quit. He grabbed his collar tag so hard the lavender bruise might tattoo. He said one word through a tiny mic he wasn't sure reached anyone, yellow apple. Aizawa wasn't here. The word was for him. The ribbon tugged. He let it take the weight of the paralysis and hand it to other muscles that remembered Gran Torino, Aizawa, All Might. Pack. The knee bent again. Not full strength. Enough. Interesting, Stain said, head cocked. You said no to your own nerves. I practice, Izuku said, because sometimes truth disarms. The howl arrived before the shadow. Winged Nomu, talons like a thesis in meat. It dropped into the alley's mouth, making a new roof of itself. People screamed 2 blocks away. The Nomu turned its head and smelled Izuku, kinnote curled in its ruined nose. It crouched. Fetch, hung under the night like a command-wearing perfume. Stain's eyes cut to it, contempt clean and bright. False thing, he said. Full of a religion that wasn't kind but was consistent. He flashed at Izuku, 1, 2, making blood he didn't drink, testing if his paralysis would stick now that something worse was here. Izuku refused to look away from his job. Iida, he said, not tearing his eyes off Stain, left hand. Squeeze. If you can feel it, you can move it. You don't need all of you. You need the part that chooses. Iida's fingers trembled. Then they closed, slow, electric. Tears burned. I will choose. Good, Izuku said, and for a second, Stain looked at him like a teacher instead of a butcher. Then Stain blurred, behind. Izuku didn't see it, he smelled the iron shift and felt the air pull around the knife's wake. He stepped in, not out, killed the cut by walking into where it couldn't be. And turned the wrist with a 2-knuckle touch that would have been impolite if it weren't saving someone's tendons. Stop using physics on me, Stain said, amused and annoyed in equal parts. Never, Izuku said. Breath a metronome he'd built himself. The Nomu took 2 taloned steps into the alley. It did not smell orders, it smelled a question. You. Mine. The thread in the noise. Tugged, the shade in the stands a day ago now here, smiling through a phone. Call it. Across the river, my boy. Heal. Izuku lifted his hand and did something dangerous. He made eye contact with the Nomu and gave it the shepherd signal he used on feral things that had not decided him enemy yet, palm out, fingers relaxed, elbow low. In his chest, the ribbon did not yank. It settled with a soft command that wasn't a command. Stay. For a breath, the Nomu hesitated, predator math running into a shape it recognized but did not submit to. It stuttered forward anyway, because programming is a religion with worse hymns. And Stain, crest of blood and creed, pivoted. He stepped into the Nomu's path, not as ally but as larger predator, killing intent rolled out like a carpet of no. Only the worthy walk, he told the thing. Voice low as winter. The Nomu stilled not because it had learned a command, but because every animal knows the weight of something that has decided to eat you back. In that window, Todoroki slid into the mouth of the alley on a sheet of cold that carried heat like a secret. His eyes found Izuku, his breath found choice again. Left side, Izuku said without looking at him, because pack. Don't roast the civilians. Noted, Todoroki said, choosing both halves like it was easy now, it was not. He made it look like work done well. He iced the Nomu's wings to the brick and warmed Iida's numb fingers without cooking him. Stain's knife hissed through sweat. Izuku caught the intent and turned it into a scrape on cement. Endeavor is 3 blocks out, Ochako panted into the calm. Floating a traffic barrier toward the alley to make a funnel. Momo's with police. I brought granola for emotional regulation. Good, Izuku and Iida said at the same time, which was funny and not at all. Stain adapted. He stopped trying to bleed Izuku for paralysis and started trying to break things Izuku would save. Native's head, Iida's leg, Todoroki's concentration. Izuku matched idea for idea. Using elbows and doorframes and Stain's own shoulders to redirect cuts into air and brick. He felt his calf throb where blood had tried to become a rule and failed. He kept the ribbon down and kind, no teeth, all turn. Your mercy is weak, Stain grunted, blade a sentence. My mercy is aimed, Izuku said, and did not flinch when his own blood ran warm. That's stronger. Iida wobbled upright like a newborn decision. Stain, he shouted, voice torn and true. I will be a hero who saves even when my heart is angry. Stain's eyes brightened. And then, because irony is a writer, he smiled. Good, he said, and flicked a blade at Iida's next breath. Izuku was already there. He took the cut on glove and guard and turned Stain's wrist into a bind that Momo would have graded in a grappling seminar. Todoroki froze Stain's heel to the pavement without taking his ankle. Ochako lightened the knife in Stain's hand just enough that it missed when it should have marred. Stay down, Izuku said, not a command. A hope. Stain looked at him like a teacher looks at a student answering without needing to be called on. He stilled, calculating. Pro-sirens gathered. Endeavor's heat punched alleys into day. The Nomu snarled at an order only it could hear, ripped free of masonry, and snatched, not Izuku, a random pro in the alley mouth. Stain moved like Creed in motion. In one clean step, he took the Nomu's throat and ended it. Not rage, function. He pinned the corpse to the wall with a knife that had been given permission by ideology and physics. The alley went quiet in a way that made Izuku's skin try to crawl and breathe. Stain turned to Izuku one last time, bandana wet, eyes painfully clear. "You might be a hero," he said. "If you stop smiling when it's not the time." Izuku didn't smile. "I know the difference," he said. Stain swayed. The fight had cost him. The police flooded the mouth of the alley. Endeavor crowded oxygen. Stain looked at the adults and found them heavy with brand. He looked back at kids and found them heavy with choice. The world tilted. He stopped because his body made him. Rule 49, Mina wrote later with hands that shook, "If ideology tries to eat you, call a friend and a pro and a granola bar. Paperwork is the price of survival." The commission said words: vigilantism, context, commendation, "Do not do that again, thank you for doing that again." Aizawa arrived and scowled so hard that the hallway improved its posture. He listened to the summary like a man counting a deck. He checked Izuku's calf himself with hands were careful in the way experience makes careful. He listened to the word yellow apple in Izuku's story and didn't show the relief that ran through him like heat. "Don't chase knives," he said. It sounded like a rule. It was love. "Don't let hounds chase me," Izuku said back, because he'd learned to answer rules with rules. Aizawa's mouth didn't move. The scarf did. "Good." Gran Torino leaned in the doorway like a lopsided hatstand. "You're a pain," he told Izuku fondly. "Good pain. Eat." They ate in a station break room that smelled like burned coffee and paperwork. Todoroki warned Izuku. "Use granola bar on one side like a party trick." Iida stared at his hands and then very deliberately texted Snack Squad. "I wanted revenge. I chose rescue. I will need reminders." 20 hearts. 3 granola emojis. 1 Bakugo response. "Don't die stupid. Also don't make me say I'm proud." Izuku laughed, then didn't, because the ribbon said breathe and rest and file this under, chose right. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He didn't need to look to know. Across the river indeed. "You did not call the hound, you made a larger wolf do it for you." Clever. "Next time, we call it kindly." Izuku typed exactly as many words as he needed. "No." Dots pulsed. Disappeared. Returned. "You will. Or the world will." He turned the phone off and put it face down on the handbook. Momo had already added 2 lines in clean script. Rule 50. Yellow apple works even when you're the only one who hears it. Rule 51. Rescue first. Even from yourself. Riko. Very girl cleared her throat with the authority of a tiny angel. In Rule 52, she said, tapping Izuku's calf with a lollipop, "Come to me before you walk off blood like it's a suggestion." "Yes, ma'am," Izuku said, and meant it. They stayed in Hosu until the ash settled. Then UA drew them back with the gravity of routine reasserting itself. The dorm smelled like shampoo and stupid jokes. All might stopped by the hall late like a shadow that smiled. "I heard you built a chimney again," he said mildly. Izuku scratched his cheek. "I borrowed a creed and turned it into space," he admitted. Stain's presence moved the Nomu. "I used it." All Might nodded slow, more human than legend when he did. "We use what's on the field. We do not become it." "I know," Izuku said, and he did, because he'd nearly not. Aizawa called him to the staff office the next morning. He set the half mask on the desk between them. It had been silent in a lockbox like a secret that got bored. "You get this back when you can pick it up without listening to it," Aizawa said. Izuku stared at it. The mask did not hum. It waited. He put 2 fingers on its edge and felt nothing but plastic and the memory of a bad idea that had been told no enough times it finally sat. "Not yet," he said, and Aizawa's eyelids moved a millimeter. "Approval. Good choice," Aizawa said. "PowerPoint." "Yes," Izuku said, pulling a printed page from his folder. Title: Knife Credo vs. Pack Ethics. De-escalation in confined spaces, Hosu case study. Aizawa sighed like he'd been preemptively exhausted and read it twice. He signed the bottom. Rule 53. He said dryly. I will consider reading your PowerPoints. Thank you, Izuku said solemnly. In homeroom, Mina triumphantly held up Feral Safety Handbook version 0.9. The new cover sticker said Pack Ethics Hosu Edition in glitter that already haunted everyone's laundry. Rule 54. If a crowd howls, beast, we answer Midoriya and hand them snacks. Rule 55. If a hound howls, we don't call it. We make space for rescue. Rule 56. When knives preach, we sit closer. Bakugo groaned. Kirishima grinned. Ochako tucked her hand around Izuku's wrist and pressed lavender without making a speech. Todoroki sat straighter, eyes quiet and warm, flames a rumor he'd stopped apologizing to. Izuku breathed. The ribbon hummed obedient in his. The torch was warm and not burning anything it shouldn't. Somewhere in the city, a man in a suit sat exactly still and planned a curriculum made of corners. Somewhere nearer, a teacher in a scarf wrote trust by withholding it strategically. Somewhere nearest, a pack of kids made rules out of jokes until the jokes were instructions for staying. The hound had howled. The knife had taught. Izuku had chosen, and the choosing had held. Next, internships would end, finals would begin, field trips would promise to be normal and then lie. And eventually, when the man in the suit stepped out of the shade and stopped pretending to be anyone's teacher, Izuku would have to choose again while the world was looking. He looked down at the handbook. In his own messy handwriting, under Rule 56, he wrote, Rule 57, if I start to forget, remind me I can choose. UA delivered finals the way meteorologists deliver storms, charts, warnings, and a suspicious smile. Written in the morning, Aizawa said, voice like a stapler. Practical in the afternoon. The practical is pair versus teacher. You pass by escaping the field or suppressing your opponent. He let the sentence sit, then added. We adjusted matchups to test your worst habits, not your best tricks. Mina raised a hand. So like, therapy, but with explosions. Yes, Aizawa said, proud and offended. The pairings flashed on the holo. Iida and Ojiro versus Power Loader. Kirishima and Sato versus Smintos. Momo and Shoto versus Aizawa. Momo's composure smiled. Shoto's eyebrow considered. Ochako and Aoyama versus 13. Ochako fist pumped, Aoyama sparkled. Midoriya and Bakugo versus All Might. The room made weather. Jiro said, oh no, into her sleeve. Kirishima said, oh yes, loud enough to scare the air. Bakugo grinned like a chainsaw discovering poetry. Izuku pressed the collar tag, lavender, and breathed. The ribbon in his chest twitched, then lay flat because he asked it to. All Might stepped through the door on cue, tie courageous. I will be handicapped, he boomed. Weighted bracers, reduced area of effect, and a time limit. He winked, human, you still shouldn't let me hug you. My hugs are forceful. Mina flipped Feral Safety Handbook version 0.9 open and scribbled. Rule 58. When your exam is All Might, don't panic, plan. Rule 59. We pass if we leave. Pride is extra credit, not the grade. Bakugo thunked the desk. We're not leaving, we're winning. Winning by leaving is winning, Iida recited like a commandment. Exam rules. Bakugo ignored commandments on principle. The written test smelled like pencil shavings and inevitable caffeine. Izuku's mechanical pencil sang neat answers. Bakugo smirked at calculus like it had disrespected him personally and annihilated it with correct work. Momo finished early. Then spent 15 minutes pretending not to finish early. Kaminari high-fived a multiple-choice section and got lightly electrocuted by statistics. At lunch, Snack Squad spread granola, rice balls, and a laminated schedule Momo had titled, You cannot cram good choices, but you can prepare for them. Okay, Izuku said to Bakugo over the table. We don't beat All Might in a straight fight. We beat the test. The fastest path to the gate is up the east fire escape, across the shipping container lane, then down a stair that isn't weight-rated for All Might's bracers. We're not running, Bakugo said and meant I'm not running from him again in a language only their old rooftop understood. Izuku nodded, honest. We're drawing him, then we're leaving. If you get a shot that matters, you take it. But if I yell gate, we go. Bakugo scowled at the words like they were peas. I blast a hole. You steer. We don't die. Deal, Izuku said. Mina, without looking up. Wrote Rule 60, gate greater than ego and underlined it 3 times. Ochako slid a spare wristband across to Izuku, the lavender dot was new and a little glittery. For noise, she said. Thank you, he said, and set it over the cape scrap. Anchor, anchor. His phone buzzed in his pocket like a gnat. Your exam is a gift, my boy. Pull the lion's mane. Feel how easy it is to hate a symbol when it blocks your path. Tonight, we will talk about this feeling. Izuku typed without letting the ribbon move. I don't hate my teachers. I pass by choosing. Good, came back, amused. I enjoy when you make me work. He walked the thread straight to Aizawa's desk and put the phone down, screen lit with the last line. Looped, he said. Aizawa skimmed. His mouth did not move. He put a school-issued white noise bud on the desk. Left ear. If you feel any push, say yellow apple and follow my voice. He paused, then, you are allowed to pass by leaving. Make sure your teammate understands the difference between flee and complete the objective. Izuku saluted with serious nonsense. Translate, flee, to, W got it. The city set for the practical was shipping lanes and offices, alleys of choice, rooftops with opinions. The PA crackled. Midoriya and Bakugo, Smintas intoned. Your opponent, All Might. Your victory condition, exit the zone via the north gate or place capture cuffs on the teacher. Time limit, 10 minutes. All Might loomed at the far end in bracers-like architectural mistakes. Even weighted, he filled the map. Begin. Present Mike sang. Bakugo launched, a grenade of intent. Izuku didn't leash him. He placed him, 2-hand signs, 1-angle call, the invisible shepherd's crook they'd accidentally invented in sparring. Bakugo's arc shifted a hair, blast landing left of All Might's centerline. All Might clapped the air. The shockwave had manners. Izuku caught the pressure with open palms and turned it into a sideways, a wind that missed Bakugo and knocked over a very rude stack of traffic cones instead. Excellent redirection. All Might laughed, delighted teacher cracking through serious examiner. He came forward faster than the weights should allow, because symbol. Gate. Izuku called. And Bakugo did the rude thing. He ignored him on purpose to draw aggro, detonating behind All Might to pull the big man away from the line. Annoying, Izuku muttered, also on purpose, because communication in their language requires ritual insults. He slotted in at All Might's knee, 2 fingertips on a bracer seam, and asked the joint to give up a degree of motion. It did, because Hisix likes polite requests delivered in the right place. A shadow fell. A fist the size of optimism occupied the space where Izuku would have been if he had stayed too long. He hadn't. He had moved. Show me those choices. All Might called. We are, Izuku thought, and ran. They took the east fire escape 2 stairs at a time. All Might took the wall, because doors are a suggestion at his size. Metal screamed. Bakugo whooped. Yes, old man, respect your teacher. Present Mike yelled, while clearly meaning please keep doing exactly this. Izuku checked the ribbon, settled. He checked the earbud, neutral. He checked the phone, didn't. He checked Bakugo, burning happy, shoulders set to fight but listening. They hit the container lane. All Might's shadow covered it. The bracers glowed dull warning. He was pulling punches like a pro, and it still felt like the weather had replaced the sky with him. Left box, weak weld, Izuku snapped. Bakugo blew a hinge, then used the container as a springboard, not a projectile. Because they'd practiced not throwing buildings at their teachers when possible. All Might landed ahead of them, because of course he did. I admire your escape priorities. He boomed, which did not help the escape part. Then let us go, Izuku tried, breath steady. He was not above appealing to graders. No, All Might said, correct. He came in low, a tackle meant to teach repositioning. Izuku let it graze him and spun a capture band around the bracer ring. It would never hold him, it would slow him. It did, by a heartbeat. Enough for Bakugo to blind the world. With a blast and force a guard that opened the lane. Gate. Izuku yelled again, the word a grade, not a plea. Bakugo hesitated. Pride is a muscle too, and his is very strong. Izuku didn't argue. He moved, 2 steps back, palm open. Letting Bakugo see his 6-year-old self reflected there on a winter rooftop with him. We pass by leaving, he said, simple. Bakugo's jaw flexed. Then he did the hardest thing he does, cooperate. Go. He snarled, and blew the road sideways, carving a chimney of dust and pressure that was almost polite. They sprinted. All Might followed, laughter and approval. And the sound of a man who loved kids enough to be their obstacle. Halfway to the gate, the noise in the world tried to thread itself under Izuku's breath, faint, like a suggestion dressed as helpfulness. Push. Show your teeth. He blocks you. Take the symbol. He didn't need to read the text to know who had sent the feeling. Yellow apple, Izuku said into the mic without breaking stride. Aika. A's voice cut clean as an eraser through chalk. Left, 2 meters, blind corner. Don't turn, slide. Izuku slid. Bakugo read the cue because half their language is angles. All Might's hand closed where boy had been and got air. The gate loomed. The timer bled. The bracers hummed. All Might planted like a door. Can you pass when the symbol refuses to move? He called, and the test sharpened into the size of a single choice. Bakugo's eyes went bright. Make a door, he barked, and slammed a blast high off the arch, creating a downward pressure wave that Izuku could turn. Izuku did, redirecting the artificial gust to lift them the distance it would take to break their ankles if they tried to jump this cold. All Might reached. Izuku stepped into the grab to kill the range, put a palm on the bracer ring, and asked, please. Physics, for it to glide past his centerline. It did. He hooked his other arm under Bakugo's elbow and pulled them both through a space that shouldn't have existed and now did. Bakugo detonated backward, choosing the ugly arc that would clear Izuku even if it meant his own landing was bad. Izuku caught him mid-stumble and threw them both toward the chalk like he was tossing a rope to their future. Their boots hit beyond the line. The buzzer sang. Smintas's voice declared, Hero Team, pass. The stadium of teachers and awed in unison. Present Mike screamed S. Omething that resolved to, Midoriya and Bakugo leave like winners. Which was a phrase he'd been waiting years to use. All Might stopped so hard the bracers clanged. He grinned, proud and human, and lifted both hands in surrender. Excellent. He boomed, cut to teacher voice, and added quietly, thank you for choosing the gate. Bakugo panted and glared and also looked a little like he wanted to throw up. I could have taken one more hit. You did the one that mattered, Izuku said, and Bakugo did not argue, which in their language is thank you. On the boundary, Aizawa lowered his hand from his earpiece. He didn't smile. His scarf said he had almost smiled and would never admit it. Good metronome, he told Izuku when they reached him. To Bakugo, good choice. Don't make me say that twice. Bakugo made a noise that translated to I heard you. Mina added a sticker to Feral Safety Handbook version 1.0. She promoted the version number during lunch. Pack Ethics, Finals Edition. Rule 61. If the teacher is the wall. Pass the test, not your pride. Rule 62. Yellow apple saves ankles and exams. Rule 63. Cooperation is not cowardice. It's how you win. Debrief smelled like sweat and a staff room that had seen history and pretended to be laminate. All Might held a printout of the map with arrows and circles in green. You created a pressure chimney twice, he said, delighted. And you refused a non-U motivation in the 4th minute. I'm very, very proud. Izuku bowed, ears warm. Thank you for being a good door. All Might snorted. Never been called that and liked it. Aizawa slid a sealed evidence bag across the table. Inside lay the half-mask. It did not hum. It just was. You'll tell me when, if, you want it back, Aizawa said. Right now, your breath patterns are yours. Keep it that way. Izuku touched the plastic. Nothing pulled. He looked up. Not yet. Good, Aizawa said, and W. Wrote nothing down for a full 3 seconds, which is his version of a champagne toast. Bakugo slouched in a chair, looking like a covered volcano and a fulfilled assignment. We passed, he said to the ceiling, then to Izuku. Without the ceiling, don't make me say your gate plan wasn't stupid. It wasn't stupid, Izuku said for him. Thanks. Annoying, Bakugo muttered, fond. That night the dorm was a patchwork of triumph naps and recovery noodles. Todoroki sat with Momo at the coffee table, quietly analyzing how their exam against Aizawa had been a test of hesitation and how they'd beat it with shared authority. Momo had said, Captain, once, and Aizawa had lost the fight to look unimpressed. Ochako curled up at Izuku's side on the couch and pressed 2 fingers to his wrist, the lavender-kissed bone. You didn't growl even once. I wanted to, he admitted. But then I pictured present Mike narrating it and it seemed bad. Preventative rule, she said seriously, and add. Dead rule 64, no growling at midterms to the margin with a smiley face. His phone buzzed. He didn't have to look. He did, because ignoring and choosing are not the same. You learn to pass by leaving. Good. Next time the door will be a forest, and it won't have a gate. Bring your pack. Bring your leash. Bring your teeth, just in case. He stared at the words until they were only shapes. Then he typed. Field trip or trap, I'm still choosing. The dots pulsed, amused in a way he could feel in his molars. Both. He set the phone face down on the handbook. Momo had taped in a new page he hadn't seen, emergency contacts. Aizawa's name at the top, All Mights below, Hound Dog, Recovery Girl, then every kid in 1A, scribbled in with varying degrees of penmanship and glitter aggression. He breathed. The ribbon lay exactly where he'd placed it, his. The torch on his shoulder was warm and didn't burn anything it shouldn't. The class argued about which instant noodle flavor counted as ethical. Iida insisted on vegetable. Bakugo declared spice a virtue, consensus was 2 packets, split. On the last line of the new page, under the contacts, someone had already written Rule 65 in careful, heroic handwriting. Rule 65, when there's no gate, we make one together. UA announced the training camp like a vacation brochure that had misplaced the word relax. Pack a bag, Aizawa said, hair and scarf equally unpersuaded by joy. We leave at dawn. You will be worked past comfort and then reminded that comfort was a rumor. Do we get s'mores? Mina asked, pen already hovering over Feral Safety Handbook version 1.0. You'll get character, Aizawa said. It tastes like s'mores if you pretend. Rule 66, Iida declared as he wrote with civic fervor, character first, marshmallows later. Bah! Kugo cracked his neck like it owed him money. If a camp counselor tries to make me sing, I'm vaporizing the guitar. Rule 67, Jiro said without looking up. No vaporizing acoustic instruments. LL Might peeked in with a thumbs up the size of a canoe. Train smart, he boomed. Remember your breath when the woods get loud. Izuku thumbed the cape scrap and collar tag under his wristband, citrus, iron and lavender. Anchor, and felt the ribbon in his chest hum obediently. He still hated how much he looked forward to training that made his muscles write letters to their union representative. The bus didn't stop at the lodge. It stopped at a cliff. The Pussycats, Pixie Bob and Mandalay in coordinated chaos, Ragdoll a beam of weaponized cheer, Tiger a wall with opinions, posed like a poster for cardio. Welcome to Hell Woods, Pixie Bob sang, hurling a dirt monster off the ledge for emphasis. Aizawa waved from the safe side like a man clocking out. 2 hours if you move like heroes. 3 if you move like tourists. Who is gonna move like? Mina began, then saw Zero considering a selfie stick. Right. Fair. They were dropped. The forest swallowed them, pine and damp earth and the hot breath of Pixie Bob's earth beasts. The air carried 2 new smells for Izuku, sap, sweet, honest, and test, older than any school. Pack rules. Izuku called as they tumbled into the green. Rescue first, pace second, pride never. Rule 68, Momo wrote while jogging because she's distressingly competent, no sprinting pride first into trees. They ran and solved problems. Izuku called lanes through roots and shadows. Turned stone paws with elbows like door hinges, redirected more force than he produced. He measured loud versus useful and kept the ribbon down, kind. They made the lodge in Ender 3 hours and got exactly 5 minutes to think they were done before the Pussycats posted the real schedule. Power training. Tiger barked. Break your limits. Refine your refinement. Ragdoll chirped. Eyes flicking with Search's quick, uncanny focus. She paused on Izuku a millisecond too long, like she'd found a folder with a funny label. Pixie Bob clapped. Sleep is for tomorrow. Ochako elbowed Izuku lightly. We should add a sleep rule. Rule 69, Izuku puffed, already doing Aizawa's boundary breath drills under mandala-colored pylons. If we start naming every rule after naps, we'll get sleepy by osmosis. Scientifically inaccurate, Iida said, yawning. Kota, the cliff, and the smell of old hurt. Kota stood near the lodge like a rock that had decided to try cynicism. Hat, glare, the brittle smell of salt that isn't sea. Hey, Izuku said, gentle as warm bread. I'm Midoriya. Don't care, Kota said, which was impressive in its efficiency. Copy, Izuku said, taking the no as data. If you ever want to borrow a granola, he stopped because that sentence sounded like a metaphor. Snack, I mean snack. Kota snorted at the metaphor anyway and stalked up the path toward a cliff overlook. The smell he left behind wasn't anger so much as tendon-rubbed grief. Izuku catalogued it, put it under rescue later, and returned to Tiger roaring at him to be proud of his squats. Ragdoll drifted by between sets with a cat's curiosity. Your heart's tidy, she said, tapping her temple. Your instincts are big. Like a tent that's not sure how many poles it needs. Working on it, Izuku said, blinking. Good, she said, searchlight eyes kind. Keep choosing. Big hearts are snackable to the wrong people. He didn't ask what that meant. He was already working on it. Night drill, night thread. They ate curry that tasted like salt and victory. They tried not to fall asleep in it. Aizawa ran a night boundary drill in the clearing, noise, light, scent, the same maze just trees instead of walls. Spotters in pairs, he said. Safe word is still yellow. If the forest gets into your head, call it. If it gets into your friend's head, call it louder. Rule 70, Ochako wrote. Stifling a smile, buddy breathe at night. Mina added a glitter sticker labeled platonic for clarity and mischief. Halfway through Izuku's run, I'll call, cricket static, branch CRA. CK, the thread slid under his breath. Forest is a gate, my boy, take the path where your teeth led. He didn't need to see the phone light to know. He thumbed the caller tag. Lavender. Anchor. Yellow apple, he said, soft and immediate. Aizawa's voice cut in left ear like trust with edges. 2 breaths. Label 3 sounds. Name why you're safe. Crickets, Izuku said. Wind in pine. Kirishima whispering, bro, like a prayer. Safe because pack. The thread loosened like a leash someone else had tried to tighten and remembered he'd cut it in half. Good, Aizawa said. Finish the course. Then water. Then bed. In that order. Izuku did. The ribbon lay where he'd placed it, his. His phone beeped once later on the lodge porch. He flipped it, read without replying. Very good. You will need that word soon. The door is opening. It has no gate. He pocketed the device and looked up at a sky so full of stars it seemed like it had chosen to be brave. Woods that lie. Day 2 burned, day 3 burned beautifully. They were becoming loud by choice and quiet on purpose. Then the woods lied. The smell came first, smoke that hadn't been scheduled. Then Mandalay's voice in everyone's heads. Direct and sharp. Villains have entered the camp. This is not a drill. Students evacuate to the lodge unless you are directly engaged in a rescue. Rule 71, Mina breathed, hands already sticky with sweat, listened to telepathy. Blue flame bloomed in the tree line like a bad idea with a budget. Dabi's smoke tasted like winter burned wrong. Toga's laughter came thin and bright like a needle. A hulking shape moved between trunks, muscular, the smell of protein powder, rubber bands, and old adrenaline. Kota, Izuku said, because the cliff path smelled like panic and boy. Aizawa's voice hit his ear. Midoriya. Rescue. Izuku said, already running. Copy, Aizawa said, juggling 50 lives with 10 syllables. Buddy. None, Izuku said. No time. A beat. Then. You are your own buddy. Say the word if push appears. Yellow apple, Izuku promised, and sprinted into the pines. The hound in the body, the knife in the voice. The cliff overlook was bad geometry waiting to happen. Kota stood near the edge. Small and furious. Muscular loomed 30 paces away, his fibers bulking like rope learning to show off. His grin said sport. His eyes didn't. They were dead in the way 3. LL seekers get when feeling finally bored them. Hey, little rock, Muscular crooned. Wanna play fetch with your hero's head? Absolutely not, Izuku said, placing himself between Cliff and Boyan. Letting the shepherd fill his silhouette. UA student Midoriya Izuku. Here for rescue. Muscular's grin widened. Love when they introduce themselves. So polite before the splat. The ribbon in Izuku's chest lunged up, teeth, spring. End it, because child plus edge plus predator is a math problem even instincts can do. He pressed lavender. He named the noise. He put the dog down gently without killing it. Stay behind me, Kota, he said. Not looking back. If I say duck, you do. Kota's breath stuttered. Why would you? Because I said so, Izuku said, rare steel. The kid recognized adult and stayed. Muscular rolled his shoulders. Muscle fibers plumped like obscene popcorn. Come on then, shepherd. Let's see if you can keep your lamb from tumbling. He moved. Izuku didn't try to block power with power. He split angles with his elbows, killed range by stepping in, guided wrists where air lived, and used the environment like a third partner, tree trunk, friend, rock, pivot, dirt, cushion. He found the seams in Muscular's inflation cycles, between bulks, before the next pump, and piped his grabs through those windows. It worked for 5 exchanges. Then force caught up. Muscular too. Okay, a glancing bite out of Izuku's shoulder guard. Pain sang, the cliff waited, Koda yelped a wordless don't. Thread under the breath. Now, like a bad lullaby. Let the hound up, my boy. He'll take the hit. He'll enjoy it. Izuku didn't stop moving. Yellow apple, he said, level. Aizawa, see the left ankle. Pop the rhythm. Izuku saw it, micro stutter where muscle overbuilt and balance lagged. He turned Muscular's next step into a skid, rolled him into a rut, and bought 3 breaths of space. Hey, Muscular barked, delighted to be surprised. You're fun. This is not fun, Izuku said, and proved it by not smiling. One for all flickered down his bones like tasteful wiring. He didn't bang it. He used it like an accent light, a notch here, a flick there, the pressure chimney trick invert. Ed into vacuum lanes that stole a bit of Muscular's oomph at the right moment. Still not enough. Muscular's quirk laughed at physics and came back bigger. The ground read soon. The cliff whispered accident with an audience. Koda, Izuku said without looking. River. Down left, Koda choked, pointing. Shallow, but fast. Thank you, Izuku said, because gratitude keeps hands steady. He moved the fight left. Muscular took the bait. Wanna drown instead of crunch. Fine by me. They hit the river bank hard. Gravel tried to be marbles. Water hissed fast over stone. Izuku made the world his tool, braced heel in wet grit. Set palms in flow, and when Muscular swung, he used the current like a friend with a strong back and turned the strike up and high, carving a spray chimney that threw water and force into the open. Not into the boy behind him. What? Muscular barked, wet and annoyed, which was the working title of Izuku's life. Physics, Izuku panted. We're dating. Muscular roared and overbuilt. The seam appeared again, ankle, then hip. Izuku stepped in, Gran Torino flickers underfoot, Aizawa's comm radio, All Might's door, and threaded his body through a kill line without getting killed. He caught exactly 1 tendon with exactly 2 knuckles and asked it to cooperate. It did, unwillingly. Muscular's step turned sideways. I said stop using physics on me, Muscular howled, which meant keep doing it. Izuku did, until he couldn't. The next hit clipped his ribs and convinced 3 of them to be humble. He tasted copper and kept his teeth behind his lips. The hound threw itself against a leash, begging to be helpful with claws. Stay, Izuku told it, and also himself. Then Muscular went for Koda. No smile, no speech, just a big man's casual reach toward A.S. Mall boy who had learned too early to hate heroes. Izuku broke. Not control. Not the rule book. He broke open, let the bloodline up in the way he'd been practicing, not to bite, to read more. The world flooded him with micro-tells, pupil. Breath, flex patterns, a map engraved on now. His feet moved like memory, his hands moved like permission. He didn't hit harder. He hit earlier. He shifted Musk. Ular's center of fingers width before the grab and used the man's own mass to fold him off that path. It was ugly, gentle, perfect. The river agreed and tugged. Muscular stumbled into knee-deep current. Tien lost a handful of oomph to the water's stole physics. Izuku took the exchange he'd bought with that decision and spent it all. One for all sang in his hands, not 1,000,000%, not a thesis on power, a signature on technique. He slammed palm to sternum at an angle he'd rehearsed on 1,000 dummies and 0 people, turned at the hip, exhaled through the ribbon, and poured every choice he'd made since the USJ into now. Impact. Water went up. Air went out. Muscular's eyes went oh. The man hit a boulder like a mistake and slid into the river's argument with gravity. He tried to rise. His ankle, newly humbled, refused. He sank to one knee, still dangerous, now tired. Stay down, Izuku said again, hope disguised as advice. Muscular, who respected force the way sailors respect storms, spat blood and laughed. You're a shepherd with teeth. Only when I have to be, Izuku said. A telepathy ping hit them all like hail. Mandalay's voice, urgent plain, they're after Bakugo. Protect each other. Evacuate. The world resorted. The forest's map redrew lines to a point named Katsuki. Muscular took the wrong lesson, saw Izuku's eyes flick and lunged to make the boy choose boy or boy. The hound howled in Izuku's chest. He did not unleash it, he aimed it. He stepped into Muscular's final overbuild, used the same seam one last time, and threaded the man into a pin that used rocks and water and a leverage chain so old it probably has a Latin name. He didn't break anything he couldn't fix later. He made it boring for the body to leave. Bored, Muscular slurred, and slept. Izuku didn't trust it. He tied a river knot with Ciro's tape he'd stolen from the gym and thanked every teacher he'd ever had. He turned to Kota and put both hands up empty. You okay? He asked, breath stuttering. Kota stared, chest hitching like a machine that hadn't learned the rhythm of safe. His eyes went glassy. Then he stepped forward and headbutted Izuku's ribs very gently, which in some languages first learned means I am not okay. But thank you for making okay possible. Izuku made a noise that would have been a laugh if his ribs hadn't unionized. Rule 72, Ochako wrote later, teary and soft. When a little kid headbutts your ribs, you're on the right track. Blue fire, knives, and the pack. They moved, Kota tucked under Izuku's arm, Muscular hog-tied to common sense, with the speed of people who had more rescue to do. Blue flame licked the tree's downslope. Dabi stepped out like a bad idea in a nice coat, the air tasting like summer burned wrong. Hello, Midoriya, he said, gaze flat curious. You smell like leashes and choices. Boring. Give me Bakugo. Izuku smiled without teeth. No. Toga giggled from somewhere inconvenient. You're so cute when you don't say anything violent. Ragdoll's voice cut through on the net. Pixie bob down, Ragdoll searching, Tiger engaging, Lodge is safe. Get the kids in. And the one with the explosions. Dabi asked the air, amused. We'll take him. Find a different syllabus, Izuku said, and moved past him, not through, shepherd math, pack math, time math. He didn't win the argument. He evaded it. The lodge became a triage of small victories and almost cries. Aizawa met him at the perimeter, eyes red and awake. He took in Kota, the tape, the river, took in Izuku's shoulder, the way he was standing too upright on ribs that hated him. He didn't say good job because he had to teach now. Bakugo, Aizawa said. On it, Izuku said, and handed Kota to Mandalay with a nod that was 3 sentences. He's brave. He's angry. He's safe. Kota's little hand grabbed his sleeve, hard. Don't die, he said, voice thread thin and brand new soft. I don't, he swallowed. I don't hate heroes who don't die. I won't, Izuku said, and because he was Izuku, he added. Intentionally. Rule 73, Mina sniffed later, no dying intentionally or ironically. Aizawa flicked eyes to Izuku's ear. Word. Yellow apple works, Izuku said. The push is trying to be helpful. It's not. Keep using it, Aizawa said, and then, lower, so only the ribbon heard, good metronome. Izuku nodded, felt steadier than he had any right to in a burning forest. His phone buzzed in his pocket, rude and soft. You called the hound kindly today. Better. I am proud. They want your friend. Let them take him or you will break more than ribs. Izuku typed as he ran. Lungs writing short sentences. No. We pass by leaving together. The dots pulsed, pleased like a cat planning to knock a glass off a table when you're not looking. Both, the reply came, echoing a promise from finals. Field trip and trap. Torch and leash. Choose well, my boy. I'm almost done pretending to be your teacher. The path split, toward the lake where Tokiyami's dark had grown teeth. Toward the ridge where Bakugo's fireflies popped like angry stars, toward the lodge where children breathed like small contracts with tomorrow. Izuku chose the ridge and ran, the ribbon in his chest quiet. The torch on his shoulder warm, the handbook in his pocket adding lines as fast as he could live them. Rule 74, in the woods, rescue is the map. Rule 75, teeth are tools. Aim them. Rule 76, if there's no gate, we make one together, even if the forest lies. Behind him, Kota watched Mandalay bandage a scrape and asked. Voice small and defiant, can someone teach me a rule about not hating people who try? We can, Mandalay said, and smiled the way you do when the door with no gate opens because somebody chose to hold it. Ahead, blue fire wrote threats on the trunks, and laughter like knives threaded the air. Izuku breathed. In, hold, 3, out. The knight seemed to listen. He ran toward Bakugo with his pack, his leash, and his choices ready. The door had no gate. He would make one. The ridge wore the night like war paint, blue fire muttering in the pines, air thin with smoke and someone's bad sense of humor. Bakugo's explosions cracked the dark like angry fireflies. Twice and Spinner flanked a tall cutout of a man in a coat dabi, and a girl with a smile like a pint toga twirled a knife as if it were a pen. A masked gentleman with a top hat and theater kid posture strolled the tree line as though auditioning for Villain, the musical. Gonna borrow your bomb, Dabi drawled, boredom simmering under the burn. Consider this a curriculum change. Come and die trying, Bakugo snarled, and 3 granola bars materialized in the cosmic ledger. Granola attacks later, Izuku said automatically, stepping in. Shoulder low, elbow set. Pack rules. Don't get pinned, don't get baited, leave together. Leave after I make them eat dirt, Bakugo corrected, which, in their language, meant thank you for coming. Don't get hit. Izuku's ribbon tugged upward, teeth, spring, and he set it down because Kota's head had just barely stopped shaking and because Aizawa's voice was key. Eden read in his ear, don't be polite to the forest if it pushes. Use your word. Yellow apple, Izuku breathed as the thread slid under the roar again. Let them take him, then moved. Toga lunged. Izuku turned her wrist like a page. Spinner swung a sword that was too many swords. Izuku let it miss by existing 2 inches to the left of where it wanted his ribs to be. Twice was everywhere, then exactly 1 place, then 2 again. Dabi's blue bit at the oxygen like regret. Bakugo, left lane. Izuku snapped, and the blast pivoted from anger to geometry. The resulting pressure shoved Dabi's flame up, not out. And dusted Toga in pine needles instead of blood. Oh, I hate that that's clever, Dabi said, and dialed his burn colder. The gentleman in the top hat tipped it. Terribly sorry to interrupt, he purred. Mr. Compress. Artiste. Izuku's skin went cold before the trick. He didn't see the hands, he saw the intention, the tiny trophies room behind that mask. He moved first. Bakugo, don't jump, he started. Because his friend was already in the air. Compress flicked his fingers with a conjurer's economy. Pop. Something like a marble clinked against Izuku's knuckle in the dark. He caught it by accident and on purpose at once. Midoriya. Shoji's voice cut from the right, urgent, carrying extra arms and panic. Tokiyami's lost control by the lake, we need light. Where's? A black tide howled through the trees. Dark shadow groaned to cathedral size and hunger. It snatched at anything that glinted hero. Todoroki skated in behind Shoji, face set to work. I can stall it, he said. Eyes flicking to the marble in Izuku's fist. The roar of dark shadow flattened vowels for a second. Do you have? Izuku opened his palm. 2 spheres sat there. One throbbed with Tokiyami's quirk like a small, furious storm in a glass, the other hummed wrong. Which? Izuku asked, because choice matters. Shoji cupped a hand, eyes wide. Left as Tokiyami. Izuku tossed it. Shoji caught. Todoroki flared warm enough to offend the night, and the darkness shrank like it remembered scales and nests and modesty. Izuku turned back in time to see Compress tip his hat as if he had just feasted on applause. 2 for 1. Compress cooed. Explosive brat and bird boy. But it seems my second course has been reclaimed. Izuku's stomach dropped. He looked to his right and saw nothing where Bakugo had just been. No, he said, quiet, because he did not afford the forest the dignity of a scream. Yes, Compress grinned, and spat a marble to Twice, who slapped a clone's hand, who was already running, who, smoke. Izuku ran. He didn't think. He moved, under a branch, over a root, through a slot only someone listening to Oxygen's opinions could find. The ribbon in his chest lunged, teeth, chase, and he turned it into range. Into reach. He hit Twice's clone at the edge of the warp and turned the wrist wrong so right, the marble flew. Izuku snatched it out of midair with fingers that remembered catching stupid tosses from Bakugo on rooftops when they were 10. But another warp bloomed like a smirk. Compress, ever the professional, had redundancy built into his trick. He bowed as A.H. And he did not own pulled Bakugo through smoke in a way that smelled, sickeningly, like tea and old paper. Katsuki. Kirishima's voice tore out of the trees, raw and red. Bro. Bakugo's answer tore back, furious and intact. Don't you dare. He was gone. The ridge breathed wrong. The woods' heartbeat lagged. Izuku stood there with a marble burning a hot, angry nothing in his palm, and in his ear. Sensei's text chimed like a ritual bell. Thank you for the gift. You cannot save both doors with one hand yet. Next time, choose earlier, or teach me a better trick. Yellow apple, Izuku said through his teeth. Not because he needed it to beat back a push, but because he needed the shape of the word to keep his feet under him. Aizawa answered with the steadiness of gravity. Breathe. Move. Count who you can carry and start carrying. We don't make altars out of what we lost. Izuku put the marble, Tokiyami, into Shoji's waiting hands. Go, he said. Light and warm. He'll come back faster if you make him feel found. Todoroki nodded once and moved like a quiet miracle. Twice swore. Spinner swung and hit a tree, which screamed in bark. Dabi cocked his head at Izuku like a museum visitor admiring a painting he didn't understand and didn't want to. You're going to make this fun, Dabi said. I hate fun. Leave, Izuku said, no growl, all no, and then moved past him because the map had redrawn and the only line he could afford to draw on it right now said evacuate. He fled like a shepherd, not prey, backwards, watching, placing people, not just himself. Twice lunged and met empty air. Toga threw a knife and met a branch. Compress blew you a kiss and kept his secret. They hit the lodge in a stuttered stream of wins and absences. Mandalay's telepathy stacked status updates like sandbags. Ragdoll did not check in. Pixie Bob lay out, breathing shallow with Tiger over her like a roof. Aizawa stood at the door, eyes like flares. He counted them in and didn't ask the question because he already knew. He saw the hole in the room shaped like a boy who burned loudly and chose hard. Bakugo. He asked anyway, because ritual matters. Taken, Izuku said, and the ribbo. N in his chest stayed down because it recognized orders in smoke. Aizawa shut his eyes once. Opened them. We'll get him, he said, with the kind of certainty that hates lying. We do it right. Rule 77. Mina wrote later with her lips pressed flat to keep from spilling anything else. If someone is taken, we don't write a eulogy. We write a plan. Hospital light is clean and cruel. The hummed with good hands and sleep debt. Izuku lay under a lecture of bandages while recovery girl scolded his ribs into obedience and his shoulder into humility. Don't you dare make me chew you out for trying to be strong by refusing sedation, she said, thwacking his shin with a lollipop. Eat this. It's medicinal. Flavor. Don't be an idiot. Yes, ma'am, he said, because arguing with angels is a poor life choice. All Might arrived at the foot of the bed like a decision. Smaller. Human. Quiet in a way that meant he'd been talking to people with titles and had nothing left to give but truth. Ragdoll is missing, he said softly. Bakugo has been taken. Several villains are in custody. One of them talked to a lamppost and then tried to bite it. He tried to smile. It failed. We will get him back. I know, Izuku said. And his throat did not. He thumbed the collar tag under the IV tape until the lavender found bone. All Might sat. For once, he didn't reach for a line that could make a stadium stand. He handed a student the only thing he had left, the steadiness of a man who would absolutely go through a wall when the wall tried to make itself the story. I hate that I am about to say, sleep, and eat, he said. But sleep and eat. Then we work. Smart. With adults. Izuku nodded. He ate the lollipop because recovery girl was scary and because sugar is a bridge in a tired brain. He didn't sleep, not yet. Because Iida was standing in the doorway with a face he makes when he's about to do something responsible and dangerous in the same sentence. We are not allowed to act without permission. Iida said in a voice like a constitution. So we will ask permission. And if permission is delayed, we will build a permission-shaped path that overlaps with our teacher's plan, and not get in the way. Translation, Kirishima said from his bed across, voice rough and heart red, we go save our bro with planning so good Aizawa can only yell half the time. Momo wiped her eyes and set down a clipboard that hadn't left her hand in 6 hours. I can create tracking devices keyed to the residue on this, she said, holding up the Tokiyami marble shard. Compress's quirk leaves a measurable trace. Todoroki stood so still he looked like a decision pretending to be a person. I will freeze the exit. You will warm the door. He will walk out with us. Ochako slipped and into Izuku's and squeezed lavender into his pulse. Rule 78, she said, writing with her thumb in the air, no solo rescues. If it's a pack problem, we move in packs. Aizawa appeared behind them like a pop quiz. Good rule, he said. Dry as chalk. Hold it until the pro plan is in place. And when you children inevitably try to help anyway, you will do it where and how I say. Or I will suspend you so hard your grandkids feel it. Yes, sensei, 4 voices said immediately, which, in a court of law, would count as a confession. Aizawa's attention slid to Izuku with a caution that felt like trust struggling with terror. The thread, he said without preface. Any pushes? Izuku looked at his hands. He said thank you for the gift, he said. He told me I couldn't save both doors with one hand yet. Aizawa took that in with the stillness of a man assembling a bomb in reverse. Then we get more hands, he said. And we teach you how to use 2. You do not go to him. Understood. Izuku's jaw worked. Understood. All Might rose, tie crooked, eyes old and bright. I will go to him, he said. The room knew who him was without needing a name. You will go to Bakugo. The ribbo. N in Izuku's chest hummed where he'd laid it, not a leash, a line. One end tied to a boy who laughed like firecrackers, the other to a teacher who had carried a city on tired shoulders and called it a hobby. His phone buzzed. He flipped it face up because hiding is not the same as choosing. Bring your pack, little shepherd. Bring your leash. Bring your torch. The city has an old wound where the gate used to be. Meet me there. I'm done pretending to be your teacher. Izuku typed without looking at his thumbs. We're coming for him. And for you. The dots pulsed, delighted. Both. He turned T. He phone off and slid it into the pocket behind the Feral Safety Handbook version 1.1. Mina had re-stickered the cover. Pack Ethics, Camp Clinic Edition. Momo, already sketching, spoke like a lead engineer, not a class representative. We need disguises, safe routes, and a way to hear pro-comms without being seen. I can fabricate tracking darts that latch to fabric and report to a dead drop receiver. Iida nodded. I will draft a plan compliant with the letter of Aizawa's order, if not its spirit. Kirishima grinned, eyes wet. I'll knock when knocking is needed. Todoroki glanced at Izuku. You'll choose when choosing is needed. Ochako squeezed his wrist. You'll breathe and remind us too. Izuku exhaled. The torch on his shoulder was warm and knew what it was for. The line in his chest was not a noose or a leash. It was a tether he could use to pull people home. He flipped to a blank page. In his messy handwriting, beneath Mina's glitter storm, he wrote 3 new lines. Rule 79. When a door is stolen, we don't mourn the gate, we build a new one. Rule 80. If the forest lies, the city will try to choose anyway. Rule 81. We rescue together, even when it means splitting the work into more than one kind of fight. The plan began with a map, a shopping list, and a promise: no solo heroics. No biting microphones. Snacks packed. Somewhere else, in a district that remembered being proud and broken on the same day, a man in a suit sat perfectly still and smiled at a door that had once had a gate and now had only history. He waited. Izuku Midoriya stood, ribs taped, heart steady, pack at his back, and chose. Night pinned Camino flat and bright, glass teeth, neon veins, sirens practicing their scales. The district smelled like fried oil and old pride. The air above it felt thin, as if a city were holding its breath for a test it had already failed once. UA's war room was a commandeer. Ed classroom with the desks pushed back and all the adults pretending not to remember they'd been kids when this neighborhood first learned to break. A wall-sized map shone with nodes and arrows. Pro. Hero voices braided through earpieces. Endeavor on heat signatures, Kamui Woods on pinch points, Best Genist on hem lines and head counts, Gran Torino on, move your feet. Aizawa stood at the center like a nail driven clean. Last time, he said, not loud. Student roles, observe, relay, extract. No combat initiations. If you act, it's because a pro told you or a life will vanish in the next 3 seconds. He looked at 5 faces as if they were mirrors and stern letters of recommendation. Iida, Momo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Midoriya. Sir, they said together, 5 keys in one lock. Momo's kit was a miracle disguised as a messenger bag, tracking darts tuned to compress as residue, smoke screens that were deterrents not chaos, little fabric tabs that could be magnetized into handholds and surfaces that hadn't intended to be polite. Iida had maps, street, duct, maintenance, and a schedule in his head that could bully trains into compliance. Todoroki radiated calm cold, a pocket front of weather as a tool. Kirishima's grin, red and raw, was the shape courage makes when you sharpen it with love. Izuku held Feral Safety Handbook version 1.1, a coil of Ciro's tape, a borrowed Genist mask, and the ribbon in his chest. Quiet and his. Ochako squeezed his wrist once, lavender pressed into bone. Rule 82, she whispered, marker poised. We only break formation to make a gate. Izuku nodded. Rule 82, he echoed. And we leave together. All Might's shadow filled the doorway, smaller than the statue, larger than the worry. I'll draw the storm, he said. You bring our friend home. He clapped Izuku's shoulder, light, precise. Consent. It felt like being handed a torch that knew how not to burn. Camino up close was a corridor of wrong decisions trying to imitate architecture. The Ague's warehouse washed night out of the air like a chemical. Police lines bowed, evac routes hummed, a camera blinked from a lamppost like a nosy moon. Momo's EMP bead coughed and the camera took a nap. Positions, Iida breathed. They split like a family that had practiced divorcing safely. Best Genist swept a denim curtain over the main avenue, gentle and inelastic. Kamui Woods laid living ramps where steel had been selfish. Gran Torino pinged comms with a tone that meant eyes up. Izuku's team took a fire escape and then the air, his hand signs for turn, hold, left, down moving on reflex between them. Todoroki exhaled a film of cold across a rooftop to shiver a thermal camera's confidence. Ochako tapped a section of HVAC. Light, they drifted like laundry between buildings, quiet, quick. Below, the pro push went in like needle and thread. Above, glass reflected the whole mess back at itself in 100 stubborn squares. Target, Momo whispered. Compress's residue blipped a hungry little there on her pad, then moved. Izuku smelled the T-note through metal and rain, Sensei's ghost of a classroom in his head. The ribbon tugged once with something like recognition. He pressed the collar tag, said nothing. And kept moving. A roof over, a hostage video smiled into a drone and made bad promises. A wall exploded politely, All Might entering like weather had remembered it had a job. The city tilted. Extraction window opening, Iida said, voice a path. 90 seconds. Team A, Todoroki murmured, freeze that billboard hinge on my mark. Team B, Momo answered, prepare mesh. Kirishima, Izuku said, river in his voice, the second he's there, you call his name. Bro, Kirishima said, like a rosary. Bakugo was there before their plan wanted him to be, dragged onto a balcony by men who thought they understood loud and only liked it when they were the source. His eyes were knives and fireworks and a boy alone on a rooftop yelling at a world that never learned to hear him right. Keep, I am angry. A goon laughed. He makes better TV that way. Make me a favor and go die, Bakugo suggested, and the cosmic ledger ate another granola. Mark, Todoroki whispered. The billboard hinge froze elegant. One more blast from below would send the sign swinging into the landing like a curtain cue. Mesh primed, Momo breathed, stringing a capture net between two HVAC teeth. Genist would have applauded. Positions, Iida said, already there because he lived 3 seconds ahead of time. Kachan. Kirishima yelled, red heart breaking the dark. I'm here. Bakugo's head snapped toward the voice like gravity had been explained better. He saw quirkless days, dumb rooftops, hard laughs. He saw a hand held out without sermon. He saw home. He moved. The balcony guard reached. Bakugo used him as a spring instead of a rule. A warp flower to be helpful in the worst way. Izuku threw a tape loop into it and the warp closed on the tape line like a cat swallowing a shoelace. Todoroki warmed the air under the swinging sign. It rose half a meter, just enough not to break Kirishima's head when it came. Iida's engines sang. Ochako lightened the trim, heavy on the enemy boots. Bakugo's trajectory went from bad to almost possible. Now, Izuku said, not shouting. Kirishima caught him. Not fancy. Not pretty. Right. They hit the mesh. Momo's anchors took the insult and stayed gracious. 2 more goons lunged. Todoroki drew frost text over the rooftop. No. They obeyed. The balcony spat violence. A warp yawned like a hungry yawn and then choked shut on Izuku's second loop. Mr. Compress popped into existence on a nearby ledge, took a bow too low to be useful, and flicked a marble at the camera like a kiss. Show's over, he sighed. Encore elsewhere. Gate. Iida barked. They ran. Bakugo didn't argue, which meant the world was ending and/or beginning in a better way than he expected. He drew aggro because he is made of magnet and decibel. Izuku placed him. Hand signs and angles and pack. Down in the street, a door opened in air and let a man step out. Suit, stillness, careful hands. He looked toward the rooftop like a teacher at late bell. And smiled exactly the same smile he'd learned to wear when pretending to be human. The sky tilted when All for One arrived, not because power bent light, but because intent is that when you pour enough of it into a shape. All Might landed like an answer. I am, he began, and the city finished, here. Their voices tore the neighborhood into before and after again. Up top, Iida led, Todoroki sealed, Momo annoyed cameras. Kirishima carried like he'd invented it. Bakugo spat gratitude without vowels. Ochako counted breaths into Izuku's wrist with 2 fingers and a wordless stay. Izuku didn't look for sensei. He felt the threat arrive under his breath like a note only he could hear. Bring him to me, my boy. I'll make him a hero of a different kind. We'll teach the world to heal. Yellow apple, Izuku said, breath flat. Legs moving. Aizawa's reply dropped into his ear like a weight bearing the right load. Left. Below. No eyes on your 6. You're doing fine. Thanks, Izuku said, because gratitude is structure. They hit the wire forest, best genists boulevard of discipline, and the league's scramble became less. Kamui Woods reached hands over the gap where a pedestrian Br. Ij had once lain and said, after you, embark. Pro skirmishes pocked the blocks like a constellation tracing a shape they would later call raid. They passed Bakugo through a line of denim and vines. And pleased to a carrier van where Aizawa himself stood, scarf a promise, eyes a room with no exits for bad ideas. Bakugo's feet hit van floor. He turned, hair wild, eyes wilder, and looked at Izuku L. Like a challenge and a thank you squeezed into one vector. Don't explode, Izuku said first, because he knows their language. Can't promise, Bakugo said, which was I won't go back and I saw you. Drive, Aizawa said, and the van left. And the pack got smaller and didn't feel like less. The street went white. All Might and All for One made a corridor out of air and wreckage and the city's memory. Windows watched with a million hurt eyes. Reporters became a weather system. Sirens tried not to be background music to a prayer. Out, Iida said, of the cone. Hi, Todoroki said, for the wave. Under. Gran Torino barked from the far line, now. They moved, past the fight, not into it, because kids with brains for rescue do not make themselves into statements when a war in a suit. And a war in a smile need the space to end each other. They took a fire escape opposite the plaza and watched from a balcony where you could smell old concrete and hot wind. All for One looked up, cause he is a net that catches attention and hands it back as debt, and found Izuku easily. He did not raise a hand. He raised a voice like a thread. You carried him well. You carry so many things well. Come down. Watch properly. Learn what it takes to be loved and hated on purpose. Izuku pressed lavender until his bone remembered who it belonged to. He felt the hound in his chest and said, firm and kind, stay. He felt another weight settle across his shoulders, not a leash, a cape. All Might turned his head just enough for the boy to see his profile under all that symbol. Stay, All Might said to him, without moving his mouth. Izuku stayed. Fist met wind and rewrote it. Voice met silence and filled it. All for One tore tricks out of thin air and hated secrets and designed to break a symbol. All Might answered with insistence, that boring, beautiful power that isn't in anybody's quirk name, keep going. A Nomu barreled across the plaza at an angle nobody wanted. It jumped for the balcony because it had smelled the boy in question too many times to forget. It reached. Izuku stood up into it, palm out, fingers relaxed, elbow low, the shepherd in the shape of a student. Stay. For a blink, the Nomu hesitated the way it had in the alley, programming confused by grammar. Then a wind that wasn't weather hit it, courtesy of a man in red and white. Endeavor's flames are rude, sometimes that's helpful. The Nomu staggered and chose a different balcony to hate. All for one laughed without looking. See, he said to no one and him. You and I make good courses. Come down. We'll make a school that works. All Might's fist answered with a line that made the city weep in relief before it had permission. United States of. Izuku didn't hear the rest because you don't hear impact at that size. You experience it in your knees and the memory of your worst day breaking a little differently than it used to. Air cleared. Dust remembered gravity. The world took its first breath again. All Might stood, small and enormous, pointing at the screen with everything he had left. You're next. And because a city needed to be told the right way, he turned and pointed at them, at kids, and made it future instead of threat. Izuku's knees finally noticed their job and shook. Ochako's fingers found his wrist and counted on purpose. Todoroki exhaled, frost flashing to water in his hair and not apologizing. Iida took inventory of every person in the immediate world and wrote present with his eyes. Kirishima, somewhere between laugh and sob, said, bro, like a thank you note. On the plaza floor, all for one lay like a theory finally marked incorrect. He turned his head toward the balcony, still smiling, still teacher to the last, and Izuku felt in his ear, clean as a bell only one student could hear. Lesson plan complete. Next unit, consequences. Keep your pack close, my boy. You'll need them when the hound is you alone in a room. Yellow apple, Izuku said, gentle. The thread snapped like cheap wire. Gran Torino limped over and thumped All Might's shin as if he were a child who'd returned after curfew. The camera didn't catch the way All Might's hand shook when he reached for a boy-shaped silhouette on a balcony and didn't say come because he was wise enough to say stay. Aizawa's voice returned to their ears, wrecked and proud. Student team, he said, report. Extraction complete, Iida said. 0 student casualties. Collateral minimal, Momo added, efficiency cracking to joy. Compress residue will assist prosecutions. Kachan's mouth still functions, Kirishima reported, sniffing. So he's fine. Dark shadow tucked away, Todoroki said. I will not wear the cosplay my father will ask me to. Midoriya. Aizawa asked last, like saving dessert. Izuku swallowed a sound that could be a laugh, a sob, or aspirin dissolving. Stayed, he said. Chose. Built a gate. Silence. Then. Good metronome, Aizawa said, and if a man could pat you on the head with grammar, he did. UA didn't sleep that night, it cooled. Recovery Girl became 6 tiny people out of spite. Best Jeanist herded civilians with textile tenderness. Kamui Woods hugged buildings back together. Present Mike narrated from 3 blocks away to a radio audience that needed reminding to breathe. Back at school, Mina added a page to Feral Safety Handbook version 1.2 sticker, Pack Ethics, Camino edition. The rules wrote themselves like confession and relief. Rule 82, we only break formation to make a gate. Rule 83, yellow apple is not just a stop, it's a steer. Rule 84, extraction is a win even if the camera wanted a punch. Rule 85, when a symbol points at you and says, you're next. The correct response is, we. Rule 86, if a villain says he's done pretending to be your teacher, believe him, and keep your teachers closer. Bakugo showed up at the dorm an hour after medical cleared him, hair like an explosion had gotten jealous and left. He did not look at Izuku. He looked near him, scowled at the air, shoved a bag into his hands, and said. You left this in the van, nerd. Izuku looked. It was a granola bar. The good kind. The cosmic ledger smiled. Thank you, he said. Annoying, Bakugo said, which meant don't stop making gates. Later. After press conferences, when the dorm had filled with sleep and the building's bones had remembered how to hold kids without flinching, Izuku sat on the floor of the common room with the handbook open and the half mask in a sealed bag on the table where Aizawa had left it with a post-it, not yet. His phone lay face down. He could feel a text under it like a heartbeat he hadn't asked for. He did not flip it. He wrote instead. Rule 87, when the crowd howls, we remember the metronome. When the lesson ends, we choose the next teacher. He closed the book. He slept. Out in a cell lined with technology that believes in itself, a man in a suit sat perfectly still and practiced a smile he would use again from a different corridor. In a staff room with bad coffee, a hero in a cheap suit nursed his hands and did not call this passing a torch, he called it lighting lamps. In a dorm where glitter had gotten into the HVAC, a pack dreamed of doors and the messy grace of holding them. Morning would bring consequences and licenses in a world that still loved the wrong kind of loud. It would bring smaller fights that mattered just as much, and jokes taxed to granola. And rules added in silly ways that taught their bones how to stay. And somewhere between, I am here, and, you're next, a boy with a ribbon under his ribs and a collar tag over his pulse KEP. Practicing the same decision until it became a habit. UA moved Class 1A into dorms with the administrative cheer of a hospital relocating a zoo. Boxes stacked like ambitions. Parents cried in stereo. Aizawa stood by the entry clipboard radiating no one is special but all of you are my problem. Curfew is real, he said. Kitchen is a treaty zone. And if the common room TV ends up on those prank shows past midnight again, I will personally enroll you in a 6-week seminar on silence. Rule 86B, Mina announced, already peeling glitter stickers, no pranks during grief weeks. Make it general, Aizawa said. There will be more than one. His eyes softened for a half-beat in a way that admitted what everyone was working around. All Might had smiled, pointed at the future, and stepped down from the fight. The air still smelled like burnt hope and relief. They did the room showcase for morale because Mina insisted and because Iida secretly had a rubric. Momo's room was a small library sweating book smell and dignity. Kaminari's, a neon mistake that apologized by being fun. Todoroki's, a meditation app. Bakugo's was ascetic in a way that said if a thing does not explode or make it easier to explode, it leaves. Izuku's looked like a humane crime board. Whiteboard grids, taped drills, a cork strip of pack faces caught mid-laugh, and the Feral Safety Handbook version 1.2 pinned above his desk like a religious text. Adorable, Jiro deadpanned. A shrine to advice. It's a manual, Izuku protested, which is what people who build shrines to advice say. The rules ticked up through the day as they always did. Rule 87, when the crowd howls, we remember the metronome. When the lesson ends, we choose the next teacher. Rule 88, if we fight each other, fight for each other. Rule 89, curfew is a boundary, not a dare. Kirishima wrote gentle manly lights out on a post-it and stuck it to the switch. It did not help. All Might's retirement wasn't a funeral, it was weather-changing. His press conference blew through screens like a season. In the back of the room later, he looked smaller in a way that wasn't loss. It was choice pointed a different direction. He found Izuku on a service walkway between buildings where the cicadas did a credible impression of applause and the soda machine hummed a key of C. Walk? He asked, teacher voice the soft one no stadium ever hears. They walked. I didn't do enough, Izuku blurted, which is how guilt talks when it doesn't have facts. All Might lifted 2 fingers. 1. You did your job. 2. It is not your job to be a symbol yet. Your job is to become the kind of person a symbol doesn't break. Izuku stared at his sneakers. He's not done with me. Even in a cell, he threads. When I'm alone, I can feel where the words would fit. All Might's silhouette stiffened a hair, his voice didn't. He will keep sending classwork from a concrete classroom. He's patient. He thinks patience is genius with better manners. That means we do the rude, boring things well. Routine, check-ins, the word you chose, the pack. Izuku thumbed T. He wristband until Lavender remembered bone. Yellow apple works even when no one answers, he said. It's like the world obeys the shape of safe. Good, All Might said. Still, don't be alone in the wrong rooms. You'll know the kind. And if I end up in one anyway, Izuku said, because honesty has to try, I'll deploy the memory pack, imagine them sitting closer, count them into the room. All Might's mouth did that small knot smile he saves for when a student invents their own brace. Smart. I wish I'd had that trick. You had us, Izuku said. It came out fiercer than he meant. All It looked like he'd swallow a star and didn't. I do, he said. Thank you. He started to leave and paused. One more thing. Bakugo wanted to talk. He didn't ask. He never asks. If he drags you somewhere, go, but wear your anchors. Izuku's ribbon twitched. Midnight. All Might's face did the thing where it hid laughter beneath grief. Call it, late study hall. It was midnight. Ground beta breathed old smoke and muscle memory. Moonlight laid chalk lines on concrete. Bakugo was already there, hands in his pockets like a threat filed under just waiting. He didn't warm up with words. He threw one at Izuku like a gauntlet. You knew. You knew about the power and you let me think. I couldn't. And you won by how you lose. What kinda? He cut himself off with a bark of a laugh that had no humor in it. No. Screw it. We're not talking. Fight me. Izuku breathed in. Hold. 3. Out. We can talk and fight. Then shut up and show me, Bakugo snarled. They moved. Bakugo fought like controlled catastrophe. Izuku's body had become a set of polite doors. He turned edges, killed range, placed elbows where air was, and rerouted force into space like a hydraulic engineer with manners. Bakugo's blasts were cleaner than grief would be in anyone else's hands, they had purpose. Izuku read it and answered with angles, not avoidance, a hand at a bracer seam, a step that made a chimney for pressure. A shoulder that said no without saying stop. Stop helping me win my way, Bakugo yelled, furious because he liked it. I'm helping us not break, Izuku yelled back, also furious and not sorry. Bakugo feinted, high, flashy, obvious. The real hit was a low sweep of force that would have erased the kneecap of someone who didn't catalog his class's tells like prayer beads. Izuku let the hit almost take him and then borrowed its momentum into a hip turn that planted him inside Bakugo's centerline. And right there, the thread slid under the breath. Take, bite, he took something from you, take it back. Yellow apple, Izuku said out loud, to concrete, to moon, to the edges of himself. No one answered. Which is different from not being heard. He pictured Ochako squeezing his wrist, lavender. Iida saying we pass by leaving. Kirishima yelling bro like a life preserver. Momo laminating something useful. Aizawa's dry voice grating him present. The hound flicked an ear, sighed, and lay down. Bakugo saw it, felt it, and something changed behind his eyes. He did not say thank you. He said, come take me, nerd, which translated to I'm not your enemy tonight. They flew. GHT until sweat made chalk of their edges and the ground remembered old nights. Izuku let some teeth up, only the aimed ones, timed bursts of one for all to turn a collision into a pivot, to pour a sig. Nature into a throw that planted Bakugo on his feet instead of pride first into concrete. Finally Bakugo stepped back, chest heaving. You're different, he said, and it wasn't an accusation now, it was mapping. Before USJ, you moved like a yell. Now you move like you're holding a leash. A ribbon, Izuku said. But, yeah, silence. Wind. A beetle doing its thing. Bakugo looked up at T. He sky and said it to the moon so he wouldn't have to say it to a face. It was you, wasn't it? The power. All Might, he chose you. He made the words small and sharp. Surgical, as if cutting out infection. Izuku could say no and buy a month of quiet. He could say yes and risk a light-turned bomb later. He could say nothing and watch a friendship rot. He took the door that would take work to keep open. Yes. Bakugo nodded, once. Like he'd expected the knife and was checking its weight. Because you were weak and stupid and broken in a direction that looked like hero to a guy who likes broken projects. Because I helped someone who needed it even when my hands shook. Izuku said, and did not apologize for the sentence. Because he saw, choice. Bakugo's mouth did something weird. Ost smiled and almost bared teeth and ended up alive. And now that thing in your chest wants to make choices for you. Sometimes, Izuku said, I don't let it. Or I only let the parts up that save, not bite. Bakugo huffed. Then I'm your muzzle. Absolutely not, Izuku said, then softened because this is how they talk. You're the guy who throws me a grenade when I need a door. Same thing, Bakugo muttered. Which in his dialect meant I will help you be you. He walked past Izuku, shoulder bumping his. Tell your hero he picked a crybaby with fangs. I'll make sure you use him right. I'll tell him you're annoying. Izuku said, which is I love you in a language made of rooftops. Good, Bakugo said. A soft hum from the shadows. All Might, smaller, leaned against a pillar like a man learning how to stand still and teach. Boys, he said, and the word didn't feel like a diminisher, it felt like a category you one day graduate from by becoming men who are soft with the right things. They didn't flinch. They didn't pretend he hadn't heard. Bakugo folded his arms. Your torch ain't out, he said without looking. It just doesn't blow people up anymore. All Might laughed once, careful not to spill any sadness. It shouldn't. Then he faced both of them with the surgical seriousness he saves for truth. He told Bakugo about One for All. About lineage and choice and how symbols aren't crowns but favors you carry for the next person. Bakugo listened without blinking like he was counting each word into piles. Keep, hate for later, use now. And all for one? Bakugo asked finally. Quiet enough to be dangerous. In prison, All Might said. Still teaching. He will try every door. Don't be alone in his rooms. Izuku swallowed. I'm not. They stood a while longer. In a triangle that wasn't a trap and wasn't equal and was right for the second. Then All Might tapped two knuckles to his chest. And left them to do what boys do after truth. Not hug, but stay. Bakugo jerked his chin at the handbook where it stuck out of Izuku's hoodie pocket like a dorky tongue. Update your stupid Bible. Rule about hitting each other when we need to say things we can't say. Izuku laughed. Rule 88 already covers that. Make it 88.1, Bakugo said. No breaking noses without a thesis statement. Done, Izuku said, solemn. They walked back under the kind of quiet one day they'll miss. Morning carried flyers for provisional license exams and emails from teachers whose coffee had not yet negotiated with the day. Present Mike did a pep talk like a radio show about not fainting when 7-year-olds boo you. Hound Dog set up a coping skills kiosk that smelled like good gum and better therapy. License exam is crowd math, Aizawa told them in homeroom. Smiling under pressure. Choosing without applause. You are not there to out-weird other schools. You are there to be boringly reliable. My dream for you is that the proctors are bored. Rule 90, Iida intoned. Adding with a flourish, aim for proctor boredom. Rule 90A, Mina appended, but make it cute. Momo slid Izuku a tiny earbud case, school issue white noise buds, but the plastic was wrapped with a sliver of yellow tape. For your word, she said. Left ear. Thank you, he said, because gratitude is a ritual and a brace. Todoroki folded into the seat behind him. My father is pleased, he said without inflection. Which means I must be doing something right or something he thinks is his. Probably both, Izuku said, which earned the rare Shoto half-smile that counts as friendship flourish. Kirishima dropped a tote of granola on the table like a gauntlet. New granola tax rates for the exam, he declared. 1 bar per die, yelled, 2 if a 7-year-old hears you, 5 if you make a child cry and it wasn't your quirk's fault. Unconstitutional, Bakugo said, opening the bag and paying up front. Ochako slid into the chair at Izuku's right and pressed 2 fingers to his wrist without looking away from her notes. Lavender. Buddy breathed for the exam. Always, he said. In Tartarus, steel believed in itself and men tried to. Cameras watched a man watch nothing. All 4. One sat very still in a room that had been designed to teach silence as a subject. He smiled like a teacher who had turned in his gradebook and kept a copy. I'm not done, he said to the air, which sometimes carries messages where they need to go. And neither is my boy. He did not text because sometimes silence has better teeth. Feral Safety Handbook version 1.3 debuted that night after dinner with a cover sticker Mina had somehow made tasteful. Pack Ethics, Dorms, Exam Edition. New pages, new ink, same thesis. Rule 88.1, if we punch each other, it's because we're saying what we can't say. No broken noses without a thesis statement. Rule 89.1, deploy memory pack when physically alone. Picture 3 friends sitting closer, pick a 4th by rolling a mental die. Rule 90, aim for proctor boredom. Rule 91, smiles are tools, aim them. Rule 92, if someone shouts beast, reply, Midoriya, and hand them snacks. We're keeping this one forever. Izuku pinned the new version above his desk, pressed the collar tag once, lavender, and breathed. The ribbon lay obedient in his. The torch was warm and didn't burn anything it shouldn't. The dog in his chest looked up, wagged once, and went back to sleep because the pack was loud enough in memory to count as present. Outside, the campus hummed ordinary. Inside, a boy with a complicated bloodline and a better rulebook practiced the same decision he would need tomorrow and the day after that, the X. A marina looked like a theme park that had lost a bet with urban planning, fake neighborhoods, fake hills, real nerves. Remember the goal, Aizawa said, voice like a stapler. Proctors want boring competence. If you impress them so hard they tweet about it, you've failed. Rule 90, Iida intoned, tapping the Feral Safety Handbook version 1.3, aim for proctor boredom. Rule 91, Mina added, already uncapping glitter, smiles are tools. Aim them. Present Mike, moonlighting as hype man, boomed over the PA, welcome, future license holders. Please demonstrate restraint, rescue, and reliability, that last one's the sexiest. Bakugo cracked his neck. I'm allergic to boring. Try antihistamines, Jiro said. Ochako nudged Izuku. 2 fingers to his wrist, lavender. Anchor, anchor. The ribbon in his chest hummed obedient in his. Phase 1. Pop the targets, not the ego. Briefing was simple and rude. Every student wore 3 glowing discs, other schools would try to peg them with softballs. 200 pass out of 1500. No alliances mandated, many regretted. Shiketsu High arrived in starched hats and immaculate calm. Yoarashi Inasa, gale force, grinned like weather. Utsushimi Kami winked like a filter. Ketsubutsu's Shindo Yo, vibrate, shook hands with the ground and made it purr. Pack rules, Izuku said as the horn blared. We don't hunt, we shepherd. Stay in lanes, don't get baited, we leave together. They moved, not fastest, kindest to their own chances. Izuku read the flow the way you read a crowd for the exit sign. He slid their formation through traffic, turn, hold, left, down. Bakugo played decoy, loud. Honest, on purpose. Todoroki iced sight lines without turning the arena into a lawsuit. Inasa's wind hit like a happy typhoon. Testing hats flew. So did softballs. Wind is pressure, not just gusts. Izuku called, and built a quick chimney out of nothing. Bakugo popped a blast high off a wall. Izuku turned the backwash to lift the team over a cluster of throws. The balls sailed under. Confused physics in their wake. Inasa whooped midair, eyes bright. You smell like storms that do math. Thank you. Izuku yelled back, surprised into honesty. Shik it. Su-Kid flanked with sniper-precise pitches. Momo flicked a mesh shield from her sleeve, the balls thudded into polite failure. Zero taped a guard rail behind them on the run. Jiro listened for footsteps and called 2, 4. None, her earlobes doing calculus. They passed phase 1 with only a single disc lost to Kaminari being helpful in the wrong direction. He paid 2 granolas for strategic derp. Rule 93. Mina scribbled as they jogged to staging, if wind yells fun, do math louder. Izuku's phone, locked and stowed per rules, didn't buzz, his breath did. A faint thread slid under, bite the test. Make it your show, and he pressed the collar tag until yellow apple lived in his mouth like a peppermint. The tug died like a bad idea remembering it wasn't invited. Phase 2, rescue is the sport. Phase 2 replaced balls with people, HUC professionals in victim makeup grading with cruel accuracy. The proctor barked through a megaphone, triaging. Splinting. Customer service. If you sound like a commercial, we subtract points. Deploy the smile, Ochako murmured. Not the grin. Izuku slid into the zone low and warm. UA rescue team, he said to a woman, pinned under a faux beam. I'm Midoriya. Pain scale. 6, she sniffed. And I'm a lawyer. Don't patronize me. Wouldn't dream of it, he said, respectful as warm bread. He levered the beam with a car jack while Momo stabilized. Iida handled routing like traffic had paid taxes. Jiro talked to panicking civilians, out of stupid. Kirishima played human seatbelt. Sato handed out water with macros. Bakugo stomp. Ed up to a wailing kid who demanded 15 autographs and a selfie and said, no selfies during triage. The kid burst into louder tears. Bakugo looked doomed. Izuku jogged over, eyebrows up. Kachan, can you help me with event cover? It needs force in a kind direction. Bakugo blinked. The kid hiccuped. Bakugo turned to the child like the cover was a small human. Listen, gremlin, he said. Tone sanded 1 grit smoother than usual. Breathe in on 3. Punch the air out. Then 2 autographs if you sit down and don't lick anything. The kid complied, instantly cured. The HUC evaluator checked a box labeled growth. Rule 94, Mina gasped, delighted, aggressive niece is still nice. Todoroki warmed hypothermia victims at a medically appropriate 0.7 degrees Celsius per minute with a face like he was writing an apology and choosing not to. Hound Dog, guest evaluator, clipboard smelling faintly of good therapy, watched Izuku guide with no teeth and wrote metronome in the margin. They were mid-splen. T when the siren changed. Villain simulation. Enter Gang Orca in tactical black, flanked by minions. The test became both. The wave that listens. Defense cordon. Iida snapped. Civilians to warm corners, Momo called. Chalking frost-lined symbols for Todoroki to respect. Gang Orca's sonic thump hit like a slap from the ocean. Dark shadow twitched in Tokiyami's chest. He pressed down and breathed names of friends until it stayed. Inasa dropped in with a gale that wanted to be a solution and was actually just air. Yoarashi. Izuku yelled, cupping hands. Your wind is a lever. My wind is a friend. Inasa declared, then squinted. But also a lever. Todoroki shot Izuku a look. Endeavor burned behind his eyes like weather you don't invite to parties. Both, Izuku said, quiet enough to land. Be weather team. Left to right sweep, I'll make a chimney. They worked. Inasa pushed a horizontal pressure wall. Izuku and Bakugo built a vertical outflow with timed blasts. Todoroki iced. A baffle that refused to become shrapnel. The sonic hit rose into the sky instead of flattening their line. Gang Orca grunted. That's new. Minions charged. Kirishima took point, red and sturdy. Jiro and Shoji ran a spotter chain. Ochako made debris light for rescuers, heavy for ankles. Momo popped a flash suppressor veil so cameras saw what the proctors needed, not what gossip wanted. Shike. Suhat flashed. Kami flowed to Izuku's side with a grin like pink smoke. Hey cutie, wanna split off and, like, vibe. Your face says, pack, your shoulder says, carry me. Up close, her scent wasn't perfume, it was sweet copper wrong. The ribbon twitched teeth. Isolate, sample, learn. Yellow apple, Izuku murmured, and the urge drained. He smiled aimed, not open. If we vibe with the line, he said. Walk and talk. She pouted, flowed closer like a drip. A fingernail flirted with his sleeve. He placed 2 fingers lightly on her wrist above pulse, friendly, firm, turning the angle away from skin. Hands visible during rescue, he said, tone teacher. Actor's grade harsh. Her eyes went black pin bright for a beat. Then she giggled and misted backward into the fight. Toga. Kami. Both. A problem for later. Rule 95. Izuku breathed into his mic. When illusions flirt, ask for a snack. Copy, Ochako said, dying quietly of laughter while levitating a sports car off a mannequin. Gang Orca pushed forward. The second sonic hit stacked wrong against debris. Izuku saw the jagged in it. There. He snapped. Angle 7. Todoroki, warm curtain, Inasa, feather the edge. They feathered, small adjustments. Boring on camera, beautiful in math. The wave lost its teeth. Proctor's scribbled team adaptation, underlined twice. Inasa, sweating, shouted to Todoroki over the thrum, you're cool. Todoroki blinked. Then, rare, smiled. You're loud, he said, and it sounded exactly like thank you. They held the line without hero speeches, without glory shots, and with minimal collateral. Present mic sounded put out by how few explosions made the highlight reel. Phase 2 complete, the proctor announced. Move to debrief. Results and the rule that sticks. They filed into fluorescent honesty. A scoreboard blinked, judgmental and merciful. Pass lit for most of Class 1A, Jiro, Mina, Iida, Momo, Kirishima, Tokiyami, Shoji, Siro, Ochako, Kaminari, barely, and, yes, Ba. Kugo, the proctor's note. Aggressive nice, developing. Todoroki passed with a footnote, play well with wind that made Inasa beam. Izuku's tile flipped pass with comments. De-escalation, crowd math, novel use of pressure venting. Rule 96, Mina wrote with damp eyes and fierce pen, if it was boring and people lived, it was perfect. Bakugo elbowed Izuku in the ribs, careful of old damage in a way only Izuku noticed. Your chimney trick is cheating. Physics, Izuku said. We're dating. Annoying, Bakugo muttered, which meant never break up. Hound Dog intercepted them with a stack of pamphlets that actually didn't suck. Cognitive load and quirk modulation, he growl hummed, sliding one to Izuku. Word still working. Yes, Izuku said. He didn't say I used it on a smile, but his eyes did. And hound dogs did that pleased thing therapists do when a patient invents a coping skill. Good, hound dog said. Keep your pack in your pocket when you're alone. That memory trick. Solid. All the while the thread tried once. Just once. Like a paper cut. This is a stage, own it, take the room, and Izuku pressed lavender and thought of granola tax and Rule 90 until the urge backed down like a cat denied a countertop. Outside, Inasa wind skated over, hand out, grin weaponized. You turned my wind into a gentleman. Izuku shook, laughing. You made our math into a party. Kami drifted by, lips glossy, eyes innocent. Congrats, babes, she sang. Your whole class smells like A+. Her eyes skittered over Izuku's wristband. For a heartbeat, the grin tilted. Momo stepped Betway. End them with perfect manners and a clipboard. Miss Yutsushimi, would you like to exchange notes on rescue phrasing for evaluators? I've compiled a list of words they respond to. Later, Kami chimed, and wafted off. Skirt swaying like a tell. Izuku filed the scent, sweet copper wrong, underwatch list. Debrief, dorms, dog-eared pages. UA cheered in the emotionally constipated way schools do. He dorm common room glowed with cheap bulbs and pack. Mina slapped Feral Safety Handbook version 1.4 on the table with a fresh sticker, Pack Ethics, License Edition. New lines. Rule 93, if wind yells fun, do math louder. Rule 94, aggressive niece is still nice 2 granolas per, gremlin. Rule 95, when illusions flirt, ask for a snack, and keep hands visible. Rule 96, if it's boring and people lived, it was perfect. Rule 97, rescue is razzle-dazzle for the right audience. Bakugo tossed a granola at the book like an offering. For the kid, he said, not looking at anyone. The ledger smiled. Todoroki texted Yoarishi a single emoji, wind face thumbs up. Inasa replied with a paragraph, 3 storm gifs. And bro typed in gusts. Aizawa prowled through like a cat checking windows. He paused at Izuku's shoulder. Yellow apple worked. It worked on me, Izuku said. Twice. Aizawa's eyelids expressed relief and add 5 minutes of sleep. Good metronome. All Might wheeled in a cake that looked like a budget cut and tasted like joy. Licensed. Present Mike shouted from someone's phone speaker. And everyone was illegally happy for 6 minutes. Izuku's phone stayed face down until the room emptied. When he flipped it, no text waited, only a space where a me. SSAGE could have lived if someone had chosen to. Tartarus has rules. So do men who sit perfectly still. Silence can have teeth. He pressed the collar tag. Lavender. Breathed. The ribbon stayed his. He added one more line in his messy hand. Rule 98. When the lesson is silence, answer with routine. Lights out. Curfew is a boundary, not a dare. Somewhere in the dark, a boy with a leash he'd taught to be a ribbon dreamed of exams that made rooms safer, not louder. Morning would bring work studies, new teachers, and old villains writing curriculums from cages. It would bring civilians who needed boring, and friends who needed loud, and choices that stayed the same dressed in different coats. He practiced, as always. UA stapled congratulations to logistics and called it work studies. Choose a place that will make your habits better, Aizawa said, eyes like red underlines. Not your brand. Izuku's board blinked offers. The one that felt like homework you want. Sir Night-Eye Agency, recommended by All Might. Rule 99, Iida intoned as Mina uncapped glitter, pick the teacher who scares your excuses. Bakugo snorted. You better not come back smiling like a billboard. Rule 91 already forbids weaponized grins, Jiro said. All Might handed Izuku an address and a look that said he will not coddle your ribbon. Sir Night-Eye's office smelled like ink and citrus cleanser and someone who loved order like it was a person. Files stood at parade rest. Posters of All Might era 2008-2011 lined the wall with typographer's precision. A stamp the size of Judgment sat on the desk. Night-Eye glanced up. His eyes were a scanner. Midoriya Izuku. Your exam tape suggests strong de-escalation instincts, a talent for redirecting momentum, and crippling apologies. Izuku tried not to apologize. I'm working on that. Good. You'll work on 3 things here: decision speed, clean footwork, and humor that reaches civilians. He lifted the stamp. I will measure your progress with this. This is a stamp. Izuku ventured. Approval, Night Eye said gravely. Earn them. Misuse puns and you lose them. Mirio popped out of the wall like a golden lab with geometry. Hi, I'm Lemillion. Welcome to the best internship ever. He offered a handshake and a bagel in the same motion. Hungry. Izuku shook both. Frequently. They trained until sweat filed grievances. Night Eye corrected angles with the patience of a calligrapher. Your redirection is kind. Make it cruel to bad outcomes. Mirio made Izuku fight a man who refused to have friction. Lee. K friendship therapy where the couch drops through the floor sometimes. By day 3, Izuku could place his feet 3 frames ahead of panic. Your body is writing now, Night Eye said, stamping a SM. All approved on Izuku's forearm like a joke and a curriculum. Make sure your heart can read it. Mirio grinned, upside down on a chair because why not? And we do hero work. Patrol. Patrol smelled like wet concrete, chestnut carts. And old gum. That's where Izuku sensed it first. Wrong sweet, copper under candy. A small girl in bandages clung to a man in a long white coat. The man's gloves were clean the way operating theaters are cruel. The girl's eyes were older than his. Airy, the man said, voice sterile and too smooth. His gaze slid over Izuku like antiseptic. Problem. Izuku's rib. Bon lunged, kid plus fear plus predator equals math even instincts pass. He pressed lavender, pull breath to metronome. The man smiled with his mouth only. Mirio stepped forward, casual and kind. You lost, little one. His body said ready to phasing run with a child in 10 languages. Airy flinched. The man's hand tightened, gloved. Something in Izuku's blood sat up. Night Eye had told them, do not escalate without probable cause. The law is a gate. Overhaul smiled gates shut. Sorry, the man said blandly. My daughter is shy. He pivoted. Mistake. He glanced at an alley, exit he had prepared. Mirio saw it too. Too many futures splintered. Izuku crouched, put himself small in Airy's line of sight. We have clean bandages at the station, he said softly. And cookies that are medically required. Her fingers spasmed. Overhaul's hand twitched. Mirio's heel angled. 1 more degree and take her and run would break the day open. The threat arrived, barely a sound. Good boy, take her, make an enemy of the law. Learn how fast you are when you stop asking permission. Yellow apple, Izuku breathed, not to the man, not to Mirio, to this terrible choice. Mirio's eyes cut to him, understood, and he did not move. Overhaul did. He guided Airy past like a man moving a scalpel. Izuku let them go. Every instinct felt like it had been shot for mercy. Mirio's grin was weightless and wrong. We log it, he said. We make it safe later. Night Eye appeared in the next breath from nowhere that smelled like intel. His jaw was granite. You chose correctly, he said, which is what statutes say when hearts are screaming. We build a case. We make the door we need. Rule 100, Mina wrote later on an empty dorm page, hand shaking when Izuku described it, don't burn law-shaped bridges unless someone will die in the next 3 seconds. She added 3 glitter hearts labeled Airy. Weeks became threads, training, surveillance, stamps. Night Eye's office became a place where Izuku could be useful without barking. Mirio taught a move called gallon of milk that makes no sense until it does. You carry momentum like a sloshing jug, don't spill on civilians. Hound dog called once a week. Word still works. Yes, Izuku said, and didn't say it's starting to whisper back. Because at 2 a.m. in his dorm room with the handbook open, silence developed teeth. No texts. Just a shape in the head where a message could live. Bring her to me. I will make this clean. Izuku pressed lavender hard enough to bruise and wrote, Rule 98, when the lesson is silence, answer with routine. He brushed his teeth, did 20 squats. Sent Mirio a terrible punt. Mirio sent back a worse one, stamp granted, slept badly and still slept. The raid came like exams, sudden, scheduled. Prose briefed tight. Shi Hasaikai, Night Eye said. Overhaul is the head. Primary objective, rescue the child and stop the quirk eraser pipeline. Secondary objective, minimize destruction. His eyes softened exactly once. We are building the gate now. Mirio set a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Buddy breathe, he said, grin gentle. We're gonna be boringly excellent. They went in. The compound welcomed with trap hallways and fused rooms. Quirks bent floors. Momo's handholds turned wrong walls polite. Iida ran time. Kirishima took hits and handed them back less sharp. Todoroki kept the temperature kind. Aizawa erased Kosei one by one like deleting bad code. Izuku and Mirio took point. Overhaul's men fell back, faking retreats that were actually ruler straight lines to a center with a white coat. They hit it, an ope. Raiding room that stank of blood sanitized into good intentions. Eri on the table. Overhaul beside her, gloves ready to deny causality. Don't move, Night Eye said, aiming law like a weapon. Overhaul smiled, voice polite. Warrant. Check your inbox, Night Eye said. I sent it with a bow. Mirio moved, permeated punctures in the room's design nobody else could see, and pulled Eri off the table L. Ikey was stealing winter from a window. For one beautiful, boring second, it worked. Then walls taught hate. Overhaul fused room and floor. The air tasted wrong. Needles sang. Eri screamed raw. Zuku's ribbon snapped up so fast his vision pixelated. He yelled, "Yellow apple," but the thread jumped ahead of it, clever, old. They will take her from you to keep things tidy. Keep them from doing that. All the whiteness in the world, floors, coat, light, turned into the enemy. His body moved to place itself between Eri and every uniform, friend and pro alike. Aizawa's scarf whipped, Izuku turned it without thinking. Kindness into not yet. Mirio's hand reached, Izuku placed him in a wall without hurting him, except that hurt everything. Midoriya. Night Eye barked, and even his voice had an emergency stamp. Stand down. That's an order. They will make her evidence, not safe. The thought wasn't his and also it was. He felt his hands go empty of his own intentions. Instinct unholstered. The hound surged. Not teeth, hurting turned to horde. He saw all for one smiling in a teacher's chair that moved through rooms like a ghost. The world got loud and small. Todoroki Frost baffled a bad angle. Iida recited the law at a sprint to keep his nerves upright. Ochako said something into the calm that broke on the edges. Izuku stepped wrong. He went for Aizawa's line, not Overhaul's. The scarf flicked. He almost tied his teacher to a table meant for a child. Yellow apple. Ochako cried into his ear as if she could lob it like a life ring. Buddy breathe, two-finger touch. Aizawa Rost, and it barely ticked Izuku's bloodline, which wasn't a quirk in a way the board games define. The room lurched. Overhaul's hands lifted. If you boys are going to quarrel, I'll clean up, he said. A shadow fell in the doorway like the end of an era choosing a new job. All Might was there. He no longer filled a room by size, he filled it by choice. His tired eyes found one boy. Young Midoriya, he said. Soft like the first word after a nightmare. Stay. The word didn't come with wind or force. It arrived tied to 10,000 little times someone had put a hand on your shoulder and made a hallway safe. Izuku froze, the good kind. Not paralysis. Permission to stop. All Might walked toward him like a man approaching a worry on a chair. He touched the collar tag on Izuku's wrist with 2 fingers. He pressed it down. Lavender, he said. Breathe. The hound crashed against the shape of that command and remembered it liked sleep. Izuku blinked. Overhaul moved. Sir Night Eye moved faster, Mirio moved best. Aizawa wrapped Overhaul's wrists in scarf and law at once. Momo's foam glue found a dream and made it immobile. Eri sobbed into Mirio's chest, shaking, hot, safe. Izuku sagged, sick with adrenaline. I almost. All Might's hand squeezed. You didn't, he said gently. Because we were here. And because you built the gate and then waited at it. Overhaul hissed. That child is mine, he said. The way surgeons sometimes think life is. Hound Dog bared polite therapy teeth and said, incorrect, in a voice that had sat with too many kids who thought they were projects. Night Eye's gaze softened like a stamp turned to a hand. You chose law when it cost you, he said to Izuku. And when you couldn't, you chose us. That's still choice. The intercom coughed. A police voice broke. All units. Tartarus breach, repeat, Tartarus breach. High-profile inmate all for one, status unknown. The room pivoted around a point that did not exist anywhere machines could see. All Might exhaled as if someone had opened a door only he could see. He looked at Izuku and did not apologize for being All Might again for 5 minutes. Stay with your pack, he said. Bring her home. Izuku nodded, throat a bruise. Yes, sir. All Might turned. When he left the room, everyone tried not to notice he seemed bigger than the space allowed. Night Eye watched him go with 20 years of history in his jaw. He shouldn't, he murmured, and also he must. Mirio passed Eri into Izuku's arms for a second while Momo wrapped a blanket. She was light like a promise that hurts when you keep it. Izuku looked at her, at the dots of white on bandages, and found the steadiness he'd been breaking open to learn. Hey, he said quietly. We're going to be boring and safe now. She know. Dead like a much older person learning to do that again. Aizawa's hand landed on Izuku's shoulder, heavy with trust. Get her to recovery girl. Then dorms. Then sleep. Rule 101, Mina wrote later. Eyes ruined by relief. After the rescue, we don't collapse where the danger happened. We collapse somewhere with blankets. The convoy to the hospital felt like prayers and diesel. Eri's fingers found Izuku's wristband. What's that? She asked, voice papercut small. Lavender, he said. A smell that helps me remember quiet. She nodded solemnly and did not let go. At UA, the dorms learned. New noises, the tight laugh when a child says, okay, for the first time, the way Momo cuts fruit quieter than a mother, the sound of Bakugo pretending not to be gentle and failing by increments. Hound. D-Dog played cards on the common room floor with Eri and lost suspiciously often. Ochako tucked a blanket corner under Eri's chin and did not cry where Eri could see. Kirishima announced a granola tax. Holiday for any day that contained a rescue. Aizawa stood at the door of 1A's dorm and radiated, do not make me proud right now because I will cry. Izuku caught his eye and raised his hand, present. His phone sat face down on the handbook. He flipped it because hiding and choosing are different. No text. Just silence. With teeth. He pressed lavender and wrote, messy and full. Rule 102, if yellow apple is late, let someone else say it for you. Rule 103, stay, is not surrender. It's trust. He looked out the window where the night had gone thin and the east was considering light. Somewhere, sirens braided around a man in a suit who sat very still and called that sitting war. Somewhere, another man with too many scars and not Ino. Blood practiced standing up one more time. Izuku fell asleep in a chair with a handbook on his chest and a ribbon under his ribs and a child's fingers still touching lavender. He dreamed of a in a wall with no gate that opens because someone says stay and someone else says go and the third person says together. Morning would bring broadcasts and rallies in a city bristling with opinions. It would bring the last lesson, when the final teacher steps out of the shade and asks if you've done your homework. Izuku's answer, already written on the next blank line. Sirens made a braid out of the city. Every screen said Tartarus breach and then tried to say everything is fine with fonts. Aizawa didn't raise his voice. Pack on me. Licensed only. Observe, relay, extract. If the shade calls your name, you say yellow apple and do not go alone. Kirishima slapped the granola tote like a war drum. Tax holiday ends when the villain is in cuffs. Mina uncapped glitter, hands shaking. Feral Safety Handbook version 1.5, Final Exam Edition, coming in hot. Ochako found Izuku's wrist with 2 fingers, lavender over pulse. Buddy breathe. Always, he said. The ribbon in his chest hummed obedient and his. They rolled. The rendezvous was a place the news had learned to pronounce, Camino, but different. The old shopping district had swallowed its own scaffolding and grown a shell, cement. Os and Best Jeanist had welded barrier onto barrier. It looked like a city had learned how to make a gate and then asked itself if it could hold. Pro-heroes stitched themselves into a perimeter. Graw. N. Torino's voice cut the net, he's not out, he's remote. Puppet strings. We hold the field, we don't make headlines. A cold wind circled the block and lay down like a rug. Todoroki looked at the sky and said, my father is already mad. Good, Aizawa said. It keeps him predictable. On the far side, reporters huddled like a second weather system. Present Mike narrated under his breath into a mic he'd turned off on purpose. And here we see, nothing, he whispered, proud. Momo clipped a mesh baton to Izuku's belt, the same way you clip a leash to a dog you trust. Emergency handhold. For you or a friend. Thank you, he said. Then the thread slipped into the world. Not a text. A shape. Come alone, my boy. The door is open, the class is waiting. Bring your leash. Bring your torch. I'll teach the city to heal. Izuku pressed lavender hard enough to bruise. Yellow apple, he said into the mic. Aizawa answered, left ear steady. Good metronome. Pack tight. Proceed. They went I-N as if the ground remembered them. Ida's clock, Kirishima's front, Momo's fabric, Todoroki's weather, Ochako's lift, Bakugo's loud, Shoji and Jiro's eyes and ears. And Izuku, shepherd, not teeth. Stage had been prepared in the old plaza, clean lines, a ring of collapsed facades that wanted to be half a coliseum. Police cleared civilians with arms like polite fences. Hound dog paced the inner ring. Clipboard and therapy posture both loaded. A new sound, applause made with one hand only. A suited figure sat in a chair placed exactly where the cameras would love it most, shackles humming with tech that could hold a myth. All for one didn't need to stand to fill a room. He looked like a thought experiment wearing silk. 2 prison guards flanked him with the disciplined stillness of men. Being observed by a tiger through an invisible pane. His smile arrived before his mouth moved. Well done, he said, as if grading a paper. You even brought the manual. His eyes flicked to the handbook at Izuku's hip. I like that you write rules for your leash. Bakugo made a noise that paid 5 granolas at once. Shut up, raisin. Genist's fibers hissed ready. Aizawa's scarf made a negative around all for one's shape. Erasure flickering with the kind of focus that steals sleep. The thread slid under the world, patient as gravity. Step close, my boy. I'll make you the gate. I'll make you necessary in a way the law can't argue with. Izuku's foot tried to move. A hand landed on his shoulder like someone setting down a cup of tea before it spills. Stay. All Might didn't loom. He arrived. Smaller. Older. Here. It did a trick to the air nobody teaches. It made room for other people to be brave. Izuku's knee remembered whose it was. The ribbon under his ribs lay down. He breathed. All for one watched the gesture and clucked his tongue. You keep him on command words, he told All Might conversationally. How quaint. He and I could be colleagues. He understands animals. People, Izuku said softly. I understand people. And when not to treat them like tools. Aizawa didn't look away from the target. Advance. Left, then 2. Stay behind my line, Midoriya. They moved. The cage moved with them. Genist spun fibers into a loom. Smintos raised sleeves of concrete. Kamui woods grew bridges. Momo's mesh batons kissed metal and became magnets in the shape of no. Oh. Chaco floated debris to fill gaps and made it heavy if a body tried to pass where it shouldn't. Todoroki laid warmth across ice so nothing shattered. All for one's shackles sang with power denied. He still smiled. You built a new gate. He said to Izuku, ignoring the heroes like they were furniture. How earnest. How replicable. I could use 10 of those. Izuku heard the word replicable and felt something under his sternum object. You can't, he said. You don't make gates. You make rooms and lock them from the inside. All for one's chuckle had edges. Ah, vocabulary. He tilted his head. Do you know why you were such a pleasure to teach, Midoriya Izuku? Izuku did not approach the question. He named the noise. He pressed lavender like prayer. Because I don't belong to you, he said. And saying no makes you itch. For the first time, the smile tightened, micrometers. No wears out, All for one said. Hunger doesn't. Bakugo leaned near Izuku's ear without looking like it. Say your stupid word if he gets in your head. I'll be loud for both of us. Copy, Izuku whispered. Pack. The plaza shifted. What looked like hostages were arranged at the rim, dominoes waiting for a breeze. Toga smiled with borrowed eyes from a lamppost and licked the thought of a knife. Dabi burned wrong at a respectful distance, bored. Mr. Compress posed with a marble the size of a sin and flourished it for the camera. Gatekeepers, All for one said like a donor placard. Show the world how this game is played. The trap sprang. Warp gates stitched across the ring. 3, no, 5, no, a necklace. The shackles around All for one's wrists hummed in disapproval. The chair bolted to the concrete did not move. The city learned a simple fact in real time. Sometimes the villain doesn't need to stand to rearrange a map. Minions lunged for holes in the net. Civilians, actors, some, and some terrifyingly not, tripped over their own fear. Izuku placed himself like a punctuation mark in a run-on sentence. Laners, he called. And Class 1A, and a few pros who had started to believe in boring, snapped into the positions they'd built in drills and dumb jokes. Bakugo erupted, drawing aggro toward the cone they wanted empty. Kirishima turned the first shove into a hug that couldn't be stepped through. Zero's tape wrote guard rails across gaps nobody had noticed yet. Jiro called 2, 4, left. Like a drummer with a radio. Iida routed feet like a traffic app built by a paladin. Todoroki looked at Inasa, who had blown in actually whistling, and the two boys nodded like the weather had decided to cooperate. Feathered wind. Warm baffles. Sonic pressure that had been designed to scatter now made lanes you could love. Momo's mesh kissed a warp the second it bloomed and took its manners away. Approved. Sir Night Eye said from somewhere the cameras couldn't see, and a little stamp in Izuku's head went thunk. All for one watched with the delighted boredom of a man whose favorite game is chess and whose least favorite is checkers that works. My boy, he said, threadfine and cruel. This is the moment. Your teacher is tired. Your pack is a hobby. Be a tool worth using. The hound surged, the leash stung. The ribbon lifted claws. Ochako's voice, low, into his ear, 2 fingers. Lavender. Memory pack. He pictured them, Ochako's steady smile, Iida's rules written sincerely. Kirishima yelling bro until the word meant architecture, Momo's clean script, Jiro's dry rhythm, Todoroki's quiet both, Bakugo's annoying that means always, Aizawa's present, All Might's hand, 2 fingers to the collar tag. Yellow apple, he said. The thread snapped without fanfare. Silence tried to grow teeth. It didn't find a jaw. All Might took 1 step forward, no more, and All for One smiled like hunger meeting a window. We made such a pretty corridor last time, the villain sighed. Shall we do it properly now that nobody is pretending? No corridors today, All Might said. Gates. We close them. The fight started without cinematic cue. That's how fights start when grown-ups keep their promises. Genist's fibers tightened the cage. Smintos lifted the ring. Kamui Woods locked it with a living hasp. Aizawa's erasure blinked on and on and on, a metronome set to no. Every time a warp tried to flower, Momo's lit magnets and Ingenium's root corrections arrived first. Dabi's board flame missed, not by much, but by exactly enough, because Izuku kept turning pressure into lanes with blast chimneys Bakugo built like insults. All for One tried teaching again. He laced a command into the crowd, hate the symbol, take the room, make me necessary. The crowd blinked and reached for their phones to film how boring competence is when it saves everybody. Hound Dog smiled. From the perimeter the way therapists do when the room chooses the right skill. A warp, bigger, peeled open where the chair met concrete. That was the lesson All for One had saved. You don't have to leave your seat to make a door. Now, he murmured to nobody and everyone. Izuku moved before the word finished. The mesh baton on his belt smacked the floor. Momo's magnets jumped to it, Zero's tape snapped. Bakugo blasted a high and back vent, Todoroki breathed warm across the seam. The chimney they'd practiced in 3 smaller lives ripped the updraft out of the warp. Air left the hole instead of entering. Physics, polite and proud, obeyed. The warp shivered. Aizawa's eyes did not blink. Gate, Izuku said, a grade, not a plea. Close. Smintos heard close and translated it to stone. The chair's bolts sank. Genist's fibers cross-wove. Kamui's locks grew deeper. All for One's smile lost exactly 1 tooth. Clever sheepdog, he said. You studied. Izuku didn't answer. He stepped, not toward, but between, his pack and the last trick, palms open, fingers soft, elbow low. He gave the shepherd signal he had learned in the woods and refined in cities, stay. Minions who knew how to listen to the wrong men sometimes know how to listen to hands. Toga's grin tilted and drifted back. Compress caught his marble instead of throwing it. Dabi sighed, bored in a way that saved oxygen. And the rustling panic in the crowd sat down a centimeter. All for One watched all of it and decided not to feign interest anymore. Very well, he said, kindness like a poison. The lesson ends. His shackled hands twitched. It looked like nothing. It sounded like no. The chair moved a hair. The warp stuttered alive. Erasure can't erase old plans. All Might stepped into that hair of movement, not with a punch, but with a hand, flat to the chest, right over where a heart would be. He wasn't fast. He was on time. Stay. He said it to the man who had never obeyed a door in his life. Aizawa's eyes burned. Genist pulled. Smintos hummed. Kamui locked. Momo's magnets sang. Kirishima caught force and gave it to the ground. Iida counted 3. Ochako lifted dust so no one choked. Todoroki decided to be warm. Bakugo, beautifully rude, popped a tiny blast that did nothing but make a gap for air where All Might's breath needed it. The warp guttered. The chair stopped. All for One's smile, finally, cracked. A line appeared that the cameras would blow up later into victory. In the moment, it was just a man failing to enjoy his own joke. Sir Night-Eye stepped into frame like punctuation. He held up the stamp the size of judgment. Denied, he said, and put it down on the paperwork beside the chair. The cuffs clicked into a new lock that had not existed when the fight started because Momo hadn't invented it yet. Now it existed forever. That's how gates are made. Silence arrived with no teeth at last. The crowd, confused, clapped. It was boring. It was perfect. All for One turned his head toward Izuku, just enough. The hound will still be you in a room. One day you'll forget to bring your pack. Izuku touched the wristband, lavender to bone. Rule 89.1, he said, almost smiling. Memory pack. I don't forget that easily. Bakugo elbowed him. He means I'll break the door if you start brooding. Correct, Izuku said. All Might exhaled like a building sets down its weight. He looked at Izuku and didn't say proud. He didn't need to. Aizawa put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and did not flinch from how hot the day had been. Good metronome, he said. Everyone hydrate. Present Mike finally turned his mic on. And that, he told a city that had expected spectacle and received a system, is how you pass a final. After everything loud had been escorted to paperwork, UA. Fed kids and cops and anyone who wandered near a tray. Recovery girl pinballed through triage, thwacking shins and guilt. Eri held a grape with surgical seriousness and then put it on Izuku's palm. For your smell, she said. He sniffed it gravely. Lavender adjacent, he said. Approved. Hound Dog sat on the steps and wrote discharge in a way that meant go to bed. He paused at Izuku's side. The word worked. It worked on me, Izuku said. Again. Then it worked, Hound Dog said. Make a rule about again. They did, that night in the dorm under lights that had learned to be gentle. Feral Safety Handbook version 2.0, Mina cried at the round number while applying a sticker that managed to be tastefully sparkly, opened to a final page. Rule 101, after the rescue, don't collapse where the danger happened. Collapse where there are blankets. Rule 102, if Yellow Apple is late, let someone else say it for you. Rule 103, stay, isn't surrender. It's trust. Rule 104, build systems so boring the news has to lie to make them exciting. Rule 105, teeth are tools, aim them. Most days you don't need them. Rule 106, if a villain calls himself your teacher, pick better teachers. Rule 107, when there's no gate, make one. When there is a gate, be the keeper. Rule 108, we pass by leaving together. Rule 109, if the crowd howls, hand them snacks and a plan. Rule 110, final, stay. Choose. Build the gate. Bring them home. Bakugo put a granola on the page like an offering and pretended he hadn't. Todoroki texted Inasa Wind Face Abacus. Iida took a picture of the rules and filed them under policy. Jiro made a playlist called Boring Wins. Momo laminated everything within reach. Ochako pressed 2 fingers to Izuku's wrist and didn't say anything she didn't have to. All Might stopped by the door, smaller and more. He lifted 2 fingers to his chest, and left the kids to be loud in the ways that keep buildings standing. Izuku lay in bed with the handbook on his chest and the ribbon under his ribs and the silence of a night that had finally lost its appetite. He thought of the man in the suit in Aru. That believes in itself and of the strange mercy of boring plans. He thought of Aries grape. He thought of granola tax and yellow apple and a leash he'd renamed Ribbon. He smiled, aimed, not weepony. Zed, and practiced the habit he'd built chapter by chapter until it had become his nature. Stay. Choose. Build the gate. Bring them home. The door, at last, stayed open because they were standing in it. The class was dismissed. The lesson stuck. Thanks for watching guys, hope you all enjoy this video. If you do please consider leave a like, share and subscribe.